A regular ring fell into the hands of this young man. Instantly, its value was magically inflated by 10,000 times, causing a frenzy among buyers eager to get their hands on it. Even from a small clothing stall, he was able to build an empire worth millions in the fashion industry. The money flowed in like a river, leaving the industry giants looking on in envy. So, you're Zhou Feng, a brilliant businessman who owns a corporation listed on the stock exchange. All because of a sip of poisoned wine, he was reincarnated into the body of a scoundrel. This man spent his days drunk, even beating his beautiful wife, causing her to cry her heart out. A wave of memories suddenly surged back, revealing to him that this was the 1980s. The woman before him was Xiao Du, and his parents had just died in a factory equipment accident. At this moment, his younger siblings, Wu Na and Wu Jing, came knocking on the door. Upon seeing his sister's bruised face, Zhao Feng couldn't help but ask, "Is this because of that guy Hu Han? Are you going to him again to talk about our parents' accident?" However, Wu Na only responded with a cold, emotionless expression. If they hadn't run out of food at home, she would never want to meet this weak-willed brother again. Without delay, he turned back to the table with his wife, handing over the remaining 5 coins along with all the food vouchers to his younger siblings. "Just keep 1 kilogram of flour for us to survive a few more days, and I'll figure something out." After settling things, Zhou Feng walked straight to the door and said, "Leave Wu Han's matter and the food situation to me." In that tone of utter determination, everyone couldn't help but be astonished. Has he really run out of uselessness? Stepping out onto the street, Zhao Feng saw nothing but bicycles and old houses. At that moment, he truly believed he had been transported back to the 1980s. After walking for a while, he finally arrived at the home of Hu Han, the workshop manager directly responsible for the accident. If he reported to his superiors and asked for burial money for the family, he could earn a good reputation, which would benefit his future promotion. However, he didn't do it, so there must be some hidden reason. As soon as they saw him, both Hu Han and his father reacted strongly. However, contrary to their expectations, Zhao Feng only gave a gentle smile to diffuse the tension and even apologized for the trouble his younger sister had caused, making Hu Han a little more relaxed. Immediately, he put on a pitiful expression, as though he had been wronged. Of course, Zhao Feng could still detect the insincerity in his attitude. "In my past life, I had seen all sorts of situations, but I still had to go along and play along with this old man first." He then mentioned his reason for coming, which was to ask for burial money. "Now there's nothing left to eat at home, so I'd like to ask you to help me request the factory leadership for some burial funds." In the end, the kid had come here just to ask for money. When he saw that Hu Han seemed ready to refuse, Zhou Feng immediately spoke the prepared words. "If the factory doesn't provide it, then we won't be able to survive. I'll come and cause a scene every day until I get the money." Upon hearing this, Hu Han started to worry. If Zhao Feng made this a big issue, all the secrets would be exposed. So he had no choice but to speak in a softer tone, advising him that causing trouble would get them arrested. And then what would happen to his younger siblings at home? The incident at the factory was caused by a mistake made by the worker, so the funeral expenses cannot be covered. Uncle and my parents are old acquaintances. According to the hierarchy, I should also call you uncle. So I will take the responsibility of giving the money on behalf of the factory. When Zhao Feng heard this, he immediately bargained with the old man to see how much he could get. If it's too little, then it wouldn't be worth causing a ruckus at the factory. By the rules, it should be 600 yuan. But the old man claimed that his family wasn't well off, so he could only give 500. This wasn't a small amount, so Zhao Feng accepted it immediately. However, this was only the first step in the revenge plan he had already set up. The first thing he did with the money was buy a tangulu as a birthday gift for his wife. Along with that, he used half of the money he had just received, reserving the rest for his younger siblings. The first thing he did was treat the whole family to a lavish meal. Zhao Feng personally went into the kitchen, applying all the cooking skills he had from his previous life to make noodles. However, when Wu Ne came home and saw that the flour meant to last the whole month had been used up by her brother, she couldn't help but get angry. "Why did you use so much? What do you even know how to do other than selling stuff, gambling, and hitting my sister-in-law?" Seeing his younger sister's sharp words, Zhou Feng was a bit startled. "In my previous life, I was a president. I never heard anyone speak about me like that." He then reached into his pocket, pulled out a wad of money, and made her eyes widen. Sitting down at the table, He began explaining in detail the death of their parents. "Mom, this is clearly not simple. There's no way a worker with 20 years of experience would make such a mistake. Not to mention, both of them ended up in the same trouble at the same time. And Nai is the equipment that Hugh Han bought for the factory, which had safety issues. Yet he stubbornly blamed it on his parents for operating it incorrectly, probably because he feared that an inspection would expose the problem. All it takes is to find the equipment invoice from Hugh Han's side and contact the supplier. He won't be able to escape." The younger one stood there, stunned, probably not understanding what was going on. Come to think of it, I'm someone who time-traveled from the 20th century. With such convoluted thinking, it's no wonder they can't catch up. Anyway, you don't need to worry about it. I'll make sure my parents get justice. On his way home, Zhou Feng took the opportunity to enjoy a cold ice cream on the first day of autumn, even though it was still hot, as if it were summer. The scenes from his childhood that he used to dream about were now becoming reality. It's true that every era has its own unique charm. While relaxing, he suddenly ran into a group of friends, one of whom was Hu Shan, the son of Gohan. The girl next to him, dressed very well, must have been Shen Ziran, his wife's best friend. Suddenly, Hu Shan rushed forward, pointing a finger at him and scolding. "What are you looking at? Where did you come from, daring to act like a thug? I don't understand how Xiao Du could like someone like you." Ran right into my wife's schoolmates, all of them giving me that look. "The person who hates me the most is Shen Ziran." After a moment of scrutinizing Zhao Feng, she remarked, "Hu Shan, just let it go. After all, we're classmates. Let's go." But only he knew that the weakness she showed now was just part of his plan for revenge. "Hu Shan, Hu Han, you won't have peace for much longer." Once those people left, Zhou Feng sighed in relief and headed to the vegetable market, planning to make a hot pot for his wife. As he walked past the street corner, he ran into Xiao Du, who was heading the same direction. She was holding a cracked watermelon. When she saw Zhao Feng, she quickly wiped the corner of her mouth, still smeared with ice cream. She stammered, "I haven't had ice cream in a long time. Also, I bought this watermelon for you." Zhao Feng could only smile at her cute expression. He wondered just how unpleasant he must have been before for her to be so scared of him. Gently ruffling Xiao Du's hair, he said, "Now that I have money, you can buy whatever you like. And there will be even more money in the future." He then took the watermelon from her hands and thought to himself, "It doesn't matter what happened before. From now on, things will only get better." At that moment, Xiao Du was secretly looking at his back, as if she was remembering the autumn afternoon when they first met. After dinner, he went to Liu Ducking's casino. Before he could open the door, Liu Duckang rushed out as if he were trying to escape. The nagging of his wife could be heard from inside. Zhao Feng didn't even care. His attention focused solely on the third name at the gambling table, which was Chen Guda, the son of the steel factory director. Before even stepping inside, Liu Kang had already started asking to borrow money, promising to cooperate in the game. However, Zhou Feng was no longer the same Zhao Feng as before. He directly refused, using the excuse that he only had one coin left in his pocket. It wasn't until he showed signs of leaving that Liu Kang hurriedly stopped him. He pulled out 20 coins from his pocket, even more skillfully hidden than money tucked away in underwear. But who would be deceiving whom later, that was still to be seen. It turned out that Zhao Feng had long since noticed that in the previous rounds, these two had been working together to make him lose everything. So in this round, every time Liu Kang was about to win, Zhao Feng would deliberately block him, while he let Chen Guda, the son of the factory director, win and take the money. These little tricks were nothing new to Zhao Feng from his previous life, so controlling the game was child's play. In the end, Liu Kang lost everything, and frustrated, wanted to bet more to recover his losses. The moment had come, and Zhao Feng made a sarcastic remark. "You dare speak to me like that?" He stood up without hesitation. "So what? I'm saying it like this today. If you want to keep playing, but refuse to pay up, then leave. Let me remind you of something. From now on, stop causing trouble for my wife, Xiao Du. Otherwise, I'll take you down." It seemed that Chen Gudo was also a smart person, and having realized that Zhao Feng had the intention to collaborate, he didn't say anything to stop him when he saw that surprised attitude. Zhao Feng took the opportunity to speak up. "Mr. Chen is truly generous. Let's call it a day for today. Next time we meet, I'll treat you to a meal to make up for it. This time, Consider it as an opportunity to get Chen Guda's plan for my future. If not, at least it's a chance to get to know him. This is the method you used to build a billion-dollar corporation back then. The early years of the 1980s were at their peak, and many of the wealthiest people were beginning to explode in this era. Zhao Feng sat sipping tea for 5 cents, while casually eavesdropping on a nearby conversation. It was about someone's son who had quit their job at a factory to start a business. But no one knew that their jokes and conversations after dinner would later become the paintings of an era. Zhao Feng stared thoughtfully out the window. If I go back, wouldn't I be missing out on this golden age? He thought for a moment. But 20, I still have the career I've worked so hard to build. In the end, he decided that after resolving things with Hu Han, he would return to his own time. After everything was settled, he suddenly heard the roar of a motorcycle engine. Realizing that the person he had been waiting for had arrived, Zhao Feng quickly ran downstairs, pretending to say, "Mr. Chen, what a coincidence." Chen Guda scratched his head upon seeing Zhao Feng. "Right, I just finished harvesting the fruit. I'm so tired." Hearing this, Zhao Feng realized the opportunity had arrived. He invited Chen Guda into the restaurant, a perfect chance to talk about yesterday's matter. Chen Guda just laughed. What's so special about yesterday? Zhao Feng couldn't let this opportunity slip away, so he invited him to the most upscale, state-owned restaurant in the area. Seeing this, Chen Guda immediately agreed. At this time, state-owned restaurants weren't places you visited frequently, and dining there could cost a whole month's salary. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Zhao Feng called the waiter to bring the menu, and just seeing the prices made him jump in shock. Here, a plate of fish and sauce only cost 2 yuan 90. He ordered a lot of dishes and even spent 7 yuan to buy a bottle of Mao liquor. Seeing this, Chen Guda couldn't help but be amused and warmed up to him. "Zhao Feng, you're ordering so much." At that moment, Zhao Feng stood up and poured him some wine. It's not easy to treat Mr. Chen to a meal, so just make yourself at home. Just then, Hu Xiaoshan and Fu Dahai also walked into the restaurant. Upon seeing Zhao Feng, Hu Xiaoshan froze for a moment, then started mocking him. "Oh, you're too. Truly a person of low stature. I wonder what your wife is doing at home, probably scavenging for leftover food." Zhao Feng paid no mind to these words and continued eating as though he hadn't heard anything. After the group left, Chen Guda lit a cigarette. "Zhao Feng, do you have some kind of conflict with the Hu family's son?" Suddenly, a mocking expression appeared on his face. Zhao Feng shook his head. "It's just a small disagreement between some friends." Chen Guda took a drag of his cigarette and exhaled. "All right, let's not talk about that anymore." He unexpectedly shifted to discussing the events from last night. "Last night you kept giving in to me. Do you think I didn't notice?" Zhao Feng asked. "Mr. Chen, it seems like your relationship with Hu Han isn't that great, right? I feel like you're not happy whenever he's mentioned." After drinking a few more glasses, he began to talk about the relationship between his family and the Hu family. It turns out that back then, when the position of director was being elected, Hu Han supported Xu Changjiang. This led to Chen Guda losing a vote and not being elected as the director. "I remember when your father was still working. He was the one who helped Hu Han get the position of director in the second production team." He couldn't help but feel angry and slammed his fist on the table. Hu Han is truly the type to bite the hand that feeds him. Zhao Feng quickly poured more wine for Chen Guda. "Mr. Chen, calm down. Hu Han is indeed untrustworthy. And what kind of person is Xu Changjiang?" Chen Guda finished his glass of wine and said, "Xu Changjiang has very close ties with suppliers from outside the province." Hearing this, Zhao Feng began to calculate and leaned in to whisper, "Then, why don't you consider moving to another province? Why continue working for that factory?" Chen Guda sighed and said, "I would love to, but my father doesn't agree." When it came to the idea of starting a career in another province, he began to speak at length. "Last year, one of my friends went to Shanghai to work in the electronics industry, and within a short time, he earned over 100,000 coins." Zhao Feng suddenly interjected, "Oh, Mr. Chen, isn't your factory about to distribute the summer bonuses soon? I heard it's quite a lot, right?" Chen Guda nodded in confirmation. "If the bonuses are given directly to the workers, wouldn't that summer contribution of yours be yours as well?" Chen Guda immediately waved his hand. "That won't do. If the bonus is given and someone doesn't like it, they'll immediately file a complaint, and that would cause a big mess. Zhao Feng stood up and confidently patted his chest, saying, "Mr. Chen, it's not your company, it's mine." Chen Guda widened his eyes, confused. Zhao Feng explained, "We'll change the intermediary and use my name to provide the fruits." Upon hearing this, Chen Guda seemed to have an epiphany. He happily slapped Zhao Feng on the shoulder and said, "Why didn't I think of you being this smart?" In his heart, his admiration for Zhao Feng grew even deeper. They drank until after 11 p.m. before leaving the bar. Chen Guda's face was flushed from the alcohol. Zhao Feng drove him home, then walked back to his own place. As soon as he arrived, he peeked inside, fearful of waking Xiao Du. However, he noticed that she hadn't fallen asleep yet. She was sitting upright on the bed, waiting for him to return. Zhao Feng entered and asked, "Why haven't you gone to sleep yet?" "I'm sorry, I'm so late coming back." Xiao Du suddenly remembered the conversation from the morning. It turned out that Zai Ran had visited her that day and said her mother was ill and had to be hospitalized. A few days ago, her mother had repeatedly called Xiao Du's name, implying that she wanted Xiao Du and Zhao Feng to divorce. Xiao Du had reassured her that he had changed, but Shen Zai Ran had replied, "Rivers and mountains can be changed, but one's nature is hard to change. A man who's drunk all the time and beats women like he does. What do you expect from him?" Seeing Xiao Du lost in thought, Zhao Feng hurriedly asked, "Are you troubled about something?" This question pulled her back to the present. She lowered her head, tears welling up, and with a trembling voice, ran towards him, saying, "Zhao Feng, tonight you can do whatever you want." Sensing her vulnerability, he didn't know how to react. Pushing her away, he said, "I've been drinking tonight, so I'm not really in my right mind." He then stepped out into the courtyard, splashed cold water on himself to sober up, and reminded himself that he needed to face reality, not linger on things that shouldn't be. The next morning, Xiao Du went outside and looked at the small house that had once been their happy home. Can the tenderness from these past few days erase all that painful history? Thinking this, Xiao Du became even more determined. If Zhao Feng changes in time, that would be great, but I no longer have the time to wait. She immediately called her father. When her father answered the phone and recognized it was his daughter, he was surprised. "Xiao Du, what's going on?" "I'm here. Do you need help with something?" "Oh, nothing? You just want to come home?" He hurriedly shouted, "Xiao Du, don't go anywhere. Stay there and wait for me to come back." At that moment, Zhao Feng had arrived at Chen Guda's fruit garden. Chen Guda happily said to him, "My father has agreed to the matter we discussed last night." Zhao Feng was overjoyed. "Well, next we need to see how your relationship with Chen Guda goes. Right now, he still seems very happy, and once the matter is settled, I'll reward you with 100 coins." When he got home, Aunt Wang saw him and announced that there were relatives visiting. He was surprised and thought it couldn't be Xiao Du's family. When he opened the door, he saw his father-in-law, Tang Yongguang, and mother-in-law, Jiang Xin, standing in the house. They seemed to be waiting for him. He cheerfully stepped forward and greeted them. "Mom, Dad, when did you arrive?" Xiao Du did not say anything to her son. Her father coldly stared at him, and he spoke again. "Have you eaten? Mom and Dad, let me go buy some food for you too." Suddenly, his father-in-law stepped forward and slapped him hard. "This slap is on behalf of my daughter." Xiao Du turned pale at the sight and quickly shouted, "Dad, stop it." Zhao Feng stood frozen, waiting for another slap from him. Just as he was about to strike again, Xiao Du immediately rushed up and said, "Dad, that's enough." She approached and asked Zhao Feng, "Are you okay?" He lowered his head and replied, "Xiao Du, this is something I owe you. I wasn't good to you before, and I'm sorry. Stop pretending. Today, you must make up your mind to divorce Xiao Du." The mother-in-law whispered, pleading, "Zhao Feng, please let her go." Zhao Feng ignored her words and turned to ask Xiao Du, "What do you think?" Influenced by the memories of this body, Zhao Feng's emotions clashed violently. He felt suffocated by the pain, but still decided to respect her wishes. Xiao Du, unable to look him in the eye, turned away and said, "Zhao Feng, I've thought it through. Let's divorce." The two of them then went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize the divorce. She approached Zhao Feng, took the money he had given her earlier, and said, "There's still 285 coins left. You keep it." He gently pushed her hand away and said, "Xiao Du, take it. I owe you so much. How can I take this money back? Moreover, if I return to my old position in the future, you must completely sever all ties with me. After I've settled things with my parents, I'll go back to the modern world. At that time, the original owner of this body will return. To protect this foolish girl, this is the only thing I can do." Xiao Du felt confused, but he didn't elaborate any further. He simply pushed her away and said, "Your parents are still waiting. You should go." Watching her figure leave, he choked up and said, "Xiao Du, take care of yourself." Xiao Du couldn't find the tears. She still loved him deeply. A few days later, Chen Guda came to Zhao Feng. "Zhao Feng, good news. The factory has decided to convert the summer welfare funds into fruit. Oh my God, just one bonus payout, and we've made more than 150 coins. How awesome is that?" "Zhao Feng, I'll give you a 200 coin bonus." Zhao Feng replied, "Now we need to prepare the packaging. If we don't do this step well, all our efforts will be in vain." He asked Chen Guda, "Do you know Du Jincheng? The factory isn't just dealing with one person." "Wow, I thought you knew him," said Chen Guda. Zhao Feng remained calm. "I don't know him either, but let's go find out." "You won't know unless you go." Chen Guda sweated nervously. "This isn't a joke. Without the packaging, we'll be exposed." Soon after, the two arrived at the nylon production factory. Chen Guda asked why they weren't going inside. To his surprise, Zhao Feng drove straight in, and the guard immediately ran over, asking who they were. Zhao Feng gave a familiar expression and said, "I need to find the owner of the factory. Why isn't anyone answering the intercom?" Hearing this, the guard believed him and pointed out that the factory owner was Mr. Lai. Zhao Feng continued to pretend. "Where's his office?" The guard directed him. "It's the first room on the left on the third floor." After thanking the guard, the two quickly drove inside. However, Chen Guda still didn't feel at ease. "Even if we go in, we don't know anyone here." Zhao Feng reassured him, "Don't worry, just stay quiet once we're in there." When they arrived at the factory owner's office, Zhao Feng knocked on the door, and Mr. Lai quickly allowed them in. Seeing two unfamiliar faces, he looked suspicious and asked, "Who are you two?" Zhao Feng stepped forward confidently and said, "Mr. Lai, hello. I'm the chairman of Guda Agricultural Products Company. It's a pleasure to meet you." Hearing this, Chen Guda couldn't help but sweat, while Mr. Lai didn't seem very pleased and immediately asked, "How did you two get in here?" Zhao Feng calmly responded, "Actually, we were planning to stop by the sea to buy some plastic bags. On our way, we wanted to drop by here, because we heard your plastic bags are of high quality. We mainly export fruits." Mr. Lai lowered his voice and said, "Exporting fruits? The plastic bags we produce are not suitable for fruits." Zhao Feng then took out a cigarette, offered it to Mr. Lai, and smiled, saying, "Mr. Lai, we came to Lin Shui to purchase olives. We're just at the packaging stage. I want to find a factory with reasonable prices, which is why we stopped by here. But the quality needs to be guaranteed because we are a large enterprise." Mr. Lai put his teacup down and asked, "Are you a state-owned enterprise or a private one?" Zhao Feng knew that the packaging product the factory needed had its own specific criteria. If it were a state-owned enterprise, an application from higher authorities would be required. But if it were a private one, it would go back to square one, and having money wouldn't necessarily guarantee an order. So Zhao Feng immediately asked Mr. Lai if he had any tea. Mr. Lai was taken aback, but then invited the two of them to drink tea. "Oh, I forgot to offer you tea. This is local tea. Please enjoy it and don't be too polite." Zhao Feng tasted the tea, then quickly changed the subject. "Mr. Lai, our demand is quite large. I wonder if your side can produce 1 ton within half a month." Mr. Lai's eyes widened in disbelief at what Zhao Feng had just said. If it's 1 ton, it might require overtime to meet that. After those words, the room fell silent. Mr. Lai thought to himself that the other party must be a state-owned enterprise. If this order were successful, the factory's profits would increase, and the workers' wages would improve. But now, he was worried that he might not be able to meet Zhao Feng's requirements. Hearing this, Zhao Feng replied happily, "That's great, Mr. Lai. We need some samples for testing." "It's no problem. That's only natural." He then led the two of them to the warehouse to pick up some products for the tests. Once they had enough plastic bags, Zhao Feng didn't stay any longer. Before leaving, he shook Mr. Lai's hand again. I will have someone call tomorrow to inform you of the testing results. With that, the two of them left. Ken Guda, holding the plastic bags, couldn't stop praising Zhao Feng. I didn't expect you to be so skillful. You got the bags without spending a penny. Zhao Feng turned to him and said, Mr. Chen, call Mr. Lai tomorrow morning to let him know the test didn't meet the standards. Don't let him hold on to false hope. Chen Guda nodded in agreement. No problem. Then the two of them headed towards Lin Shui. Chen Guda cheerfully put fruit into a bag, while Zhao Feng approached and spoke. Stop pretending. Mr. Chen, didn't you say you'd invite me to Guzu restaurant? Chen Guga mumbled. This kid really has a good memory, it's not easy to deal with. At that moment, Zhao Feng thought to himself, everything must be reciprocal. I need Liu Chong's support for my plan. Therefore, he asked Chen Guda to call Liu Chong as well. When hearing that name, Chen Guda seemed displeased. He also brought up the previous incident when Liu Chong had tried to make things difficult for him. However, Zhao Feng remained determined. Don't hesitate, just call him here. We're in the same neighborhood, it's inevitable that we'll run into each other. Soon after, at Guzu restaurant, Liu Chong was eating as if he hadn't had a meal in days, looking like a hungry wolf. Both Zhao Feng and Chen Guda could only shake their heads. After finishing his meal, as he was seeing Chen Guda off, Liu Chong suddenly asked, Are you and Chen Guda doing business together? No, we're not. Nevertheless, Zhao Feng secretly felt a sense of relief, knowing Liu Chong had fallen into his trap. Liu Chong immediately responded, Don't lie to me, I overheard everything while we were eating. Let me join you. Zhao Feng feigned hesitation, scratching his head in confusion. Liu Chong continued, Zhao Feng, we've known each other a lot longer than you and Chen Guda, right? After a moment of silence, Zhao Feng decided to tell Liu Chong everything. Upon hearing it, Liu Chong couldn't hold back and shouted, What? You're selling fruit to him, and he already gave you 200? Of course, Zhao Feng kept certain details to himself, such as the trip to the plastic bag factory. Liu Chong went on, It's not that I'm jealous or anything, but the last time we played cards, he forced me into a trap. Don't let him fool you. Zhao Feng thought to himself, Does he think I'm an idiot? But his face remained calm. Thank you for the reminder, but I have nothing to deceive. If you really want, I'll give you 50. Seeing Zhao Feng hand him 50, Liu Chong happily nodded in agreement. When they got home, Liu Chong quickly invited Zhao Feng to sit down. My wife must have gone back to her mother's house. As they entered, he asked Liu Chong whether the house was bought or rented. Ah, I rented it. I don't have the money to buy. Zhao Feng pretended to be surprised. How could that be? I heard you're the only locksmith in the village. You must be making quite a bit of money, right? Liu Chong turned his head. Don't bring it up again. I quit the trade a long time ago. I used to climb into a neighbor's house to steal, but I got caught in the act. Zhao Feng seemed interested and immediately asked him to demonstrate. Liu Chong quickly got to work. He took a piece of wire and inserted it into the lock. After a few twists, he successfully unlocked it. In his mind, Zhao Feng thought, Wow, he really does have skill, though his personality is a bit strange. Immediately, he asked Liu Chong to teach him, but Liu Chong waved his hand to refuse. This can't get out. I'm afraid you might go down the wrong path. Zhao Feng made an offer. Tomorrow, after we distribute the fruit, I'll give you 100. Is that all right? Hearing that he could earn money, Liu Chong's eyes lit up like headlights. Fearing Zhao Feng might have second thoughts, he quickly gave him the instructions. The next day, both of them arrived at the Lin Shui steel factory. Zhao Feng, dressed as a farmer and wearing a straw hat, looked no different from a genuine fruit vendor. Ken Guda couldn't stop praising him. You're really professional. The fruit has already been delivered to the warehouse. After that, he didn't want to show his face too much. When the clock struck 12, the factory employees gathered to have lunch. They distributed the fruit here, saving both time and effort. Just as they were handing out the fruit, Zhao Feng suddenly exclaimed. Liu Chong immediately asked, What's going on? Zhao Feng held his stomach and seriously said, I have a terrible stomachache. I think I need to go to the bathroom. Before Liu Chong could notice anything unusual, he saw Zhao Feng running to the restroom, while shouting, I can't hold it anymore. You keep handing out the fruit, I'll be back soon. No one knew this was part of Zhao Feng's plan. While everyone was eating, He had to act quickly. He headed to Hu Han's office and found the door was still locked. This guy even locks the door when he goes to eat. Truly a crafty old fox, Zhao Feng thought to himself. Luckily, he had prepared in advance. Using a steel wire, he unlocked the door and quickly entered, but the purchase receipt inside didn't contain the necessary information. His eyes scanned the items on the shelves. Zhao Feng thought to himself, Hu Han can't possibly not read books. There must be a clue here. When he opened one of the boxes, he found a receipt for machinery inside. Old man, you'll pay for this, Zhao Feng muttered. A while later, Zhao Feng returned to the dining area. Liu Qiang could not hide his anger. He said, you spent way too long messing around in the bathroom. I just finished my meal, and you're only coming back now. Zhao Feng took out 100 coins from his pocket, threw them straight at Liu Qiang, and then turned to leave. Liu Qiang pretended to be submissive. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. Please feel free to go outside and relax. I'll take care of everything else. On the way, his thoughts suddenly shifted. He thought, a small-time production supervisor dares to falsify notarizations to embezzle 2.5 million coins. Truly, he's asking for his own downfall. Not long after, he met Zhang Zi'er and Hu Xiaoshan. As soon as Hu Xiaoshan saw Zhao Feng approaching, he immediately challenged him. Zhao Feng, do you still have time for a stroll? Guess being divorced gives you a lot of free time, huh? Xiao Du should broken up with you a long time ago. Zhao Feng ignored the mockery and walked straight toward Zhang Zi'er. Hu Xiaoshan, feeling ignored, couldn't contain his anger and rushed over, grabbing Zhao Feng's arm and shouting, Kid, you dare to look down on me? Zhao Feng could not stay silent any longer and immediately responded, How dare a lowlife like you pick a fight? With that, he shoved Hu Xiaoshan's hand away. Before long, Hu Xiaoshan fell to the ground. With his face red with anger, Hu Xiaoshan grumbled, Just because you got a little help from your dad? Why you look so proud of yourself? Zhao Feng waved him off dismissively. Hu Han, you mean? He won't be around much longer. Hu Xiaoshan, think about it. Had your dad shown any signs of something strange since April? Hearing that, Hu Xiaoshan immediately felt worried, his mind flashing with the strange actions of his father recently. He stuttered, unable to say anything, while Zhao Feng, after a brief sentence, turned around and walked away, leaving behind the words, Didn't you already understand in your heart? He directly went to Zaire's place and asked, Can I borrow your phone for a moment? Zhang Zi'er agreed and led him to her house. She asked where he wanted to make the call. The thing was, Zhao Feng had noted down the factory's phone number on the invoice earlier. He replied, Segnan Equipment Factory. I need to contact Mei Qinbao. He read out the phone number and quietly waited. After a moment, the call was connected. As soon as Zhao Feng picked up the phone, he heard a deep voice on the other end. This is Mei Qinbao. Zhao Feng informed him. I'm looking for Mei Qinbao. I'm calling from the Lin Shui Steel Factory. Mei Qinbao glanced at the screen and seeing the number wasn't from Lin Shui, suspiciously asked, What's going on? Zhao Feng explained that this was a new number, and since it was an urgent matter, he had to borrow a phone to make the call. He then raised his tone. You need to listen carefully. On the 6th of the month, the batch of equipment that Hu Han purchased from your company had quality issues because the parts you provided didn't meet the requirements, which led to a serious incident at our factory. It even caused a death. Now we have to pursue criminal liability against you. Ma Qinbao couldn't help but ask in surprise. What are you talking about? Hu Han called me back then. He clearly said there was no need to change the parts. Zhao Feng emphasized. Why does the invoice clearly state that you said this? Hearing that, he immediately responded. Impossible. I need to contact the owner of the Kang Jinjiang factory right away to clarify the situation. After saying that, he quickly hung up the phone. At that moment in the office, Kang Jinjiang was leisurely sipping tea. When the phone rang, he quickly answered. Mr. Kang, I have not signed any sales contract with Hu Han. Kang Jinjiang was stunned. What? Does that mean Hu Han has not signed any contract with you in the past 3 months? That's right. Just now, someone from your factory called to question me and demanded that I take responsibility. What exactly is going on? Kang Jinjiang felt something was wrong, so he hurriedly asked for the phone number that Mei Qinbao had provided. After hanging up, He looked at the number and thought to himself, this isn't from the factory. Couldn't be a report. Furthermore, they might have evidence. Right after September, the peak of the second ship's production bind happens, with numbers reaching up to 3 million coins. If Huhan forged the invoice, where did the equipment come from? As he thought about this, a terrifying idea suddenly flashed through Kang Jin-jong's mind. The incident was related to the death of the couple who had mistakenly pressed the button on the machine earlier during the second shift. Could this be because of that? He quickly ran to the phone and ordered the second shift to stop all machine operations without informing Huhan. Then, he called Zhao Feng's number. Meanwhile, he was calmly waiting for the call he had anticipated. As soon as the phone rang, he felt a surge of joy. Hearing Zhao Feng pick up, Kang Jin-jong quickly introduced himself. Zhao Feng confirmed, "You are holding enough evidence to charge Huhan." At that moment, Kang Jin-jong was drenched in cold sweat, thinking that if things went as expected, the other party was likely demanding some money. If his superiors found out about this, his position as the factory director could be over. Zhao Feng continued, "Huhan forged the sales contract with the Exin equipment factory and embezzled over 3 million coins. Then, he signed another contract worth 500,000 coins with a different construction company, purchasing exactly the same number of parts from Exin. Upon hearing this, Kang Jin-jong felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He trembled and asked, "Do you have the evidence in hand right now?" Zhao Feng replied, "Absolutely." Kang Jin-jong quickly reassured, "I will come to you immediately." Zhao Feng agreed to the plan. Before ending the call, he reminded him to report to the police first, and it would be best if he did so in his capacity as the director of the Lin Shui Steel Factory. Doing so would help him avoid harsher penalties. Kang Jin-jong nodded, "I understand." After hanging up, he began to reflect on what Zhao Feng had said. Although he didn't know him well, he was surprised by Zhao Feng's foresight and careful thinking. In fact, Zhao Feng was helping Kang Jin-jong so that he would owe him a favor later. Moreover, reporting to the police in his name would be far more effective. Zhang Zai observed Zhao Feng and wondered, "A few minutes ago, you called the owner of the Lin Shui Steel Factory, right? And it seemed like you were discussing something important. Why had Zhao Feng suddenly become so unfamiliar?" Outside the Lin Shui Steel Factory, Kang Jin-jong drove to Zhang Zai's house. When he heard the knock on the door, Zhao Feng didn't expect him to arrive so quickly. He opened the door and was stunned when he realized that the man standing before him was the father of the ill-fated couple. Kang Jin-jong took the evidence from him and looked at the receipts in his hand. These documents were enough to implicate Huhan. He patted Zhao Feng on the shoulder and said, "Young man, this is impressive. What's your name?" Zhao Feng waved his hand and said, "Factory owner Kang. This has nothing to do with me. I'm just trying to gather evidence for the factory." There was another sound of hurried footsteps from outside the door. The police had arrived. Kang Jin-jong turned to look at Zhao Feng, who again acted as if he didn't know anything. He understood that this was his opportunity to make a contribution, so he handed the receipts to the police. These receipts had been found in Huhan's office and were directly linked to the deaths of the two individuals. The specific details, however, were for Zhao Feng to explain. After saying this, he patted Zhao Feng on the shoulder again. Before long, the police had a clear understanding of the situation. They asked Zhao Feng, "Did Huhan know he was in the red?" He calmly replied, "Perhaps not, but if we control his family members, it might be easier to catch him." The police were surprised. "How do you know these things?" But they didn't dwell on it further, only feeling that Zhao Feng was not an ordinary person. One of them turned to Kang Jin-jong, inviting him to come to the station for a visit. At the Lin Shui factory, Huhan was leisurely enjoying tea in his office, completely unaware of the imminent danger. Suddenly, he felt something suspicious near the books, which made him startle and dropped his teacup. When he opened it up to check, he found no receipt. He suddenly remembered the farmer in the hat from the morning, and that feeling of familiarity came rushing back. Immediately, he thought of Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng arrived at the house of his younger siblings, Lin Kine and Lam. Nam was surprised to see him. Wuma asked, "Why are you here?" "Ah, I have something I want to discuss with you." Lin Kine and Lam exchanged looks, feeling it wasn't appropriate to stay, and said they would come back another time. Zhao Feng then explained to them that he had taken care of Huhan's matter and that they didn't need to worry anymore. Unexpectedly, Wu Mel pointed behind him, shocking everyone. That's Hu Han. Zhao Feng immediately turned around and saw Hu Han standing at the door, furious. He quickly positioned himself in front of his younger siblings and signaled for them to go inside, determined to handle the issue himself. Hu Han glared. It's really you. Give me back my things. With that, he rushed forward to attack. However, Zhao Feng skillfully dodged and twisted his arm. What are you talking about? I haven't taken anything from you. Tell me clearly, is it Hexinan's stuff or someone else's? Hu Han began to worry and urgently asked him to produce the contract. Zhao Feng immediately kicked him to the ground. Hu Han, it seems like you still don't understand the situation, he said while grabbing a broken bottle from the shelf. Do you understand now? Hu Han trembled and replied, I understand. Zhao Feng immediately punched him in the face, sending him crashing to the ground. Now, what do you want to do? He stared at him with cold, sharp eyes. Right now, I want to settle the score regarding my parents and my sister. Upon hearing this, Hu Han started to justify himself. Your parents' issue has nothing to do with me. Honestly, I'm also very upset about what happened. Just hand over the contract. That belongs to the state. If it's discovered, we'll both end up in prison. Zhao Feng threw the bottle down and put his arm around his shoulders. Is it that dangerous? Then let's go find it. There has to be a way to hide this. There's no way it can be carried around like this. As they left, he turned to his siblings, signaling that everything was fine. Once outside, Hu Han immediately asked him where he had hidden the contract. Don't rush, Mr. Hu. First, let's talk about the money. I don't have any money. I gave it all to you last time. Zhao Feng didn't say much. He simply punched him again. Stop wasting time. If not, I'll hand the contract over to Kang Jinzhong. He asked him where he had hidden the 2.5 million coins he had embezzled. Seeing that Zhao Feng knew about the matter, Hu Han no longer bothered to hide anything. Zhao Feng continued, let's be straightforward, I don't need much. Seeing that Hu Han was still hesitating, he continued to affirm, don't worry, I've already joined forces with you. If you're not careful, you'll fall into your own trap. Wait until July when we buy the equipment, buy an extra batch of new equipment, then exchange it with the inferior equipment. By then, no one will know what happened, right? Hu Han trembled and stood up. Then let's go. Afterward, the two of them went to the tomb of Hu Han's family. He didn't expect the man to have divided the money into several parts, one of which contained 100,000 coins, hidden in the ancestral tomb. He handed the money to Zhao Feng. Don't go back on your word. Zhao Feng opened the bag, looked at the money inside, and thought to himself, the plan is complete. When they got back to the street, he told Hu Han to wait for a moment. I'll go into the store and buy a few things. A while later, he came out of the store and turned to him. Change out of those dirty clothes. Otherwise, people will definitely be suspicious. Haha, you think ahead so carefully, he replied. After changing his clothes, Hu Han asked Zhao Feng where the contract was hidden. Zhao Feng answered that it was under the red tiles, next to the trash can under his house. Hu Han was upset and scolded. Why would you put something so important there? Hurry up and go home to get it with me. When they arrived at his house, the factory president was waiting for Hu Han, and it seemed that he was very surprised. Seeing him, the chairman immediately exclaimed, he is Hu Han. Suddenly, police from all directions rushed in to arrest him. Hu Han, behave yourself, they shouted. Hu Han looked at Zhao Feng, feeling a bitter pang in his heart. It was at that moment that he realized why Zhao Feng had asked him to change into clean clothes. It was to avoid suspicion. With these neat clothes, it was hard for anyone to associate him with someone who had been digging around in the cemetery. Surely, taking him along hadn't been an easy task. From the very beginning, when Zhao Feng demanded a compensation of 500 coins, it had all been part of the plan. Thinking this, he looked up at the sky and screamed, let me go, before fainting. Hearing the shouts echoing in his ears, Zhao Feng simply said, Xiao Du, it's time to wrap up the Hu Han matter, you should go now. When he returned home in the evening, he informed Wu Na that Hu Han had been arrested. He said that tomorrow, the higher-ups would announce this information. After that, he told everyone that he would be bringing something out shortly and asked them not to scream. Don't get too excited, he emphasized. The younger siblings exchanged curious looks. Zhao Feng took out a money bag, raised it high, and then money spilled out onto the table. Wu Na and Wu Yu couldn't help but gasp. He quickly put his finger to his lips, signaling them to be quiet. The two girls asked, "Where did you get all this money from?" His gaze grew somber. "This money was paid for with my parents' lives." Then, he recounted the entire plan and everything that had happened to his younger sisters. "Wuna, keep this money safe. If you ever have more than enough in the future, discuss it with Wu Yu. And if I ever become as wicked as I was before and come asking for money, do not give me a single cent," Zhou Feng said, shaking his finger as he spoke. Hearing his words, the two sisters seemed confused, not fully understanding the meaning behind them. He stood up, preparing to leave. "Wuna, make sure to keep the money safe." As he was about to leave, Wuna called out, "Big brother, stay and have a meal with us." Zhao Feng smiled and shook his head. "Now that we have money, let's go out and eat together." Outside, he sighed, "This might be the last time. I must go back now." Zhao Feng planned to return to 202 in the evening, to continue his journey towards becoming a big boss. That night, he stopped at a shop and bought 2 bottles of Hanoi beer, which he drank non-stop when he got home. In his drunken state, the image of Xiaodu, his current wife, vaguely appeared in his mind. He murmured in his stupor, "Wu Na, Wu Yu, Wu Jing, goodbye everyone." After saying that, he continued drinking his beer. Slowly, he lost consciousness. In his dream, it felt like he had returned to 202, seeing his own altar and the experiences of the past. The next morning, as Zhou Feng slowly opened his eyes, he realized that he was still in this era. He let out a frustrated yell. "Damn it, can I not go back? Who on earth is making a memorial altar for me? And the cremation too. That means there's no hope of returning anymore." Thinking of this, although irritated, he accepted the reality that he could not go back, and thus decided to continue with the unfinished tasks here. If I had known from the start that I couldn't return, I wouldn't have let go. Looking at the photo taken with Xiaodu, he couldn't help but think, Zhang Zai will definitely contact Shen Ziran. In the end, Shen Ziran will find a way to reach Xiaodu. With that thought, he felt somewhat reassured about losing contact with her. Realizing he couldn't return, Zhou Feng was about to go into the kitchen to cook some noodles when a few younger brothers came to visit. He grabbed a packet of noodles and said, "Let's eat together." Wuna hesitated for a moment, then called out, "Big brother, today we bought some meat. Come to our house and eat with us." Zhao Feng happily agreed, and on the way back, the younger brother looked up and said, "Big brother, from now on, stay at home." Zhao Feng smiled and ruffled his head, replying, "Take it slow, we'll figure it out when my house expires." At this point, Wuna also spoke up. "Big brother, the story about Hu Han is spreading all over Lin Shui now. Not only him, but even his relatives involved in the case have been arrested." Zhao Feng smiled and sniffed, saying, "It's all been planned. Besides, the chances of him escaping the death penalty are very low." At the same time, Liang and Man also arrived at Zhang Zai's house. As soon as the door opened, Man rushed in. "Let Zaire go. Help us. You have a good relationship with Dai Hai and Zhao Feng. Please ask him to help us." She spoke while crying, leaving Zaire feeling confused. At that moment, Fu Daohai came out from inside, hearing the sound of crying. "What's going on? Take your time and explain." Tian Liang immediately spoke up. "Here's the thing. Xiao Shan's father is attracting attention all over the city. I heard he's been arrested, and Zhou Feng is a witness at the police station." Fu Daohai sighed in relief and asked, "What does that have to do with me? You didn't interfere, so why worry?" Tan Liang replied, "Maybe it's not what you think. That day, Man and I ran into him on the street, joked around with him a bit. When we were leaving, he said, 'The evidence is still in my hands and Man's.' We didn't think much of it at the time. But after Xiao Shan got arrested, I found out that Zhao Feng had told the police he got the evidence from him." Liu Man quickly spoke up. "Normally, Liang and I have a close relationship with Xiao Shan. Do you think the police might arrest us too?" As soon as she finished speaking, her legs suddenly weakened. Hearing this, Fu Daohai thought for a moment. "I wonder if Zhou Feng is reporting to the police right now. Should we go check?" Meanwhile, Zhou Feng was at his younger sibling's house, feeling very happy. His sister had bought a lot of vegetables and meat today, and he had gone into the kitchen to help. He turned to Wu Jing and asked, How are your cooking skills? Wu Jing picked up the chicken leg and took a bite. This is the best. You're so talented. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Zhao Feng stood up to open the door and saw Fu Dahai standing there. He teased him. Hey, don't tell me the smell of food has lured you here. At that moment, the people who had been hiding behind Fu Dahai stepped forward and greeted Zhao Feng. He was surprised and thought to himself, are these people from the Black Suit organization? He then invited them in, turned around, and called out to Wu Jing to bring 8 more pairs of chopsticks for the guests. But Tian Liang immediately waved his hand and said, Zhao Feng, it's fine. We've already eaten. We're here mainly to settle a few misunderstandings. Zhao Feng took another bite of the chicken leg and asked, Misunderstandings? I don't remember any misunderstandings. Tian Liang looked at Fu Dahai. Fu Dahai cleared his throat. Zhao Feng, have you reported the situation with Tian Liang and Liu Man to the police yet? No, not yet, but I was planning to eat first and then go. Upon hearing this, Tian Liang and Liu Man were so frightened they nearly cried. Standing behind Fu Dahai, she pinched him, causing Fu Dahai to wince in pain and quickly beg for mercy. Fu Dahai immediately turned to Zhao Feng and said, Actually, it's not like that, Zhao Feng. The two of them have nothing to do with Huhan. You don't have to be so heartless. All right, you're right. Then I won't report it to the police. Upon hearing this, Fu Dahai's face lit up with joy. He patted Zhao Feng on the shoulder and affirmed, I told you, Zhao Feng wouldn't be that heartless. He never really wanted to report it to the police. He just wanted to scare the two of them. To him, their actions were like children playing around. After Fu Dahai's people left, Wu Na began to study. He sat next to her, checked her work, and said, Wu Na, you got this one wrong. Wu Na looked at him with Wang Hu, Yi Wen, and then stood up to make room for him. He sat down and corrected the mistakes for her. When Wu Na saw the answers, she couldn't believe her eyes. Oh my God, is this really my older brother? After finishing teaching Wu Na, he started thinking about the future. When Wu Na finishes her exams, my plan is to go to Jihai to start a business. Interestingly, my ex-wife, Xiao Du, also lives there. Looking at the expressions of his younger siblings in the family, he couldn't help but feel warmth and happiness. This is what a real family is like, so cozy. Time passed quickly, and Wu Na was about to take her college entrance exams. One day, after dropping Wu Na off at the exam site, it suddenly started to rain. He thought, it's time to prepare for the move to Jihai. On the way back, the rain had stopped. He suddenly remembered, we're out of pork at home, so I'll make crispy fried pork for the kids. On the road, he overheard 2 old men selling vegetables discussing Huhan. Not only had they found money in Mr. Hu's tomb, but they had also discovered many valuable items from the tombs of other relatives nearby. When Zhao Feng approached, he crouched down to eavesdrop on their conversation, accidentally breaking a vegetable stalk in his hand. Embarrassed, he said, I'll buy this. Afterward, he quickly returned home and suddenly realized something. It was terrible. How could I forget that this world is so different from the one I used to live in? In this era, goods don't circulate as quickly, especially in a small place like Lin Shua. I have taken a large sum of money from Huhan, and it's hard to imagine when I'll ever spend all these 100,000 coins. If the amount that Huhan embezzled doesn't match the money he mined, the police will surely investigate immediately. At that point, Huhan won't let me off. Even though I've contributed to this case, if the amounts don't add up, they will definitely start investigating me. As soon as he got home, he shouted, Wu Yu, bring that money here. Something big is happening. He then took the 100,000 coins to Huhan's grave. When he was sure no one was around, he approached a particular spot and saw that the earth was still intact. Lucky the police haven't been here yet. Everything is still possible. Zhao Feng let out a sigh of relief and quickly buried the money. Meanwhile, at the temporary detention center, Officer Zhao was interrogating Kang Jinzhong about the disappearance of the 100,000 coins. Huhan was adamant that Zhao Feng was the one who had taken money. It's unbelievable. This matter was a collaboration between me and Zhao Feng. Would he really harm himself like that? Officer Zhao sternly repeated every word. Factory owner Kang, these are the 100,000 coins, and we will now proceed with questioning him. Kang Jinzhong, worried, quickly suggested, could I meet Zhao Feng first? Officer Zhao firmly rebutted, factory owner Kang, If it weren't for our long-standing acquaintance, I might have suspected you first. We must be clear between public and private matters, and emotions should be set aside. Kang Jin-jong watched the back of Officer Zhao, feeling anxious and unsure of what to do. If Zhao Feng really had the money, then the matter would be settled. Before leaving, Officer Zhao had instructed his subordinates to keep an eye on Kang Jin-jong and not allow him to leave until Zhao Feng was caught. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng was leisurely enjoying his ice cream. Earlier, he had been wondering to himself, do I really belong in this world, or will I soon have to leave, with an air of arrogance and self-importance? Fortunately, everything still seemed to be manageable in time. When he saw two old men playing chess, Zhao Feng couldn't help but comment on the game. A moment later, as the old men, fuming with anger, were about to scold him, the police arrived and took him into custody. In the interrogation room, the police directly asked him about the 100,000 coin. What money are you talking about, Chief? Did Hu Han tell you this? Zhao Feng appeared surprised. Officer Zhao slammed the table in anger and shouted, Zhao Feng, don't take that tone with me. I'm asking you to answer, not to question me back. Zhao Feng raised his hand, signaling his innocence. I didn't lie at you. Hu Han came to my house and asked for specific evidence. And then what happened? Officer Zhao pressed on. Didn't you say you had evidence to charge him, and then demand 100,000 yuan to let him off? Zhao Feng trembled, insisting that this wasn't the case. He wasn't pretending. He was genuinely afraid of being exposed. Slowly he responded, Hu Han killed my parents. I followed him just to make it easier to catch him. Then, he boldly declared that a person like him deserved to be imprisoned for life. Seeing his expression, Officer Zhao began to believe that he was truly wronged, and asked him to calm down and recount the entire story. Kang Jin-jong stood outside, overhearing, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Zhao Feng had presented 2 points to Officer Zhao. First, Hu Han asked me to dig the grave, but that day I clearly remember he was dressed very neatly. Second, could it be that he was just trying to save some money for his son, Hu Xiaoshan? Upon hearing this, Officer Zhao thought for a moment and then decided to go outside to check Hu Han's records, especially regarding the location where he had given Zhao Feng the 100,000 coin. After a while, the officer returned and reported that, indeed, the money was still at the grave and had not disappeared. Kang Jin-jong immediately burst into laughter, then took out a pack of cigarettes and handed one to Officer Zhao. Officer, you've had a hard time lately. Officer Zhao replied, all right, stop pretending now. You can go. By the time he was released, it was already late in the evening. Kang Jin-jong originally intended to invite him to Guzu restaurant to celebrate. But Zhao Feng said that he didn't even know what was going on at home, so he had to head back first. Before leaving, he shyly said, oh, by the way, Boss Kang, I need to ask you to quickly send the compensation money to my parents. You know my family is going through a tough time right now. Kang Jin-jong patted him on the shoulder and laughed. Don't worry, I've already written the request a long time ago, and the higher-ups have signed it. You'll definitely get the notice in the next 2 days. After that, he expressed his intention to invite him to work at the factory, but Zhao Feng had no interest. He planned to go to Jihai to complete the transaction. A small factory could never hold him for long, so he politely declined. Meanwhile, Kang Jin-jong couldn't understand why he refused, as this was a job many people dreamed of. The next morning, Zhao Feng saw the children and Zhang Zier playing happily. He thought to himself, does she have so much free time? He called her over. When Zhang Zier turned around and saw Zhao Feng, she couldn't help but be startled. Oh my God, my ugly image has been ruined. This time, he came to make a phone call. Upon entering the house, he pointed to the phone and asked Zhang Zier, do you have Xiao Du's number? Can you contact her for me? Zhang Zier paused and remembered what Shen Ziran had said, that she must not give him Xiao Du's phone number. Seeing her hesitate, Zhao Feng asked again, you can't give it to me? Zhang Zier shook her head as if to refuse, stammering, I don't have her number. He thought to himself that this girl was really bad at lying. He then asked, well, you must have Shen Ziran's phone number, right? Zhang Zier turned her back and refused to disclose Shen Ziran's number, which made Zhao Feng unexpectedly exclaim, so are you deliberately not giving me her number? Why, Zier, I understand you. I used to behave terribly, like a scoundrel at the bottom of society. But over the years with Chiao Du, I truly want to say goodbye. Hearing these words, Zhang Zier noticed his eyes darken. She didn't say anything more. He raised his hand to bid her farewell and left. Well then, I'll be on my way. After Zhao Feng had disappeared from sight, Zhang Zier stood still for a moment. His face and the events that had transpired made her feel that Zhao Feng had truly changed. Now Zhang Zier was unsure. I wonder if I should intervene in their relationship. A week later, Zhao Feng was at home cooking noodles, looking like a professional chef. Just then, Chen Guda visited and cheerfully exclaimed, Zhao Feng, the compensation has come through. The workshop owner will bring it over tonight. Zhao Feng calmly replied, Mr. Chen, why are you more excited than I am? Chen Guda approached. What are you doing? Oh, I'm just cooking noodles. When he leaned in, the bowl of noodles was empty. Chen Guda then said, Now that the money is here, why not add an egg to make it taste better? The total compensation is almost 4,000 coins. Go ahead and crack an egg to celebrate. Then he started rambling. Aunt Wang's chickens were taken by those super cub guys. Now I have nowhere to borrow eggs from. A while later, the noodles were ready. Chen Guda tasted them and couldn't stop praising. Wow, this broth is so clear, it tastes amazing. Next time you make noodles, be sure to call me over to eat. Zhao Feng interrupted. Mr. Chen, I plan to go to Jihai to develop my career, and I'll be leaving tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Chen Guda was surprised. He had initially thought Zhao Feng was just looking for a job, but he never expected him to decide to start his own business. That evening, someone knocked on the door, and it turned out to be Kang Jinzhong. He asked, I heard you're leaving for Jihai tomorrow. Mr. Kang, come in and we can talk more comfortably. It's not ideal to discuss here. After entering, Zhao Feng poured tea for him. Kang Jinzhong tapped the table, showing his approval. You're quite the person. If Chen Guda hadn't told me, I would have thought you were planning to leave in secret. Actually, I was planning to wait for you to arrive before I spoke about it. Seeing Zhao Feng's sharp demeanor, he couldn't help but comment. You're quite the smooth talker. It seems like you're leaving the factory to find a better job in Jihai. Right. Zhao Feng laughed and scratched his head before continuing the conversation. You're overpraising me. I'm just going to a big city to do some small work. You're being too modest. Honestly, I'm still very curious about how you got your first contract. Zhao Feng thought to himself, Kang Jinzhong is the owner of the Lin Shui Steel Factory, and his future is as bright as a fluorescent light bulb. Determined to build a relationship with this person, he decided to share everything, including the tricks he had used, and asked him to keep it confidential. A moment later, Kang Jinzhong fully understood the situation, and he was stunned. This kid is really something. This is unbelievable. If I were in that situation, I probably wouldn't have managed to do even half of what you did. The two of them chatted for a long time until Kang Jinzhong left. Before he left, he said, Zhao Feng, whenever you get to Jihai, if you encounter any difficulties, feel free to call me. Ha! Thank you for your kindness. I'll remember it. After seeing Kang Jinzhong off, he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he had gotten the money and seen the person off. Now, all that was left was to pack his things and head back. Ah, right, I might stay in Jihai for a long time, so there's something I need to do right away. He brought a color TV to Wuna's house. Wuna, seeing this, quickly asked, Why are you bringing a TV here in the middle of the night? Is something going on? Zhao Feng stepped into the house and said, Oh, the TV is really heavy now. You're still standing there. Come help me out, I can't hold it much longer. After placing the TV on the table, he was exhausted. Wuna asked Wu Yu to pour him some water, and then he seriously informed them. Tomorrow, I'm going to Jihai. Wuna, surprised, asked, You're leaving tomorrow? Yes, I'm leaving tomorrow morning. I'll only bring 500 coins with me. The rest of the money, make sure to keep it safe. Wu Yu, concerned, asked, Do you think 500 is enough? Jihai is a big city. The cost of living is pretty high. He patted his little sister's head and smiled. It's enough. I'm going there to earn money, not to spend it. Has Wu Jing gone to sleep yet? Wu Nell went to Wu Jing's room and said he had so much fun today that he's already fast asleep. Wu Yu asked if they should wake up their little brother. He shook his head. No need, just check on him for me. Zhao Feng stood by the door, looking at his younger brother who was fast asleep. Wu Jing, I'm leaving. The next morning, he packed his belongings, not forgetting to take the photo of him and his wife, Xiao Du. When he stepped outside, he saw Chen Guda waiting for him. Zhao Feng asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" "Well, since I left early this morning, I didn't get a chance to treat you to a meal." Zhao Feng smiled and got into his car. Chen Guda drove him to the bus station. On the way, Zhao Feng slipped his hand into the pocket of Chen Guda's pants and discreetly took the pack of cigarettes he had just bought. At the bus station, Zhao Feng said his goodbye. "I'm off now." Chen Guda also felt reluctant to part. Zhao Feng had truly settled in well here. On his way back home, Chen Guda searched everywhere but couldn't find his pack of cigarettes. Though a bit amused and helpless, he decided not to worry about it. When he arrived at Jihai, Zhao Feng was taken aback by the bustling crowds and traffic. Jihai was truly much more prosperous and modern than Lin Shui, with all the hallmarks of a big city. While he was observing, a voice suddenly rang out. "Hey, handsome, want to spend the night with me, or perhaps stay at my place?" A middle-aged woman appeared behind him, handing him a small business card that read, "Heart-to-Heart Guest House." Curious, he immediately asked, "Is your place reputable?" Upon hearing this, the woman immediately became excited. "My place is completely legitimate. My name is Lan. My husband's name is Mang. We offer both formal and informal services. Anything you need, we have." Zhao Feng felt panicked and quickly stepped back, but the woman seemed unconcerned by his refusal and dragged him into the group of women there. At that moment, a bus appeared, and he hurried toward it, shouting loudly, "Wait, there's one more person." Once aboard the bus, he held the map in his hand and silently thought that he needed to find a cheap place to stay first. Otherwise, how could he afford to live, let alone think about earning money? Meanwhile, Shen Ziran was calling a taxi company to book a ride with the number 411. Before long, the car arrived, and the driver waved at her. "Ziran, over here, get in the car." Shen Ziran smiled and asked Shi Jiang, "How will you thank me?" Shi Jiang smiled and replied, "She's very beautiful, but she's been married before." Upon hearing this, Shen Ziran pouted, "I already told you about Xiao Du's situation earlier." Then she teased further, and seeing her upset, Shi Jiang simply chuckled and said, "I was just joking. How could I criticize someone you've introduced to me?" Though he didn't truly feel that way, he was willing to meet a divorced woman just to build a connection with her, and outwardly, he remained polite. They quickly arrived at Xiao Du's workplace, which was a library in Jihai. Since her mother had helped her find this job, all she did every day was organize books, and her longing for Zhao Feng had gradually lessened. At this point, Shen Ziran and Shi Jiang had already entered. Ziran called Xiao Du. "It's almost time to get off work. Wait for me a bit." Having the family introduce a potential date is one thing, but even Shen Ziran is introducing someone. This is really exhausting. Before long, it was time to finish work, and the two people outside were chatting happily. Suddenly, Shi Jiang spotted a familiar figure and turned around, only to see Xiao Du. His heart skipped a beat. Although Xiao Du had divorced, she was still incredibly beautiful, with a perfect figure and the aura of a celebrity. Shen Ziran introduced the two of them to each other, and after getting acquainted, Ziran suggested going to see a movie. "There's a really hot movie right now." The three of them quickly got in the car and left. It wasn't long before they arrived at the cinema. Shen Ziran saw a familiar face and rolled down the window to call out to Zhou Jun, but it seemed he didn't hear her. She asked Shi Jiang to stop the car and went over. When she called again, Zhou Jun finally realized someone was calling him. He was surprised to see it was Shen Ziran and Xiao Du. She said, "If you're not busy, Zhou Jun, come get in the car and go watch the movie with us." Zhou Jun initially intended to refuse, but Shen Ziran opened the door and pulled him in. Besides, since he had a business partnership with Ziran, he also wanted to build a better relationship with her. Once in the car, Ziran patted Zhou Jun on the back and introduced him to Xiao Du and Shi Jiang. "Hello everyone, this is a close friend of mine and also my colleague." Zhou Ju and Shi Jiang turned around to greet him. Zhou Jun politely responded, then leaned over and whispered to Ziran, "Ziran, the company isn't paying salaries this week. They said they'll pay next month." Hearing that, Shi Jiang immediately said, "It's fine. There's no need to worry. Going to the movies doesn't cost much. Let me treat you today. In the 1980s, being a taxi driver was considered a profession with a decent income, not inferior to modern-day jobs. A few coins for a movie ticket were nothing to Shi Jiang. As for Zhao Feng, he was still looking for a place to stay. To his surprise, it would cost him 35 coins for a month. The landlady looked at him with disdain, typical of her attitude toward country folk. Is that expensive? If you can't afford it, you can go stay in a dormitory. It's only 5 hao a night. Zhao Feng was taken aback. So cheap? Where is it? Following the directions, he quickly arrived at the place, a slum area. But at least it was cheap. The landlady led him to a room. As soon as he entered, he could smell the foul stench. He began to regret. How is this any different from crawling into my own grave? Little did he know, someone was watching him. The landlady held out her hand. 5 hao per night, paid daily. Zhao Feng asked where he could brush his teeth and wash his face, then went outside to freshen up. Although the place was of poor quality, it saved him a little money. After brushing his teeth, he returned to the room, only to find that his bag, which had been hanging at the head of the bed, was no longer there. Oh my God, where's my bag? It was just here a moment ago. How could it disappear so quickly? Who took my bag? At that moment, a voice from the bed above spoke up. Young man, be careful when you go out. Consider this a lesson for you. Once something is lost here, it's impossible to find it. Zhao Feng cursed. Luckily, I kept my money on me. Otherwise, my life would be over. Just then, a familiar voice sounded, asking the landlord, Uncle Du, are there any rooms available? Zhao Feng turned around and recognized it was his class monitor. Zhou Jun, both of them were surprised and couldn't understand why the other was here. Zhao Feng spoke first. Class monitor, long time no see. I remember we haven't met since we graduated from high school. That's right, it seems like no one sleeps across from me. So you can sleep there tonight, Zhou Jun replied. Zhao Jun fell silent for a moment. In his heart, he did feel that Zhao Feng was a bit of a nuisance, just like everyone else who kept bringing up Xiao Du. Zhao Feng sat down on the bed. I didn't expect to run into you here. After graduating from university, where were you assigned to work? Talking about his job, Zhou Jun was clearly more excited. I was assigned to the tax bureau, but my dormitory won't be ready until mid-next month. Zhao Jun was clearly proud. Seeing his expression, Zhao Feng couldn't help but smile, as working at the tax bureau was considered an ideal job in previous years. When Zhou Jun asked him about the purpose of his visit, Zhao Feng didn't hide anything. I'm here to do some business, and also to visit Xiao Du. In his heart, Zhou Jun thought to himself, the shameful things I've done are known by everyone in the class, yet I still pretend to be a good person. He then turned his back and began tidying up the bed. Zhao Feng said, Class leader, you probably can't attend my wedding, right? You must be very busy. Zhao Jun coldly replied, there are matters at home, so I can't go. The two remained silent. The next morning, Zhao Feng bought some breakfast and went to the Jihai Port Market to survey the market and see what products might be suitable for sale. This area mainly sold second-hand clothes. Though Jihai was a large city, it couldn't compare to the development of Shanghai. Looking at the outdated clothes, Zhao Feng thought, a trend that has become popular in Shanghai will take time to catch on here. However, the cost of living here is no less than in Shanghai. Thinking of this, he smiled. The 1980s were a time full of business opportunities, from floral pants to blazers, and he felt very excited. In the end, he decided to specialize in bell-bottom trousers, as denim jeans were already too common, and selling bell-bottoms wouldn't be too difficult. Clearly, if he continued along this path, his business could expand further. Soon, night fell. In another market in Jihai, the night market was just beginning to operate. Zhao Feng came here because he knew that many popular items originated from these markets. He walked among the bustling crowd, observing his surroundings. At this moment, Xiao Du was lowering his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Zhao Feng suddenly turned his head, and the two unexpectedly came face to face. They were stunned and silent for a moment. Zhao Feng realized that the person standing in front of him was the one he had been yearning for. He couldn't believe his eyes and slowly moved closer, trembling as he said, Xiao Du. Then, unable to hold back, he shouted, Xiao Du, I don't know what to do. She lowered her head, trying to avoid his burning gaze and stammered, long time no see. When Shi Jiang saw Xiao Du talking to a man, he turned to ask Shen Ziran. At that moment, Zhou Feng spoke up. Have you eaten? Have you had enough? If not, let's have a meal together. Xiao Du gently replied, I've already eaten. Inside, she was confused as to why Zhao Feng was so persistent. She had worked so hard to move on from her feelings. Yet here he was, appearing at this moment. Of course, Zhou Feng had no idea how Xiao Du was feeling. Cheerfully, he suggested, then let's take a walk. I have something I want to tell you. At that moment, Shen Ziran rushed forward, blocking Xiao Du and shouted, Is there something that can't be said here? Xiao Du has divorced you. What else is there to discuss? She emphasized the word divorce to stress that there was no longer any connection between them. Xiao Du remained silent, her gaze sad. Zhao Feng could feel sweat breaking out, not expecting Xiao Du to be so cold. He ignored Shen Ziran's words and asked again, Can we? Xiao Du pursed her lips and then turned to Shen Ziran, saying, I'll go with him for a while. You all head back first. It's better to clarify certain things. Ziran wanted to say something but simply smiled and replied, It's fine. Afterward, Xiao Du pointed in the direction of the man, indicating that they could walk and talk. As they watched the two figures gradually fade into the distance, Shi Jiang clenched his fists in anger, thinking to himself, This ex-husband of hers dares to take her away in front of the blind date. He almost blurted this out, and in his heart, he had already given Xiao Du the nickname Golden Lotus. Shen Ziran sighed, turned around and said, It's getting late, we should head back. Shi Jiang stood still, unsure of what to do as jealousy raged inside him. At this moment, Zhou Feng scratched his head and said, It's only been a short while since we last met, and you've gained weight. I really haven't been taking good care of you. Xiao Du coldly replied, Zhou Feng, lately my family has been introducing blind dates for me. My mom faints every time she hears a little bit about it. Right now, I'm very worried about her health, so I have no choice but to follow the arrangements at home. Seeing the exhaustion on her face, he understood. Her family is forcing her to do things she doesn't want. Zhao Feng stood frozen. Though he had so much he wanted to say, he just felt empty, as if his heart were being torn apart. Xiao Du turned her back, curling up as she walked forward. She looked like a lost child heading forward alone. He turned around and tried to pull her back, struggling to hold himself back from rushing into his arms, because there were too many people around. She hugged her head in the darkness, and Zhao Feng ran over to hold her tightly. Xiao Du was startled, her head being pulled into his chest, and he inhaled her scent, gently kissing her forehead. Xiao Du didn't say anything, only looking at him with teary eyes, a mix of love and hatred. Zhao Feng softly called her name, Xiao Du. She suddenly pushed him away, tears starting to fall. She stayed silent for a moment, her face set with determination. He wanted to say something, but she stopped him. Zhao Feng, don't say anything anymore. I'm soft-hearted right now. Anything you say will make me believe it. Listen to me, actually, I hate you so much. I hate that you were so good to me. If you weren't, maybe it wouldn't hurt so much to leave. The past 6 months, you've almost taken my life. Whenever you weren't happy, you'd hit me. I really want to ask, do you feel any pain when you hit me? Her words were like countless daggers piercing Zhao Feng's heart. Time seemed to stand still. He forgot even how to breathe, his gaze fixed solely on Xiao Du, who was becoming more agitated as she spoke. Zhao Feng, why did you suddenly change and start treating me so well? I feel even more unsafe. Are you lying to me by being kind? I'm so stupid. I can't even tell right from wrong anymore. I don't understand why you showed up in Jihai. Why you're here. Zhao Feng intended to explain, but she covered her ears and shook her head, saying, I don't want to hear it anymore. No matter what the reason is, I don't want to hear it anymore. After saying that, she wiped her tears and calmly ran toward her home. She still tried to speak from afar. Don't follow me anymore. I have to go home. Watching her figure disappear, Zhao Feng's heart felt heavy. There were too many things he couldn't say. He stood still, silently observing her as she vanished, his hand clenched into a fist. He slowly walked down the road. When he passed by a park, he saw a bench. Perhaps from walking too much, he collapsed onto it. I really wanted to hold her just now and tell her that I wouldn't deceive her and I wouldn't hurt her again. But looking back at the house with only 5 coins for a night and the children waiting for him to raise them, he asked himself, what do I have to offer Xiao Du to make her trust me and bring her happiness? Right now, the important thing is to earn money. The next morning, Zhao Feng sat exhausted on the bus heading to the antique street. This place was full of countless antique goods, with stalls stretching out, most of which had vendors sitting on the ground, displaying their products on mats. He happened to spot a piece he liked and picked up a ring to examine. The seller reminded him carefully, "That's from the Ming dynasty." Zhao Feng smiled. In the modern era, he had a deep understanding of gemstones. He looked up and asked the vendor, "How much is this?" The vendor waved his hand and said, "Don't ask about this one. The price is sky high. You can't afford it." Zhao Feng smiled. His eyes brightened, and he asked, "Boss, how much is this ring made from jade of eastern blue?" Hearing the question, the boss hesitated for a moment, realizing that the person was from the industry. No longer pretending, he replied directly, "2 coins, including the processing fee." Zhao Feng carefully examined the ring and began to haggle. Looking at the cut and polish, he thought it was still a bit expensive. Before he could finish speaking, the boss had already lowered the price to 1 coin. Zhao Feng smiled, asked the boss for a piece of steel, and left. As he walked out of the park, he looked at the ring and thought to himself, "Isn't this the ancestral ring of my family?" Seeing that it was still early, Zhao Feng stopped by a shop near the antique market to eat. A voice came from behind him, "Darling, let's go over there and take a look." Zhao Feng turned toward the voice and recognized that it was a foreign couple. He set down his chopsticks and listened carefully to their conversation. Since entering this alley, the blonde woman had been looking around, curious about everything. They reached a stall, and the woman asked her husband, "Darling, how old is this clay item?" The man replied calmly, "I don't know either." He continued, "Nation H has a long history, but these items have been cleaned, so it's hard to tell their origin." Seeing the foreign couple, the shopkeeper immediately decided to play on their psychology. The woman picked up a jar, and the shopkeeper promptly reminded her, "Be careful, don't drop it." Watching the shopkeeper's overly exaggerated gestures, Zhao Feng felt like he might throw up the bowl of noodles he had just eaten. Yet these theatrics worked on the couple. They immediately responded, "We'll be very careful, please don't worry." They examined the jar as if they were factory-farmed chickens. The woman spoke, "Darling, I can feel its history." The man nodded and told her to put the jar back. Immediately, he asked the shopkeeper about the price. The shopkeeper took a deep breath and said, "This is an heirloom passed down by my ancestors. I can't bear to sell it." This attitude made the man even more determined. He replied, "I will cherish it." The shopkeeper quickly raised one finger and said, "Our fate only requires 1,000 coins. Upon hearing this price, Zhao Feng thought to himself, "This guy really knows how to mark up prices." Contrary to him, when the man heard the price of 1,000 coins, he didn't hesitate at all, reaching for his wallet to look for the money. But just as he was about to pay, a clear English voice rang out from behind. They thought they had encountered a fellow countryman, but when they turned around, they saw Zhao Feng saying, "Two of you have been scammed. That's a fake. If you want one, I can give it to you for free." The two of them were surprised and quickly followed Zhao Feng. The owner hurriedly called out, "If you don't like that price, 700 coins will do." Seeing that the two were still walking away without looking back, he shouted, "100 coins then." The man immediately reacted, turned around, and realized that the item was indeed fake. Then, the two continued to chase after Zhao Feng, thanking him for the reminder. Zhao Feng waved his hand to stop them. "No need to thank me. We're all foreigners here." The two of them were stunned by his words. They didn't expect someone from Nation H to speak English so fluently. He replied, "I'm a local, originally from Zhihai. My father just does business abroad." One man stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. "How did you spot that the stone was fake? Do you specialize in antiques?" After asking, the man stared intently at Zhao Feng's thin face, his eyes lighting up with interest. Zhao Feng smiled and nodded, showing a hint of pride. Since meeting these two foreigners, he had already prepared a plan. He spoke slowly, "The color of this vase is off, the size isn't uniform, and there are visible signs of wear on the surface, but it doesn't belong to any particular era. I only have a basic understanding of them." The other person asked again, "With your knowledge of antiques, do you enjoy collecting them?" Zhao Feng smiled gently and said, "Actually, my father's field of work is in antique collecting. I've seen a lot, so I know a bit about it." The man's eyes lit up at this, and he asked, So, can you help us buy an antique? At this moment, foreigners still believed that people from Nation H were willing to help them. But what he didn't know was that by 2022, the people of Nation H no longer cared about them. Though he felt somewhat frustrated inside, he endured it for the sake of making money. And it was also an opportunity to increase the income of antique sellers. He took the two foreigners around and stopped in front of the vendor's stall from earlier. Seeing him with the two foreigners, the owner immediately stood up and greeted them enthusiastically. Zhao Feng remained indifferent and said, "The items are really here." The owner awkwardly nodded, taking a while to find it, and finally took out an antique comb. He honestly said, "This is a comb left by my grandmother, passed down through generations, a piece from the imperial court." Looking at the exquisite wooden comb, Zhao Feng's eyes brightened. It seemed to be very old, but because it held no market value and didn't carry any special significance, it was difficult to price. Zhao Feng seemed disinterested and softly said to Tom, "This is quite good, but don't show too much interest. Let me handle the bargaining for you." Tom immediately shook his head. "I don't like this, it's just a comb. Nothing special." The shopkeeper clearly showed surprise and disappointment. Zhao Feng continued speaking to Tom. "This comb has been around for a long time. It's a rare item, truly worth collecting." Hearing this, the shopkeeper quickly nodded in agreement. "That's right." Zhao Feng smiled, achieving his two objectives. He then asked the shopkeeper for the price. After a brief hesitation, the shopkeeper held up one finger. $1 is enough. "This really is an heirloom from my grandmother. I can't sell it for any less." Tom nodded, signaling that the price was acceptable, and there was no need for further bargaining. After making the purchase, the three of them headed to another shop. Tom eagerly thanked him profusely. "Tonight, I'll treat you to dinner." Zhao Feng had been waiting for this invitation. Soon, they were at the restaurant. Linda, with a delighted expression, turned her gaze toward Tom. She said, "Darling, I really love this comb." Zhao Feng smiled, twirling the ring on his finger, then said, "Ms. Linda is really lucky. This comb must be worth thousands of dollars." "What a shame." He continued spinning the ring on his finger, deliberately drawing out the words, leaving Linda and Tom both surprised. The two of them clearly showed concern on their faces, asking, "What a shame about what?" Zhao Feng pretended to be disappointed, saying that if the ring belonged to a famous historical figure, its value would surely be much more than this. Upon hearing that, Tom breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. $100 is still worth this comb. As he spoke, Tom's eyes suddenly focused on the ring on Zhao Feng's hand, and he quickly asked, "What era is this ring from? Who was its owner?" Zhao Feng waved his hand and replied, "I don't know." This answer only piqued Tom's interest further. Zhao Feng then began to speak in English, a little nervously. "I bought this ring from a small village. I didn't pay attention to the era, and I can't determine it. When I get back home, I'll take a closer look." Tom was surprised, not expecting that Zhao Feng didn't know the exact age of the ring. He hurriedly asked about the price. When it came to the price, Zhao Feng had already made plans. He would suggest a price that the other party could accept without feeling it was too high. If he set the price too high, it would attract attention to the ring, and that might lead to trouble. He remembered the vase he had been thinking about and said, 1,000 coins. Linda carefully examined the ring, and Zhao Feng added, "I bought it because I thought it was beautiful. After wearing it for a few days, I'll sell it right away." Upon hearing this, Tom immediately showed interest. "So will you sell it to me?" Zhao Feng was slightly surprised but responded calmly, "Are you sure? I've already told you. I'm not certain about its value." Tom answered very seriously, "I like it just like Linda likes that comb." Hearing this, Zhao Feng felt satisfied and quickly said, "Then let's settle on the price." Tom eagerly thanked Zhao Feng. After receiving the money, Zhao Feng decided not to bring up the topic of the ring again and switched to another conversation. In the evening, when he returned to his room, he saw Zhou Jun already there. He immediately tried to start a conversation, but Zhou Jun only responded with a brief word and then ignored him. He wanted to ask about the man who had been with Xiao Du the other day, but Zhou Jun did not answer. He silently wondered if others also thought he wasn't good enough for Xiao Du. He approached and shook him awake. Zhou Jun sat up angrily, glaring at him and shouting, "What does the person beside her have to do with you? Mind your own business. You two are divorced. Stop clinging to her." After saying that, Zhou Jun's face turned red, his hands clenched as if he was about to take action. Seeing this, Zhao Feng asked, "Talking so much. So who exactly is that person?" His demeanor was very relaxed, completely unconcerned by Zhou Jun's previous words. At this point, his patience had reached its limit, and he shouted, "Just say it. Shi Jialing drives a taxi, makes more in a day than you do in a month. You should give up on this idea." After speaking, he lay down on the bed. Zhao Feng simply smiled faintly and made a mental note of the name. The next morning, Zhao Feng took the train to Guanghai. The 15-hour journey went smoothly. When he arrived, the sun had already risen. He felt that there were more than 1,000 coins in his pocket, which would surely be enough to buy a good pair of flare pants. In Guanghai, after some calculation, Mr. Xu went to the wholesale market. This place was 4 times larger than the Jihai wholesale market. By now, it was 4 a.m. Looking around, he spotted a perfect ledge to rest on, so without much thought, he sat down against the wall and drifted off to sleep. In a wholesale market like this, there was a lot of competition, so resting here was the best option. He wasn't sure how long he had slept, but when he opened his eyes, he noticed the place had become crowded, which surprised him. After struggling for about 5 minutes, he finally managed to squeeze his way inside. After walking a short distance, he accidentally came across a store selling jeans at 40 coins for a regular pair and 50 coins for flare jeans with a small waistband. Zhao Feng couldn't help but swallow. It was expensive. If this were 202, a pair of these jeans would cost over 3,000 coins, and that would be for fake ones. He asked the shopkeeper, "If I buy 50 pairs, how much of a discount can I get?" The shopkeeper loudly replied, 50 pairs at 50 coins each, 100 pairs at only 45 coins each. 45 coins is the lowest price. After considering it, he went over to the crowd and shouted, "Who wants to buy flare pants together? Come and join me." Finally, he managed to get 3 people to buy with him. He quickly agreed with them on the quantity needed. Each person would contribute their payment along with their 50 pairs, bringing the total to 105 pairs, just enough to get a discount from the store. After collecting the money, he went back to check with the 3 people before heading to the store. The woman followed him closely, as if afraid he would run away. When they arrived at the store, he heard a loud shout, "Only a few boxes of bell-bottom pants left. Whoever is quick will get them." Zhao Feng raised a stack of money and shouted loudly, "Boss, look, this is my money. I want to buy 105 pairs of bell-bottom pants with a small waist." He even intentionally let the dollars show. The sharp-eyed boss immediately recognized that the dollars would bring in higher profits. Without hesitation, he called for his wife to bring out 105 pairs of bell-bottoms for him. After receiving the goods, Zhao Feng's root found a corner to divide the pants. When the woman tried to take a pair from his hands, he smiled seriously and said, "Please wait until I finish dividing them first." Then he asked a man in the group, "Brother, I'm Zhao Feng. What's your name?" The man smiled and replied, "Call me Xu Gudao." After they introduced themselves, Zhao Feng handed Xu Gudao 5 pairs of the larger size. Xu Gudao accepted them with a warm smile. Zhao Feng smiled back, "That's right, I like the larger size." "You're really quick-witted." Zhao Feng continued to move the remaining pants, when suddenly Xu Gudao spoke up. "Oh, by the way, everyone, I need a pair of men's bell-bottom pants." Zhao Feng pondered for a moment, lowering his head to look at the yellowed shirt and the muddy pants. He felt that he should make a change. On the last night in Guanghai, he went out to dinner with Xu Gudao. The next day, Zhao Feng returned to Jihai. He quickly went to the night market to talk to the manager. Previously, he had deliberately bought a pack of cigarettes for 2 coins for Kim Yi-ku. After receiving the cigarettes, Kim Yi-ku became much more polite. The two of them walked deeper into the market and found a stable spot. After receiving the 2-coin management fee, Kim Yi-ku said to Zhao Feng, "Pack up a little, then leave." Zhao Feng didn't rest and worked continuously for an hour, finally finishing organizing the goods. Since Tian Lang Lang had come from Lin Shui to Jihai, Shen Ziran decided to treat everyone to a meal. Of course, she also brought Xiao Du along. She intentionally arranged for Xiao Du to sit next to Shi Jiang. In Shi Jiang's heart, the discomfort from meeting Zhao Feng at the night market still lingered. Last time, there were too many people around, and he didn't feel comfortable saying much. Shen Ziran called on everyone to introduce themselves, and then introduced Shijiang to Tian Liang. My high school classmate just moved to Jihai and is now working at the Hexanon equipment factory. Shijiang smiled, his gaze lifting. Tian Lang's job there is going pretty well. At least he's earning 100 coins, which is definitely better than Shen Ziran's place, where he can only earn up to 80 coins. Shen Ziran pretended to pout and said, Shijiang, you're still teasing me about taking Xiao Duo. Huh. By the way, I want to make it clear that I'm the one treating today, since it's Liang Liang's first time in Jihai. After that, everyone began chatting, while Xiao Du remained quietly sitting. Soon, Tian Lang Liang's group also exchanged a few polite words. As the evening gradually approached, Zhao Feng at the night market became even more enthusiastic. Every time someone walked by, he loudly invited them. Imported bell-bottom pants, top quality. Don't miss out. At that moment, a girl appeared behind him and gently asked, Can you prove that these are imported? He smiled and began speaking in English. Of course, just take a look at the style and the label. When the girl heard him speak in English, her eyes lit up, and she responded in English as well. Zhao Feng asked her what size she wore, mentioning that the factory was running a promotion, offering pants for just 99 coins. Additionally, if she bought one, she could take a walk around the black market and get 5 coins back. Upon hearing this, the girl seemed to lose her mind. Zhao Feng confidently patted his chest and said, If you're not satisfied, you can return it. After buying the pants, the girl happily left, and Zhao Feng smiled with satisfaction. Soon after, the group of Shen Ziran finished eating and also arrived at the night market. Jia Boy pointed toward the market and cheerfully said to Ziran and Xiao Du, We should take a stroll around. It's much more enjoyable than walking outside. Zhang Xiao Du slightly bowed her head in response. After selling the first pair of pants, the girl had already changed into them, and just 20 minutes later, she returned to the black market, with her now slim figure, instantly drawing the attention of many people. The pants accentuated her long legs, leaving many in awe. She now looked like a celebrity. The girl happily approached Zhao Feng, who kept praising her. It looks beautiful. Although it was just a simple compliment, to the girl, it felt somewhat teasing, causing her face to turn red. Zhao Feng handed her 5 coins, which made her visibly delighted. The people around her, who had been admiring her with her fashionable bell-bottoms, also started to waver. This was exactly what Zhao Feng had been hoping for. Immediately, he grabbed the microphone and promoted imported bell-bottom pants right here. Just buy them today, change into them at home, and come to the market to get 5 coins back. The girls eagerly rushed to his stall to buy. Before long, he was happily counting the money in his hands, unable to believe how well the bell-bottoms were selling. In just 1 hour, most of the stock had been sold, leaving only 3 pairs of large sizes. At this moment, Shen Ziran's group had arrived at the market. Jia Boy looked at the girl next to her and said to Ziran, Look at that girl wearing bell-bottom pants. They're really something. Shen Ziran also noticed that those pants were completely different from the ones currently available on the market. They headed towards Zhao Feng's stall. By now, he only had 3 large sizes left, and although he was tired from selling, many people still wanted to buy. He was writing down everyone's measurements in a notebook, while also reminding them that if they wanted to pre-order, they needed to pay a deposit of 1 coin. Jia Boy quickly stepped forward and asked about the price of the bell-bottom pants. Zhao Feng, who had his back to them, slowly turned around and replied, The bell-bottom pants are priced at 99 coins each. The small sizes are sold out, so if you want to buy, you'll have to pre-order and pay a deposit of 1 coin. Shen Ziran was surprised to recognize Zhao Feng. He didn't pay attention to her, only giving her a brief glance. Xiao Du softly called her name. She was quite surprised to see Zhao Feng here, as she thought he had already returned to Lin Shui. After a moment of silence, Zhao Feng cheerfully said, Xiao Du, you came to the market. This batch has sold out, but I'll set one aside for you in the next batch. Xiao Du just lowered her head without saying anything. Seeing this, Zhao Feng smiled and said, Since you're not saying anything, I'll take that as a yes. Xiao Du coldly replied, No need. The jeans are too expensive. I hope you consider Wu Na's life. Zhao Feng was about to explain when Shen Ziran pulled Xiao Du away. Lai Dekai walked over, smiling and said, Zhao Feng, try your best in business. You might end up becoming the richest person in the class. Zhao Feng ignored the taunts. his gaze fixed on Xiao Du's figure in the crowd. Shi Jiang stood next to Xiao Du, glaring at Zhao Feng with anger. Lai Dekai, seeing this, became even more frustrated, as he had never liked Zhao Feng and felt disrespected. In a sudden move, he pushed Xiao Du towards Shi Jiang. Before anyone could react, Shi Jiang grabbed Xiao Du in an embrace, surprising her and making her blush. Zhao Feng was immediately enraged. Lai Dekai's actions had sparked his fury. He clenched the notebook in his hand, unable to control himself, and shouted, "Lai Dekai, do you have any manners at all?" He then turned to Shi Jiang with a smile, saying, "Isn't friendship supposed to mean supporting each other? Come on, support an old friend's business a bit." Shi Jiang wasn't pleased, as he hadn't been a friend of Zhao Feng's before, and Zhao Feng's words in front of everyone made him feel cornered. Wanting to make money at this moment was no simple task. With that thought, he pulled out a few hundred coins and said, "No need to return it. Consider it as supporting you on behalf of a friend." Zhao Feng suggested that everyone provide their sizes by taking out the notebook. Before anyone could speak, Jia Boy quickly declared, "I choose size L, and the other two choose size M." After the recent blow, Lai Dekai became more timid, silent, and did not dare to object. He did not expect Zhao Feng to become so terrifying. His gaze earlier seemed like he wanted to kill someone. As some people were preparing to leave, Xiao Du turned back several times to look at Zhao Feng. Shen Ziran pulled her outside. As Xiao Du's figure gradually disappeared, Zhao Feng called out, "Xiao Du, we should talk for a bit." But before he could say anything, Zhou Jun interrupted with a cold tone. "Zhao Feng, you two are divorced." His words were so clear. Although Zhao Feng only responded with a thank you and fell silent, his expression shifted to one of despondency. Shen Ziran walked beside Xiao Du, softly advising, "Xiao Du, why are you still hesitating? Why talk to someone like him?" Xiao Du furrowed her brows, determined as she replied, "Some things need to be made clear. Otherwise, Zhao Feng won't let me go." After saying this, she walked straight toward him. The old friends in the back row saw this and began whispering, pretending to sneer. Shen Ziran observed and noticed this change. When Xiao Du stood next to Zhao Feng, she suggested they go somewhere else to talk. They both walked to a quiet spot. She turned her back to him and coldly said, "If you have something to say, then say it." Zhao Feng was surprised by her unfamiliar tone. He thought to himself that he needed to explain quickly. "Xiao Du, a lot has happened since you left. Hu Han was arrested, and my parents are also seeking justice. The compensation money, I've already given it to Wu Na." Xiao Du interrupted. "Can you get to the point? How can you let me go?" Zhao Feng smiled, pulling out a thick wad of cash to show her. "Xiao Du, look at this. I made quite a bit of money in one night." Xiao Du didn't respond, only calling his name softly. He continued, "Listen to me, we're divorced now. I'll go marry someone else. Can you stop clinging to me? Go back to Lin Shui, and let's never meet again." These words cut into his mind like a blade, making him realize she truly wanted to be rid of him. A wave of disappointment washed over him, as if everything had been lost. He only wanted to share the good things with her and had once longed to see her bright smile, but now she seemed indifferent to his words. In a fit of madness, Zhao Feng suddenly sneered, his smile twisted, and he finally lost control, his throat trembling. Xiao Du stepped back at the sight. He grabbed her shoulder, each word coming out forcefully. "You'll never marry anyone else in your life. No matter who you meet, I'll ruin everything." Xiao Du was terrified, tears welling up in her eyes. Seeing the serious expression on his face, she realized his words were not a joke. Angrily, she asked, "What do you want me to do for you to let me go?" Zhao Feng stepped closer and replied, "I won't forgive you. I gave you a chance once. There won't be a second." While speaking, his hand pulled her closer, so that her cheek rested against him. "Xiao Du, take me back. I will marry you again." His voice softened when he said the word marry. Xiao Du could stop crying, unsure of what to do. The mixed emotions within her overwhelmed her. Zhao Feng stayed silent for a moment, then sighed, distancing himself from Xiao Du and saying helplessly, "All right, let me take you home." Xiao Du reassured herself that she could go home on her own, but he was still not at ease. Zhao Feng followed behind her, keeping a distance of about 2 meters. In his past life, Mr. Xung thought that to achieve what he desired, he was willing to use any means necessary, even if it meant acting no differently than a thug on the street. However, after going through some events, he realized that the things he longed for were not as simple as material possessions. Although Xiao Du was the one thing he desired most, he had never intended to force her. Even if it meant lowering himself, he was still willing to marry Xiao Du. After seeing her home, he returned to his stall in the night market, because making money was also important. That night, he took a train to Guanghai Market. The next morning, dressed in a white shirt and dark pants, he stood out with his distinctive presence in the wholesale market. He found the owner of the bell-bottom pants stall he had met before. This time, he confidently requested to buy 60 pairs. The owner was very happy to sell to him at the lowest price. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from behind Zhao Feng. He happened to run into Xu Gudao here. The two of them chatted pleasantly. Zhao Feng realized that Xu Gudao was an employee of a large international trading company, specializing in everything from clothes and handbags to high-end crafted products. They had connections with many manufacturing factories abroad. This made Zhao Feng feel that he needed to befriend this person. During the conversation, Xu Gudao learned that Zhao Feng had sold all his goods in just one day and was surprised. He shared his thoughts. At some point, everyone will want to fight over easily sellable items. The competition is getting tougher, so profits will go down. Zhao Feng laughed and responded, I know, that's why I only plan to do this for a short time. Xu Gudao seemed to not fully understand and asked him about this plan. Zhao Feng smiled and explained, if you want to compete on price, you have to act quickly and decisively. At home, as Zhang Qiudu opened the door, she heard the sound of something falling. Seng Yongguang's voice echoed angrily. What is this? We've divorced, and you're still chasing me like a lingering ghost. Xiao Du hesitated for a moment after hearing that, but eventually decided to open the door. There were some things she couldn't run away from. Entering the living room, Xiao Du saw her older brother, Zhang Mingming, also there, while her father sat in the middle, his face ashen. Seeing Xiao Du enter, he asked anxiously, when did Zhao Feng come to Jihai? Xiao Du replied, the day before yesterday. Seng Yongguang stood up angrily. Damn it, did he come again to ask for money? How much have you given him already? She interrupted. He didn't ask for money, he just said a few words. After that, she stood there, lowering her head in silence. Today, the news from the night market had reached Seng Yongguang, and even those at his workplace knew all about it. This made him feel incredibly embarrassed. After a moment, Zhang Mingming patted his father's shoulder, advising him to stay calm, while also subtly hinting at Xiao Du. Xiao Du, you should stay away from him from now on. He's nothing but trouble for you. At that moment, Jiang Xin, worried, suggested, in the beginning, our parents didn't want me to go out, and now that I've ignored them, maybe we should just give him some money so he'll stop following me. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Mingming quickly reacted, shouting no. You know exactly what kind of person he is. Giving him money will never be enough. He'll just drain our parents' finances. Xiao Du felt exhausted. No one understood what she had gone through. Moreover, she couldn't understand why Zhao Feng kept following her and wouldn't let go. She clenched her mother's hand and said, Mom, don't worry, I'll handle everything. In her heart, she was determined to end all relations with Zhao Feng. The sky gradually darkened, and Zhao Feng had been at the market for a long time. A moment later, a female voice reached him. Boss, he'll take a pair of bell-bottom pants. Zhao Feng was surprised to have a customer so soon. The girl smiled and was about to take 99 coins out of her pocket to pay him. But Zhao Feng hurriedly waved his hand and said, I'm sorry, but since you did make a reservation, the current price is 111 coins per piece. The girl paused, her face showing doubt as she asked. A few days ago, it was still 99 coins. Why has the price gone up like this? Zhao Feng explained sincerely, perhaps you don't know. Yesterday, when I was selling, I got a special price from the factory due to a promotional activity. I didn't make any profit from that batch, and the quantity was limited. Therefore, I can't sell the items that have already been reserved to you. The girl pouted and complained. Can you really raise the price by 10 coins like that? You should sell it to me at the price from yesterday. If not, I won't buy it. She acted as though she was about to leave. Zhao Feng shook his head and insisted. Honestly, I can't take any more losses. The price the factory gave us is already 103 coins. Seeing that further bargaining was useless, the girl accepted to buy, though it was just a 10-coin difference from the previous price. She requested a size S, and gradually, more customers arrived at his stall. In the following days, Zhao Feng's business continued to thrive. During a lull in his work, Lily, the girl who had previously bought the pants, returned to the counter. Zhao Feng greeted her cheerfully. "Is it you?" This time, Lily had come to buy pants for a friend. Zhao Feng informed her, "Right now, the pants are being sold directly from the factory at a price as low as 100 coins each." Lily was astonished and mocked. "You're really good at business, truly a sly fox." Meanwhile, Xiaodu had just finished her shift and returned home later than usual due to a full cleaning session. On her way back, she bumped into Shi Zhang, and the two chatted for a while. Xiaodu intended to visit the night market to find Zhao Feng and settle things with him, and Shi Zhang decided to follow. She couldn't refuse, so she agreed to go with him. In her heart, she had already decided to sever ties with Zhao Feng once and for all. Along the way, they happened to run into Zhao Boy. "Are you also heading to the market?" Seeing this, Shi Zhang subtly excused himself and left. The two girls continued on their way to the market. Zhao Boy advised Xiaodu to keep her distance from Zhao Feng. "Back when we were in school, everything was just simple liking. But now things are different. Are you sure Zhao Feng is still as innocent as before?" After a brief silence, Xiaodu said, "But I still want to clarify a few things with him." She remained firm in her belief, wanting to handle the issue on her own. Zhao Boy didn't argue any further and let Xiaodu make her own decision. At the market, Zhao Feng's stall was crowded with customers. Zhao Boy came to call him, saying she had come to pick up the pants. He immediately packed 3 pairs into a bag and handed them to her. Before Zhao Boy left, he called out, "Thank you for your support, old friend." Zhao Boy silently stepped forward and handed Xiaodu a pair of pants. However, Xiaodu refused and said, "It's not necessary. Tell Zhao Boy to keep them and wear them." Zhao Boy didn't object, only waving goodbye before leaving. When Zhao Boy had gone, Xiaodu moved closer. Zhao Feng, who was busy at the time, heard her soft call and turned around with an eager expression. "Xiaodu, what brings you here?" Her face showed no emotion. "Are you free? I need to talk to you about something." Zhao Feng scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. "Is it because of what happened that night at the night market and your family found out?" Even before Xiaodu could say anything, he hurriedly apologized. "I know I caused you trouble after all. We're divorced now. If this has affected you, it's my fault. But now, think about it from my perspective. Where did I go wrong?" Zhao Feng's voice trembled as he spoke. Xiaodu bit her lip, gazing at him. Her emotions stirred. He sighed, trying to restrain himself, then gently said, "Xiaodu, I promise I won't bother you anymore. But if you want to marry anyone, I will always be ready to compete for you." These words made Xiaodu's face turn red. After finishing the shopping, Zhao Feng took her home. When they were close to her house, he softly called her name and flashed a mischievous smile. He thought, "Is there anyone else worthy of you besides me?" After Zhao Feng left, Zhang Xiaodu sat on the ground, hugging her chest for a long time. The pain in her heart made her unable to stop herself from crying. She tried to regain her composure before going into the house. As soon as she opened the door, Jiang Xin hurriedly walked over. Seeing Xiaodu's red eyes, she quickly asked, "Xiaodu, did Zhao Feng do something bad to you again?" Jiang Xin's voice echoed throughout the house, causing everyone to hear. Zhang Xiaodu rubbed her eyes, saying it was just dust in her eyes, and that Zhao Feng hadn't done anything to her. At that moment, her younger sister, Xiao Ha, spoke up. "Sister, why did you meet Zhao Feng? Didn't you promise Mom and Dad that you wouldn't have anything to do with him?" Xiaodu went to her room and replied, "I met him this time just to clarify things. There will be no contact from now on." Jiang Xin happily asked her, "Really?" Her father, displeased, scolded, "That scoundrel won't let you go. How can you trust someone like that?" After a while, he calmed down and changed the subject. "Zhou Liu is in your dad's department. Your dad has arranged for the two of you to have a private meal tomorrow." Xiaodu turned around and shouted, "I'm not going." She nervously said, "Can you not make me go on a blind date? Right now, I just want to live alone." Her father immediately flew into a rage. his face turning red with veins popping as he shouted, "What are you saying? Look at yourself. You only have a basic education, a temporary job, and you've already been divorced once. If you weren't my daughter, do you think Xiao Liu would agree to go on a blind date with you?" His words were harsh, reflecting the attitude of a man who believed he had the right to control everything in the household. Hearing this, Xiao Du couldn't hold back and yelled, "Then you go marry him yourself." A sharp slap rang out, and her pale face was marked by a handprint. Jiang Xin, witnessing this scene, clutched her chest and collapsed onto the ground. Xiao Du immediately ran to her side. In her helplessness, Jiang Xin said, "Xiao Du, before, your parents didn't let you marry that scoundrel Zhao Feng, and you were so angry. But in the end, what happened? This time, please listen to your parents. They won't harm you." With tears welling up in her eyes, Xiao Du choked out, "Fine, as long as I just obey, right?" Ever since she left Jihai, a huge burden had weighed heavily on her shoulders. In her mind, many images of Shen Ziran, Seng Yongguang, and Jiang Xin rose up. The past conversations with them, the empathy and warmth that, although they only lasted for a few short days, always made her feel warm whenever she thought back on them. In just a few days, Zhou Feng had earned 530 coins. Today, he decided to head to the most upscale area of Jihai City. Before noon, he had set up his stall to begin selling. There were many customers here, and the consumption was significantly higher than in other areas. He became busy until the afternoon. When most people had gone home, Zhou Feng was also preparing to pack up and go for a meal. Suddenly, he saw a few familiar figures walking out of the apartment complex. It was Shen Ziran, Jia Boy, and Zhou Jun. Jia Boy caught sight of Zhao Feng and greeted him. "Zhao Feng, what are you doing here?" Zhao Feng set his rack down and smiled, responding, "I'm selling clothes here." He looked at the pants Jia Boy was wearing and complimented her, saying they suited her well and highlighted her charm. Shen Ziran said nothing, but Zhu Jun seemed displeased. He stepped forward and snapped back. "Zhao Feng, how can you speak like that? You're calling the pants my girlfriend is wearing improper." As he spoke, he pointed at the pants Jia Boy was wearing, causing Zhao Feng to laugh. "Class Representative Zhao, why are you scolding a classmate for being improper?" After that remark, Zhao Feng deliberately glanced at Jia Boy, and the atmosphere became awkward. Clearly, Jia Boy had turned red under Zhou Jun's intense gaze. Zhao Feng was a friend, so why was he speaking like that? Zhou Jun wanted to defend Jia Boy, but Zhao Feng interrupted him loudly. "Do you even remember we're friends? You yourself said that the pants I sell are not proper." Zhao Jun was at a loss for words. Zhao Feng expressed his grievance. "Class monitor, we all have to look out for ourselves. Selling a pair of pants only earns 2 yuan, and you still look down on me like this." Upon hearing this, Shen Ziran looked at him with a doubtful expression. "Tell me, you only make 2 yuan from selling 1 pair of pants?" Under her suspicious gaze, Zhou Feng felt guilty. To avoid being exposed, he quickly said goodbye and went off to pack up his goods. Seeing he didn't respond, Shen Ziran angrily turned to Jia Boy and Zhou Jun, saying, "Don't pay attention to him anymore. I don't want to know him." The scene shifted to the night market, where Zhao Feng made use of his free time to quickly finish a bowl of rice. The manager of the market, Qin Yiku, also came over to sit next to him, cheerfully saying, "Zhao Feng, I didn't expect you to be so good. You're the best seller in this whole market." He quickly realized the man's intentions and pretended to be discouraged. "Mr. Qin, there's nothing to hide. How much profit do you make from selling these pants?" The other person replied, "I'm not sure either. I'm just an employee." Qin Yiku sighed and looked at Zhao Feng. "Zhao Feng, do you really have a connection to the foreign suppliers?" He replied, "You're flattering me. How could I have contact with foreign suppliers? The boss hasn't shared anything with me." Qin Yiku stared at him, his gaze full of provocation. "Interesting. What you're saying is completely false. You don't need to show up at the night market anymore. What do you even amount to?" After saying that, he stood up and kicked the chair hard. Zhao Feng merely glanced at him. In the sales world, people like Qin Yiku were not rare. They targeted others who had good profits and wanted to take their share. When such petty people got angry, they only focused on sabotaging you, without any thought of fair competition. Zhao Feng did pay him any mind and continued enjoying his bowl of noodles. This was something he had anticipated, but he didn't expect someone to be so eager. It was just Qin Yiku. Other sellers were eyeing him too, but even if they began taking action, it would take time to survey the products, place orders, and arrange shipping. That time would be enough for him to make a little more profit. After finishing his meal, Zhao Feng stopped by a public telephone booth. He inserted a coin and called engsub Gudao. Not long after, engsub Gudao's voice came through on the other end. Tomorrow, go to the bell-bottom pants vendor and order 100 pieces. Let me know when the goods arrive in Guanghai. The two of them exchanged a few words before the phone call was disconnected. At present, he still had 8 pairs of pants left. If he sold all 118 pieces, Zhao Feng would easily become a diamond-tier customer for that side. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but head towards the night market. As he was preparing to pack up and leave, Qin Yiku suddenly shouted from behind. Zhao Feng, remember, if you don't reveal the supplier channel, don't even think about surviving in this industry. Zhao Feng only sneered, not caring about his words, finished packing, and left. On the way, Xiao Du happened to run into Zhao Feng. She froze when she saw him walking toward her, feeling both curious and delighted. As Zhao Feng passed by, he merely greeted her casually. "Hello, Xiao Du," and continued walking. Xiao Du stood there in a daze, and after a few seconds of surprise, she turned around but could no longer see him. Though this was what she had hoped for, when he greeted her so coldly, she felt empty, even wishing that he could have said a few more words to her. Zhao Feng felt that he had said everything necessary. Now, the only thing left was to focus on making money to change other people's opinions, while not wanting to put too much pressure on Xiao Du, so he decided to set his emotions aside. Lost in thought, he boarded the train to Guanghai Market. When he opened his eyes again, it was already noon the next day. When he arrived, Zhao Feng knocked on engsub Gudao's door. He had just finished cooking, and upon hearing the knock, he smiled and went to open the door. The two of them gathered and exchanged a few words. Zhao Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked, "Have you bought the pants yet?" Engsub Gudao smiled and pointed to a stack of neatly folded pants in the corner of the room. Zhao Feng thanked him and quickly glanced over at them. Suddenly, he observed his friend's house, which had 2 bedrooms and a living room. Although it was on the ground floor, it was still very bright and airy. Engsub Gudao walked over to the table and said, "Zhao Feng, come here and let me show you my cooking skills. If I get the chance, I'll cook a nice meal for you." During the meal, Engsub Gudao asked why Zhao Feng was in such a hurry to purchase this batch of pants. Zhao Feng shared with Engsub Gudao that he had been threatened by someone at the night market and was trying to figure out the source of the goods. Engsub Gudao did seem surprised by the story. He said, "Bell-bottom pants are selling so well right now, it's only natural that others would try to copy." Engsub Gudao then asked, "If you sell all these pants, how much will you make?" He replied, "If I sell them all, it will be about 18,700 coins. This amount took Engsub Gudao by surprise, and he thought to himself, Zhao Feng is really quite capable. Hearing the price of the bell-bottom pants, he was shocked. Zhao Feng explained that now was the best time for sales in Jihai. Everyone had money and often used expensive modes of transportation. Then, he stood up and handed his savings book to Engsub Gudao. The amount in it had increased by 50 coins compared to when he purchased the goods. Gudao said, "Zhao Feng, this batch of pants was only bought for 450 coins. You given me 500 coins. Zhao Feng just smiled and said, "You can keep the extra 50 coins. No need to send me off." After saying this, he took the pants and left. By the time he got back to Jihai, it was already the next day. After packing up his things, it was starting to get dark. Zhao Feng went to a well-known apartment complex in the area to start his business. He said, "This is the last batch of discounted goods." His words attracted the attention of many people. Some recognized him immediately as the person who used to sell goods at the night market. However, today's sale didn't go as smoothly as expected, and there was still quite a bit of unsold stock. This made him feel anxious. The next day, Zhao Feng set out to sell the pants early in the morning, but it wasn't until noon that he managed to sell a few. His anxiety grew stronger. If the market and competitors continued to sell at lower prices, the reputation he had built would be severely damaged, and he might even be seen as a scammer. At that point, even the discounts might not help sell the goods. Therefore, He had to do whatever it took to sell the pants before things got worse. By evening, the weather had become more pleasant, and more people had gathered in the area. Zhao Feng stood up to promote his goods, his voice now hoarse. Every time he called out, his throat felt as if it were burning. This was the last batch, only 3 days left. The imported pants are here, come take a look. A few people began approaching his booth. Although the price was a bit high, he occasionally managed to sell a few. The sales weren't as expected, but Zhao Feng still didn't dare to place too much hope. On the third day, while a few people were playing cards at home, Shen Ziran and Jiao Boy stood up and stretched, deciding to stop playing. I have to go to the theater for makeup, she said. Ziran glanced at Xiao Du and noticed she seemed irritated, so she asked, "What's wrong? You don't look too well." She asked, "Did my mom just call you?" "Liu Shui is coming, right?" The other person replied, "He should be arriving soon." "Is he the person you're being set up with?" Xiao Du sighed. "I've been driven crazy by Shi Zhang. And now this guy. Just seeing him makes me annoyed. Honestly, I find him really bothersome." Shen Ziran moved closer, thought for a moment, and said, "You're much better off than Zhou Feng." The other girl said, "Let's go, I want to take a walk too." After tidying up, the group went downstairs. At the entrance of the complex, a well-dressed man approached Zhao Feng. The man asked, "How much are your pants?" Zhao Feng answered, 100 coins. The man raised his hand. "Give me 1 pair of size S." Zhao Feng quickly packed the pants for him. Liu Shui received the items and walked into the residential area. Not long after, he saw Shen Ziran and her friends. He waved his hand. "Hello everyone. I'm a friend of Xiao Du." Upon hearing this, Shen Ziran turned around and smiled at Xiao Du. "Your friend is something else. Even came here to pick you up personally." Liu Shui heard this and immediately looked toward the residential area, curiously asking, "Does she live here? I heard people here are very wealthy. I didn't expect her family to be so well off." He then began praising her nonstop. Shen Ziran felt her face flush with embarrassment and quickly spoke up, "How about we take a walk for a bit? Or do you and Xiao Du want to go on your own?" Liu Shui laughed loudly. "No way, who would I ask about that?" He answered, continuing to walk with them for fun, and it was a good opportunity to get to know each other as well. Shen Ziran quickly realized why Xiao Du didn't like Liu Shui. His personality was quite unpleasant. However, she could only nod. After that, they all continued walking up the street. Shen Ziran glanced over and saw Zhao Feng selling clothes at the gate. "Zhao Feng, why is he at the gate of my neighborhood?" Liu Shui stared at her for a moment before shifting his gaze elsewhere. He had heard that he'd been there all day. Suddenly, Liu Shui snapped to attention. When he remembered the name Shen Ziran had just called, his face filled with surprise and displeasure. "Xiao Du, is that your ex-husband?" Xiao Du nodded, looked up at Zhou Feng, but did say anything. Liu Shui noticed her silence, and her face started to turn red. He walked over, glancing at Zhou Feng and Xiao Du a few times, feeling angry himself. "Xiao Du, what do you mean by this?" Xiao Du angrily replied, "What do you mean?" His face twisted, his teeth clenched. Why was she looking at Zhao Feng? Xiao Du said sternly, "What's wrong with looking at my ex-husband? How embarrassing." Shen Ziran, sensing the tension in the air, stepped in to mediate. She pulled Xiao Du away, but Xiao Du still occasionally glanced at Zhao Feng. Liu Shui shouted angrily, "Xiao Du, are you coming or not?" This statement ignited her fury. "I'm not going anywhere. Stop ordering me around." "Liu Shu, I have every right to look at whoever I want. We've only known each other for a few days, and you're already acting like this." As she spoke, she let out all the emotions she had been holding in. Liu Shui was not having it either. He raised his voice. "If it weren't for Director Zhang's arrangement, I wouldn't have agreed to go on a blind date with someone temporarily working at the library." Zhao Feng had heard the entire argument between the two of them. He called out loudly, "Xiao Du, come here." Xiao Du glanced over. Zhou Feng was waving his hand and calling her over warmly. She blushed, lowered her head, and walked toward him. He gently spoke to her. "Can you help me carry this bag, please?" Xiao Du did not avoid it. She lowered her head, her expression like that of a child who had made a mistake. Zhao Feng looked at her for a moment, then picked up the speaker again to continue his sales. The scene made Liu Shui look displeased. He kept insulting Zhou Feng. Xiao Du, just follow a man like him. You really have no eye for people. He's just a worker, earning only a few coins from selling a pair of pants, and his whole life will probably just be about suffering. Liu Shu continued to hurl insults at Zhao Feng. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng appeared to be hurt and retorted loudly, I sell because of passion. I don't make much profit. It sounded strained, and his voice seemed hoarse. All eyes began to turn toward Liu Shui. When people sense that someone is in a weaker position, they often side with that person. A sophisticated woman, looking displeased, spoke up. People work so hard just to earn a little, and yet you come and make things difficult for them. You really have no manners. She glanced at Liu Shui, making it clear to everyone that the remark was directed at him. Another middle-aged woman stepped forward to challenge him. Where do you work? Who trains someone like you? Liu Shui could sense the authoritative presence of the woman and felt uneasy, not daring to reveal his name. He simply backed away and quickly left. The two women turned towards Zhao Feng and smiled together before buying 3 pairs of pants. Zhao Feng couldn't contain his joy and almost burst out laughing. Luckily, he cleverly covered his face, but that action led others to mistakenly think he was wiping away tears. The two women lifted up the pants, not forgetting to compliment him. These pants are really high quality. I didn't expect to make just 2 yuan profit for each one. It's really hard work. Another one chimed in. Yeah, look at him. He's so tired he's about to cry. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Zhao Feng began to promote his goods. His voice, already hoarse, now became even more strained, trying to sound pitiful. Within half an hour, his stall became very crowded. Zhao Feng had filled Xiao Du's bag. Shen Ziran and Zhou Jun, who were standing nearby, exchanged looks of doubt and asked, Is Zhao Feng really working this hard? Zhao Jun replied, He must want to start over, but earning just a few yuan a day. Maybe finding another place to work would be better. These words resonated with Shen Ziran, who waved her hand. Let's go to Zhao Boy's place. Before long, night had fallen, and it was already 8 o'clock. Today, Zhao Feng had sold 48 pairs of pants, leaving 52 still in stock. However, given the current situation, it seemed like people in this area had already bought quite a lot, so he decided to pack up and head towards the shopping mall. As he passed by the library, he was suddenly surrounded by a crowd. A woman excitedly pointed at him and asked, Are you the one who used to sell goods at the night market and the best residential area? Zhao Feng nodded. Before he could introduce himself, people rushed up to him, handing him money. Give me a size L. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng was very pleased. Right now, size L was the most abundant in his stock. Noticing the large number of customers here, he decided to stay and sell at the library. Xiao Du, sitting inside the library, heard the familiar voice, immediately looked outside, blushed and stood frozen in place. On the second floor of the shopping center, in Su Wen store, recently many people had been asking for bell-bottom pants, but she always had to reply that she didn't have them. She looked up at the clock and thought, what's taking this guy so long? After a while, Zhang Mingming tiredly ran back, drenched in sweat. Shai Wenwen immediately stood up and asked anxiously, Why did it take so long? Did you manage to find a supplier? Zhang Mingming frowned and replied, Don't rush, I have asked around a lot of people before I got any information. The price in Guanghai has already gone up to 50 coins now. Shai Wenwen couldn't help but scold him. So fast, the price has already gone up. It's all your fault for being so slow. Now it's suddenly 5 coins more expensive. Why didn't you talk to your dad about this earlier? Zhang Mingming took the towel and smiled in reply. It's fine. I've already placed the order. 100 pieces for 500 coins. When Shai Wenwen heard that the goods would arrive the day after tomorrow, her face suddenly lit up with joy. She smiled and said, I've already calculated it. Just selling 2 pieces will earn as much as your monthly salary. Zhang Mingming, also excited, slammed the table and exclaimed, If the business goes well, I'll always work with you from now on. When the two looked at each other, they raised their heads and laughed continuously. As for the library, Zhao Feng couldn't believe that just over an hour later, he had sold all the pants. Looking at the now empty stall, he smiled with satisfaction, but still needed to confirm some details with Hu Gudao. He immediately put money into the phone booth. Soon, Hu Gudao's voice echoed. The two exchanged a few words before moving on to the main topic. Zhao Feng asked how things were going with the bell-bottom pants on the other side. He was told that the price had been raised by 5 coins. Zhao Feng hadn't expected things to move so quickly. Hem Gudao asked how much he had sold, and Zhao Feng calmly replied, "I've sold everything." Hearing this, Hekshu Gudao stood up in panic, his palms sweating. "Really? So you've earned over 10,000 coins, right?" Zhao Feng confirmed, "Yes." Xu Gudao wiped the sweat from his forehead, realizing that the amount of money Zhao Feng had made in just a few days was equal to what he had saved up his whole life. After calming down, he asked if Zhao Feng planned to restock. With firm resolve, Zhao Feng answered, "I'm not selling anymore." Then, he pondered for a moment before continuing. The price increase proves that the demand is rising. Perhaps Jihai already has many people importing goods. Moreover, there will be someone who finds a better supply source and imports at a lower price. By then, if they sell at a low price, no one will make a profit. After a few more exchanges, they hung up. Zhao Feng had one more thing to do. That evening, Zhao Feng went to the night market. Qin Yiku was exactly the same as before, leisurely sitting on a chair. Zhao Feng approached, gently calling out, "Mr. Qin?" Qin Yiku glanced over and said, "What are you doing here?" Zhao Feng smiled and handed him a pack of cigarettes. "Just came to visit. Here, have a smoke." He then shoved the entire pack into Qin Yiku's hands. Qin Yiku snorted, took the pack, and asked, "What do you mean by this?" He scratched his head and said, "Mr. Qin, I hope you can help me set up shop here. There's no better place than the night market." Qin Yiku stood up, waved his hand, and said seriously, "You don't have the qualifications." Suddenly, Zhao Feng stepped closer and put his arm round his shoulder. "Mr. Qin, I'm being very sincere this time. It's not just cigarettes. I'll also let you know where to source goods." At first, Qin Yiku was skeptical, but soon he quickly smiled and patted his chest. "All right, well, why didn't you say so earlier? Let's all get rich together. Now tell me, how much is it to import the goods at that price?" Zhao Feng grinned slyly. "The price is 50 coins. Qin Yiku staggered a bit, then quickly exclaimed, "Each one cost 100 coins. I didn't expect the profit to be so high." Zhao Feng continued chatting. "I have the phone number of the seller. You can contact them directly. However, the condition is that you have to rent me a stall at the night market for 6 months." Qin Yiku didn't hesitate to agree right away. He then led Zhao Feng to the northern area of the night market. The spot was right by the wall, about 7 meters long. When Zhao Feng paid for the rent, Qin Yiku hurried to a nearby phone booth to call the supplier. After confirming everything was fine, a smile remained on Qin Yiku's face. Everything was going smoothly. The next day, Zhao Feng went to the post office to write a letter informing some friends, including Wuna, about the situation, and also inquired about Wuna's school schedule. It was this that made him consider the possibility of transferring Wu Yu and Wu Jing to Jihai for school. That way, the family could be reunited. At this point, his thoughts about renting a house in the 80s no longer seemed as easy as buying one. A 70 square meters apartment in a residential area usually cost around 500 coins, while a house in the countryside could go up to 800 coins for a 120 square meters unit. Plus, with a small yard, maintenance would be easier compared to an apartment. Thinking about this, Zhao Feng suddenly remembered someone. He immediately went to a phone booth, dropped in some coins, and called Kang Jinzhong. "Mr. Kang, it's me, Zhao Feng." Mr. Kang asked, "Ah, it's you. Zhao Feng, you've been in Jihai for a while and haven't called back. How have you been lately?" He asked, "I'm about to return to Linhai. Is there anything you'd like me to bring from Jihai?" Kang Jinzhong smiled, squinting his eyes, and said, "As expected. I did mistake the person." He continued, "I don't need anything. Just come back and have a meal with me. The last time you helped me with something big, I still haven't thanked you." The two of them chatted a little more before Zhao Feng ended the call. He believed that the issues with Wu Yu and Wu Jing should be discussed directly, and he would bring a few items for Kang Jinzhong. He needed to ask him for some help, so he should show some sincerity. Zhao Feng took the train back to Lin Shui, and by the time he arrived, it was already the next day. He brought the items home, and as he neared the house, he saw Wu Jing playing with the other children. He raised the bag of goods in his hand and called out to Wu Jing. "Big brother's here." Seeing his brother, the boy immediately ran over, his eyes lighting up when he saw the snacks in Zhao Feng's hand. He quickly pulled out a lollipop and happily started eating it. Zhao Feng smiled and said, "Look, no one's going to take it from you. We're home now, you can eat it slowly." When they got home, both Wu Na and Wu Yu were very happy to see him. "Big brother, why are you back so soon?" Reuniting with his family made Zhao Feng feel incredibly happy. He missed home so much, and his smile made his eyes narrow with joy. Then, Zhao Feng said, "I have something I want to discuss with you. I was planning to write a letter, but I didn't get a chance to send it. Let me cook first." Not long after, the meal was ready. Zhao Feng shared with Wu Yu and Wu Jing about the plan to transfer schools. Hearing the news that there was a chance they could be transferred to a big city, both of them immediately became as happy as if they were celebrating, nodding continuously. Wu Na put down her chopsticks and furrowed her brows, asking, "Brother, is it difficult to transfer schools?" He replied, "Not necessarily. Tonight, I'll go ask Kang Jinzhong about it." Having said that, he set down his chopsticks, stood up, and told his younger siblings to see who would wash the dishes. In the late afternoon, Zhao Feng brought some local specialties from Jihai to meet Kang Jinzhong. Arriving at the factory after work hours, he waited outside the gate. After half an hour, Kang Jinzhong came out, looking cheerful. As soon as he saw Zhao Feng, he smiled and walked over, patting him on the shoulder, saying, "You're back so soon. Have you eaten? Let me take you out for a meal." Zhao Feng handed the bag of items to Mr. Kang. "Mr. Kang, I've already eaten. I just came to visit you, and I brought a little bit of Jihai specialties as a gift." The two of them chatted for a while before heading to Kang Jinzhong's house. At that moment, Zhao Feng chose the right moment to express his intentions. "I want to transfer Wu Yu and Wu Jing to Jihai. Do you think you could help with that?" As he spoke, he took out an envelope. Seeing this, Kang Jinzhong immediately pushed the money back and objected. "Zhao Feng, you're being too polite." Zhao Feng understood that when asking for a favor, the most important thing was to be clear about the purpose. So he furrowed his brows and said, "Mr. Kang, Wu Na is studying at university in Jihai, and I will also be developing my career there. If Wu Yu and Wu Jing have no one to take care of them, you must help me this time." Kang Jinzhong immediately replied, "I will look into transferring your siblings to a new school, but the money is out of the question." Zhao Feng stepped forward, resolutely pushing the money into Kang Jinzhong's hands. The two of them pushed the money back and forth several times. Kang Jinzhong said seriously, "Zhao Feng, if you keep doing this, I will not agree to help you." Zhao Feng, feeling helpless, said, "Then thank you. With that statement, I am at ease. I've asked for your help, and still can't offer anything in return, which makes me feel quite embarrassed." After saying this, he placed the money on the table and added, "Mr. Kang, just leave it to me, please." In the end, the money remained with Kang Jinzhong. Asking for help from others was not just about words. Even though Kang Jinzhong spoke lightly, he still needed to seek assistance from others for this matter. The next morning, Zhao Feng returned to Jihai. As soon as he got off the train, he saw many people with bell-bottom pants, their faces lit up with bright smiles. Zhao Feng didn't stop and left immediately. At the shopping mall, a girl hurriedly ran to Su Wenwen's counter. "Sister Wenwen, something happened." The girl appeared to be confused. "What's going on?" The girl, named Xiao Lai, frowned and pointed to the third floor, saying, "Kang Jin Lai on the upper floor is also selling bell-bottom pants, but for only 44 coins each." Upon hearing this, Su Wenwen and Zhang Mingming were both extremely surprised. They couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "What? Only 44 coins? The minimum purchase price is 45 coins, and there are only a few batches. Is he out of his mind?" Xiao Lai answered seriously. Other shop owners were also discussing this. The brand and quality were the same, but the price was only 44 coins. Wen Wen and Ming Ming exchanged glances and then went outside. Standing on the third floor, they could indeed see a banner advertising the sale. Zhang Ming Ming said, "Let's go. Let's see how that fool is selling his stuff." Soon after, Zhao Feng arrived at the night market. He looked toward the north, where there was an area of 7 meters available for operations over the next 6 months. As he was deep in thought, A voice called out from behind him. Zhao Feng. The one who called was Qin Yi Ku, with a shining gold tooth in his mouth. He informed Zhao Feng that he had just imported a batch of 50 pairs of pants. Zhao Feng smiled and replied, Mr. Qin, you really are rich. Qin Yi Ku also smiled, lit a cigarette and said, Rich? What are you talking about? I've just borrowed from everywhere to make a big deal. Zhao Feng, you used to sell pants really well. Teach me how to pitch. What should I say when advertising? Zhao Feng immediately agreed and then shared his experience in sales in a whisper. However, Qin Yi Ku did not notice the sharp, cold gaze Zhao Feng was giving him and continued to speak to him. Let's sell the pants tonight at my old spot. If anyone asks, just say you're the real owner. It will make it more convincing. Qin Yi Ku listened attentively, nodding repeatedly. By evening, he set up his stall at Zhao Feng's old location, thinking that he was finally going to make some real money. After finishing the setup, he suddenly began loudly advertising the flared pants from the factory. After finishing his words, he paused briefly and then continued to pitch with even more enthusiasm. After a while, someone came over to ask the price and wondered if he was the same vendor from before. Qin Yi Ku smiled brightly. Yes, I'm the boss. The stock is direct from the factory, just 111 coins. The girl muttered a little and began to reach for her wallet when Qin Yi Ku turned his back. I'll get the pants for you right away. In his heart, he was excited, thinking that a few dozen coins would soon be in his hands. Zhao Feng's method had indeed worked. After only a short time, a customer had appeared. At that moment, a woman wearing flared pants approached. Seeing the girl's intent to buy, she immediately intervened. Wait a minute, are you really going to buy these flared pants for 100 coins? Don't buy them here. He's a scammer. Qin Yi Ku immediately frowned and asked, What are you talking about? The girl glared at him, then continued, Don't buy here. The same type is only 44 coins at the shopping mall. Qin Yi Ku frowned. What are you saying? How much are they selling for? 44 coins. Are you dreaming? No way, that person's pants might be fake. If the same type is sold for 44 coins, I'd give you a whole batch of these pants for free. At this point, Qin Yi Ku couldn't hold back and shouted loudly. The people around them heard and gathered. A middle-aged woman stepped forward, annoyed, and said to Qin Yi Ku, These are the pants I just bought at the shopping mall for 44 coins. Everyone, take a look. Do they look the same? After hearing this, the crowd looked at the pants in her hand, and indeed, they were the same model. They all voiced their objections to Qin Yi Ku, calling him a swindler. They're selling for 44 coins, and you're offering them for 100 coins. Zhao Feng, observing from above, thought to himself that the 44 coin price indicated that someone had imported the goods at a price lower than the local price and had decided to lower the price accordingly. After thinking for a while, he decided not to sell bell-bottom pants anymore. He felt he had lost the face to continue doing so. As he was about to leave, he happened to spot a familiar figure in the crowd. It was Xiao Du. She was closely observing Qin Yi Ku, as if trying to determine whether the person being surrounded was him. Upon realizing it wasn't Zhao Feng, she quickly retreated and left. After a short while, a familiar voice rang out. Xiao Du. She turned around, and when she saw him, all her emotions surged. Zhao Feng smiled and asked, Xiao Du, did you just get off work? She didn't answer, only gave a slight nod. You go ahead, then let's go. They started walking together. But Zhao Feng noticed that Xiao Du kept her head lowered very low, so he asked, Are you lost in thought about something? Xiao Du remained silent, thinking about Liu Shui. She had never felt so terrified, but the presence of Liu Shui overwhelmed her. Even his face brought her nightmares. It made her wake up in the middle of the night. Noticing her silence, Zhao Feng began to talk about recent events. Maybe I haven't told you about Wu Na. She did really well on the last exam. In a month, she'll be going to Ji-Hai to attend university. Also, right now, I can't dare to show my face in Ji-Hai anymore. It seems there's a group of women looking for me to settle scores. Earlier, he had constantly said that the factory was clearing goods at the lowest price of 17 coins. But now, the selling price at the shopping mall had risen to 44 coins. On the way, Zhao Feng kept talking and laughing, trying to bring some joy to Xiao Du. However, after 10 minutes, she still kept her head down in silence. It wasn't until he shared about his recent trip back to Linshui that she stopped and, trembling, asked, "Why didn't you tell me you were coming back? I thought you weren't coming back anymore." As she said this, tears fell on her face. Hearing the news that Zhao Feng had suddenly returned to Linshui, she felt as if she had been abandoned by everyone and poured all of her sadness onto him. Zhao Feng was taken aback by her reaction. If this were 202, he would have had no hesitation in holding her tightly. But now it was 1980, and people's mindset was not as open as before. He had to consider Xiao Du's feelings. So he took her hand and led her into a small alley nearby. From the dark corner of the alley, he saw Xiao Du, like an angel with fair skin and a faint fragrance in the air, that excited him even more. Xiao Du felt his warm breath close to her, and suddenly, he embraced her. This time, she didn't resist, but silently held him tightly, savoring the warmth he brought. He gently asked, "Xiao Du, is there something on your mind?" She lowered her head in silence, not saying a word. He smiled and added, "I used to make quite a bit from selling pants, but now, I'm a millionaire." Hearing that, Xiao Du was surprised and asked again, "Really?" She still thought that selling pants only brought a profit of 2 coins. He replied with a smile at her and shone like a flower. "Really?" She laughed and said, "Great, then let's go to the restaurant to celebrate." "I'll treat you, I just got my salary minus 28 coins. Zhao Feng lowered his voice, his hands gently moving off her shoulders. "Xiao Du, right now I'm saving up to buy a house at Jihai, and we definitely won't have to suffer like before. Although you might not believe me, I hope you'll trust me just this once. I'll really treat you well. Will you marry me?" After saying this, he touched her face and gently lifted her chin. Xiao Du was stunned for a moment, then suddenly smiled and softly stroked his thin face. She paused and said, "Zhao Feng, could you give me a little time? My family still." She didn't manage to finish her sentence before he hugged her tightly. He understood that she was under great pressure, so he didn't rush, knowing that even if he had to wait a little longer, it was okay. After a long time, the two reluctantly pulled apart. When they returned home, Xiao Du heard her father shouting. Zhang Mingming was kneeling on the floor, explaining, "Dad, don't worry too much. It's not that we've lost everything. We just ran into some trouble. Please, let me explain." Xi Wen continued, "Dad, here's the situation. We had a very solid plan, but Qin Jin Lai on the 3rd floor found a factory selling at 44 coins. Zhang Mingming confirmed, "That's right. Wen said that such things often happen in business. He's just trying to attract customers." Di Wen added, "I asked around, and although this batch is small, the price will rise to 111 coins in a few days." The father sighed in frustration as he listened to the explanations from Zhang Mingming and Xi Wen, then walked into the bedroom. He spoke, "Don't make it so complicated. Everyone stay calm." His voice carried a clear sense of helplessness. Zhang Mingming, frustrated and tense, said, "There are so many people importing goods in the market. Why should we be afraid of that Qin Jin Lai?" The next morning, Zhao Feng called engsub Dao to inform him that he would be going to Guanghai the next day for a new business deal. After ending the call, he boarded the latest train of the day to save on accommodation costs. By noon the next day, when he arrived at engsub Dao's house, he saw engsub Dao excitedly anticipating his arrival in Guanghai. His excitement was evident on his face. He said, "Zhao Feng, sorry I'm a bit late, otherwise I would have been here since 10 o'clock. Engsub Dao patted him on the shoulder, leaned back in his chair, and continued, "Oh, before, you said you weren't selling bell-bottom pants anymore. So what are your plans?" He replied, "Mr. Xu, I remember you work at a trading company, right? Do you know that in September 1979, there was a special fair held on the eastern ring road of the capital?" Zhao Feng was very impressed with the events that took place during the economic development period. He had thoroughly researched important events or famous entrepreneurs from that era. Engsub Dao thought for a moment, then said, "I remember, it wasn't just an agricultural product fair, but there were also many rare items like quartz watches and bicycles with adjustable speeds. As a result, a series of fairs emerged everywhere, such as clothing fairs, children's goods fairs, and many others." Zhao Feng laughed and said, "Exactly. Especially in 1981, toy companies from Beijing and Shanghai collaborated to organize an imported toy fair. Shu Gudao also remembered and clapped his thighs with delight. That's right, I went there. Although it wasn't very big, the items were truly novel. Zhao Feng continued. Moreover, in 1984, Beijing will host a children's clothing fair. Shu Gudao was amazed, his voice showing trust in what was about to happen. Zhao Feng suddenly realized he had spoken too hastily and quickly added, I was just speaking off the cuff. He silently thought that initially, fairs were just a method many organizations used to clear inventory. By 1980, fairs began to serve as platforms for introducing new products and became increasingly popular. People were eager for novel items from abroad. This made bell-bottom trousers stand out. Although they were expensive, they were very fashionable and considered high-end goods. Thinking of this, Zhao Feng excitedly said, Mr. Xu, we can organize a fair at the Jihai night market. When he voiced this idea, he had thought it through carefully, not saying I'm but we, because he knew he couldn't carry out this task alone. Shu Gudao was stunned and asked, a fair? How can we do that? Organizing a fair is really complicated. Zhao Feng stepped closer and said, although it's somewhat troublesome, if you have a supply factory, everything becomes much simpler. We just need to find factories that want to sell their products. Then let them know the benefits of joining the fair. A little persuasion is all it takes. The negotiations will be easier as the fair has high sales potential. If it's beneficial, no one will refuse, as long as there are many factories involved. Then we only need to talk to the management staff of Jihai, pay a small fee, and both sides will benefit. I believe in the success of this plan. Shu Gudao silently thought, this is a good opportunity, and I don't need to invest much. Thinking that, he looked up at Zhao Feng and asked, so how are we going to make money from this? The fact that Shu Gudao used the word we showed their collaboration, and Zhao Feng's repeated emphasis on the same word helped bind them together. Previously, he had earned thousands of coins in a short time, so it would be wrong to say that Shu Gudao wasn't jealous. Therefore, he worried that after the task was completed, the profit sharing might not be fair. Zhao Feng smiled and replied, it's very simple. We can buy some unsellable clothes from factories and sell them at the fair. This way, we can take advantage of the crowd at the fair to sell our products. Shu Gudao had some doubts, but now that he was part of the plan, he listened very seriously. Zhao Feng continued explaining, Mr. Xu, to put it simply, we buy goods from the factories at a low price, and then sell them at a higher price. At that point, I will become a supplier for the Jihai night market, competing with other factories participating in the fair. But our products will be different from theirs, so we won't have to worry about competition. We'll use the customer flow to sell our products, provide free space for displaying the items, and help them clear out their stock. That way, everyone benefits. After hearing this, Shu Gudao slapped his thigh excitedly and said, all right, Zhao Feng. I think this is a feasible plan. Zhao Feng smiled and continued, so Mr. Qin, we need to divide the profits clearly. The profit from buying goods from the factory will be split 50-50ths, and any losses will also be shared equally. Shu Gudao nodded in agreement, with no objections, and he admired Zhao Feng even more in his heart. He asked, Zhao Feng, what should we do next? After thinking for a moment, Zhao Feng replied, first, we need to figure out which products will be the most beneficial for us, and then we can contact the factories. For now, we should focus on selling women's products since they are the primary customers. They continued discussing until late afternoon. Shu Gudao was riding the bicycle, with Zhao Feng sitting behind him and laughing continuously. At that moment, he missed the time spent with Chen Gudao. When they arrived, Shu Gudao said, Mr. Shai is the best workshop owner I know, has a very easygoing person. Back in '82, he signed an overseas distribution contract with me. At that time, the product we were making was a Sun Wukong toy, inspired by the 1964 animated film Asterisk, The Monkey King Asterisk. Unfortunately, the result was not promising. The overseas buyers refused to purchase it, so we eventually stopped the collaboration. Zhao Feng laughed and said, that's normal. Different cultures can lead to such mismatches. They don't understand our country, so how could they sell something they don't know much about? Moreover, with high production costs, the market there would definitely have a hard time absorbing it. The fact that this product lost money was predictable. He thought to himself that the 4 famous works of China had yet to be adapted into films, and the manufacturing technology was still undeveloped. Exporting toys that he thought were deeply meaningful might have been one of the worst decisions. After greeting the security guard, the two of them walked to the workshop owner's office door. Shou Gudao raised his hand and said, "Mr. Shi, today I would like to introduce someone to you. This is the director of Jiangshu Clothing Company, Mr. Zhao Feng." Shi Jigang seemed doubtful, not understanding why Xu Gudao would introduce a clothing vendor to him. After a moment, he smiled and said, "Just a friend. Come on in and have a seat." With that, he led Zhao Feng and Xu Gudao into the room, then went to the table and poured tea for both of them. "Gudao, what brings you two here today?" Shi Jigang asked, smiling and looking at Zhao Feng. "To motivate, so that Director Zhu can explain the matter to you," Gudao replied. Zhao Feng smiled and began to introduce himself. "Hello, Mr. Shi. I am the director responsible for sales at Jiangshu Clothing Company. Today, I am here with my department head to discuss an upcoming trade fair that will be held in Jihai." "A trade fair?" Shi Jigang asked. "Yes," Zhao Feng confirmed. He then explained, "In order to solve the problem of toy stockpiles in Jihai, I would like to collaborate with toy factories that have excess inventory to organize a trade fair to sell off these goods." However, Shi Jigang did not rush to respond. He just smiled and asked, "Well then, why don't you two have some tea first? We'll discuss the matter slowly." After a while, Shi Jigang slowly said, "Director Zhou, you just mentioned that you're the organizer of this trade fair. Yet you're a clothing vendor, aren't you?" At this moment, Zhao Feng responded, "The target audience I serve is children, which is also the customer base of your company." Shi Jigang nodded after thinking for a moment. "Children's clothing. I've heard of trade fairs, but they are usually only held in big cities like Beijing, Shanghai. I've never heard of a fair being held in Jihai." Zhao Feng had prepared for this and was ready to reply, "Precisely because it has never been organized here. I want to invite others to join in. Our company not only has factories producing toys, but we also have a garment factory in Jiangsu. Moreover, no one can guarantee that a fair in Beijing will help sell off the current stock. I can't make such a promise, and I'm sure Mr. Shi feels the same way as the owners of other toy factories. Our inventory is essentially products that the market has already discarded if they can't be sold. The reason is certainly that the competitors' toys are far superior, so customers naturally won't be interested." What Zhao Feng said was not wrong. Shi Jigang furrowed his brows, thinking for a moment before asking, "Can you guarantee the sales in Jihai?" "Absolutely, Mr. Shi. I am originally from Jihai. This place is currently developing rapidly, and the potential for consumption is very promising. Moreover, I have secured a booth at the night market, near the most famous restaurant in Jihai. That area can provide free space for the fair, which will save a significant amount of money." Although still feeling doubtful, Shi Jigang quickly said in response to Zhao Feng's suggestion, "But the procedure for participating in the trade fair seems very complicated. If we invest a large amount of assets and manpower without completing the procedures, it would be a waste." Zhao Feng was secretly pleased. Finally, he had asked this question. This indicated that he was considering participating in the fair. He patted Shi Jigang on the shoulder and said, "We need Fudewa's help. Right now, the policies from higher-ups are encouraging businesses like ours to quickly deal with inventory. As long as our factories cooperate and work together to find the right leadership, everything will go smoothly. Mr. Shi, everything we're doing now is for the factories, and for the employees waiting to get paid below. Therefore, we must be the pioneers in solving these difficulties." When he spoke the last sentence, Zhao Feng stood up straight and raised his voice. Every word he said hit a nerve with Shi Jigang, making him waver, thinking about the wages still owed to the employees. If they could sell off more than half of the inventory, these problems would soon be resolved. With that in mind, he extended his hand to shake Zhao Feng's. This time, he didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. The collaboration was nearly finalized, but Zhao Feng still wanted to complete everything as perfectly as possible, so he gestured to Xu Gudao. Xu Gudao understood and cleared his throat before speaking. "Mr. Shi, when Zhao Feng mentioned this issue to me, you were the first person I thought of. As for the past between us..." Xu Gudao had not finished speaking when Shi Jigang interrupted. "Gudao, those past events are just history, and the issue doesn't lie with you. It's because the toys we provided weren't good enough." Xu Gudao sighed and said, Then in 3 days, you should come to my office. I'll introduce you to Director Wang, and we can discuss the trade fair at that time." Shi Jigang patted engsub Dao on the shoulder and said, "Thank you very much." Before leaving, Shi Jigang suddenly asked Zhao Feng, "What about the other toy factories?" Zhao Feng briefly replied, "Everything is fine." After that, Zhao Feng and his companion went to visit other factories, and in each case, he reported that the collaboration with the remaining factories was complete. The people he spoke to took some time to consider but quickly agreed. At the state-owned restaurant in Jihai, today was Shen Ziran's birthday, and the dining table was filled. In addition to her high school friends, Shi Jiang was also there, sitting between Lai Dekai and Xiao Du. The food had been served, and everyone was enjoying it while chatting. Zhao Jun turned to Tian Liang and asked about the situation at the Exinon equipment factory. He tried to present himself as a leader, doing his best to appear responsible. Tian Liang smiled and replied, "Everything's great. The work is easy, and we often get to go out for tours, so I don't want to return to Lin Shui anymore." As Zhou Jun was about to take some food, he suddenly remembered that Zhou Feng had returned to Lin Shui earlier. Someone like him was more suited to being there. He couldn't survive in Jihai. Zhao Jun's words were full of provocation as he shot a glance at Shen Ziran. Seeing her curl her lips, he couldn't help but feel amused. Shen Ziran loudly said, "It's best if he goes back, then he won't keep clinging to Xiao Du anymore." Xiao Du frowned, displeased to hear these words, while others were speaking ill of her ex-husband. She furrowed her brows in worry, about to speak up to confirm her relationship with Zhou Feng. They like to mock, so let them mock. But just as she was about to speak, a sharp voice rang out. Gio Boy, looking displeased, loudly said, "That Zhao Feng guy is nothing but trash. He even dares to deceive his classmates. The lowest price for those pants is 110 coins, not a single coin less. Meanwhile, they only cost 44 coins at the mall." Shen Ziran smiled, stood up, patted her pants, and said, "I bought these pants at the mall. This is the real price from the factory." Lai Dekai, having caught on to something important, furrowed his brows and asked, 44 coins. Zhao Feng sells them for 11 coins each. Doesn't that mean he's making a lot of money? Hearing this, Shi Jiang also furrowed his brows. If a useless person makes more money than you, of course, you wouldn't be happy. Especially when Zhou Feng is still lingering around Xiao Du. Zhao Jun laughed as everyone looked at him. He shook his head and said, "Everyone is overestimating Zhou Feng. If he really made so much money, would he have come back to Lin Shui? He's just a hired hand, making only 2 coins per pair of pants. Stop thinking so much. That money definitely belongs to his boss, or maybe he still thinks 110 coins is the entry price." Hearing Zhu Jun's words, most of the people burst out laughing. Shi Jiang laughed so hard that he was trembling. Xiao Du suddenly stood up, unable to contain her anger. Shen Ziran looked at her with a confused expression. Xiao Du seriously declared, "I'm about to marry Zhao Feng, so please don't laugh at the person I love like that. And if you get married in the future, don't come to me." Shi Jiang couldn't believe his ears, and the others were equally shocked. Shen Ziran clenched her fists and exclaimed, "What? You're going to remarry Zhao Feng? Are you out of your mind? When we were living together, I noticed something was off about Xiao Du, but I didn't expect you to be so determined." Xiao Du looked at her firmly and replied, "Yes, I will marry the person I love." Shen Ziran angrily stood up and shouted at Xiao Du, "Xiao Du, are you crazy? Have you forgotten how he beat you? All he does is gamble and sleep all day. You barely managed to divorce him, and now you want to go back." Xiao Du lowered her head, unsure how to explain Zhao Feng's change, and whispered, "He's different now." That night, when Zhou Feng hugged Xiao Du in the dark alley, she felt a sense of peace. At that moment, Shen Ziran could only clench her fists and sneer, her eyes filled with disdain. "I think you've forgotten the old wounds. You cried to me about how he beat you, and your mother had to be hospitalized because of it." Having said that, she tried to restrain herself from saying anything worse. But she couldn't stop the anger inside her. The words just came out. "You're really foolish. What's so great about Zhao Feng? Why are you acting like this, clinging to him like that? I introduced you to Shi Jiang, who drives a taxi, remember? Every time we go out to eat with him, don't you feel embarrassed? Who do you think you are? That temporary job of yours right now. It seems like you and Zhao Feng really make the perfect match. Xiao Du remained silent, tears silently running down her cheeks. She couldn't understand how her best friend could have become like this. Her heart felt heavy with discomfort. Life seemed so tiring. The pressure from her family already immense. And now there was the terrifying Liu Shui to deal with. Thinking of this, Xiao Du turned and ran out of the restaurant. Zhao Jun watched her leave and shouted, "This is unbelievable. Zai Ran, if it weren't for you speaking up for her last time, I definitely would have taken care of Zhao Feng already. Now she's here causing trouble with you." Zhao Jun's voice echoed, every word clear to Xiao Du's ears. She remained silent as she left. Tian Liang, who hadn't participated in the gossip, stayed quiet. Zhao Feng softly said, "I'll go outside and check on her." He stood up, and as everyone mocked him, he simply sat quietly, observing, his attitude different from the others. After a while, Zhou Jun turned to Shen Ziran and said, "Come on, Zai Ran. Today's your birthday. Let's all sit down and eat. Don't let Xiao Du ruin the meal." Shen Ziran frowned and shouted, "What birthday?" Then, he hurriedly ran outside. The atmosphere at the dining table became awkward. Lai Dekai, still trying to keep things going. Zhou Jun, forget about them. Let's not waste the food. Zhao Jun forced a smile. "You guys eat, I'll go check on Zai Ran for a bit." He quickly stood up and left. Meanwhile, in Guanghai, in a remote area, Zhou Feng was pushing a tricycle up a slope, each step heavy and labored. He handed the bike over to engsub Dao, who also recognized the sign of the nearby toy factory. He smiled. "We finally reached the end. I didn't expect the discussion with this factory to go so smoothly." By the time the two finished their talks, it was already dark, and both of their expressions were still uneasy, as the real difficulties had only just begun. They planned to head to Jiangsu Clothing Company the next morning to solve their inventory problems. The next morning, Engsub Dao had arranged a meeting at Jiangshui. The clothes from Jiangshui are quite decent, mainly made from synthetic fibers sourced from the Guangdong area, known as Turlin fibers in modern times. This type of fiber is considered high quality and is favored by many. Upon arriving at Jiangsu, Engsub Dao introduced Zhao Feng to Zhang Daiha, the factory owner. "Mr. Zhang, this is Zhao Feng, whom I told you about, a major businessman from Jihai. He is fully capable of assisting us in handling the inventory issues." Zhang Daiha was surprised. He hadn't expected Zhao Feng to be so young, and immediately complimented him. Zhao Feng quickly waved his hand, and after a few polite exchanges, the two of them got down to the main topic. "Mr. Zhang, what was the inventory of last winter's stock you had?" After thinking for a moment, Zhang Daiho replied, "If we count the total, it's about 6,000 pieces, with approximately 5,000 pieces of women's clothing." "Then, what was the selling price of the women's clothing last year?" Zhang Daiha hesitated for a moment, then nodded and provided the specific numbers. There were 3 types of women's clothing, with prices of 80, 90, and 100 coins, respectively. Zhao Feng nodded, not asking any more questions. But internally he couldn't help but feel surprised when he realized that the value of these clothes was not cheap at all. Later, a few people arrived at the warehouse, and Zhao Feng carefully recalculated the stock and assessed it. All the clothes were well preserved without any issues. He observed them for a moment, then felt the fabric and had a clear understanding in his mind. He turned to Zhang Daiha and said, "Mr. Zhang, I will take all 5,000 pieces of women's clothing, but I don't need the rest." Zhang Daiha was surprised by this decision. Women's clothing was the main item, and he didn't expect Zhao Feng to be so decisive. He was pleased and said, "Mr. Zhou, if you take all 5,000 pieces, I will lower the price to 70 coins per piece." Zhang Daiha was confident that this price was very reasonable. However, Zhou Feng shook his head. Zhang Daiha didn't understand, frowned, and looked at Zhou Feng, wondering, could the price I offered be too high? Zhao Feng insisted that 70 coins were unacceptable. He paused for a moment, and then explained in a tone of reasoning. Since the 1980s, domestic cotton production has increased significantly. The mass-produced clothing has met the needs of the people, but this also reflects the shortage of high-quality goods, because the clothes we are wearing are actually very uncomfortable. They are not breathable, and this is precisely what has led to the decline in the sales of Jiangsu over the past few years. Noticing that Zhang Dai Hao was still silent, Zhao Feng continued. So Zhang, have you noticed how much your stockpile from last year was compared to the year before? Zhang Dai Hao thought about Zhao Feng's question. Indeed, with the same production output, the stock has increased 3 to 5 times compared to previous years, he replied. Zhao Feng smiled and said frankly, Zhang, the reality is no longer as favorable as it was in the past. This year is worse than last year. I believe you can see this. The consumption in this summer has dropped significantly compared to previous years. Zhang Dai frowned. The reality was indeed, as Zhao Feng had said, consumption had decreased this summer, even more than last year. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, So what is the reason for this? Zhao Feng felt a sense of joy inside. Finally, Zhang Dai has asked this question, which shows that he needs help. Right now, his factory is facing a decline in consumption. Zhao Feng coldly replied, Nothing happens without a reason. Adidas is still selling well because they understand the market in the US better. They use a pricing strategy where they sell high and then lower the price, targeting consumers' psychological preference for discounted goods. An even more important point is that your products are not subject to taxes. As long as you pay the money, you get the goods. Moreover, importing is very easy, but if any issues arise, all the advantages will disappear, leaving only the flaws. At that point, customers will no longer buy your products. Especially on December 1st, 1983, the 3-year fabric tariff will expire. Upon hearing this, both Zhang Dai and Xu Gudao were stunned. Zhang Dai grew increasingly concerned. If what Zhao Feng says is true, the expiration of the fabric tariff will make goods from other factories circulate more easily. This will seriously affect sales this winter and may even threaten the survival of our factory. At that moment, Zhao Feng signaled to Xu Gudao. Xu Gudao understood and approached Zhang Dai, saying, Mr. Zhang, this information came from our superiors. Zhao Feng's tone became even colder. Therefore, Mr. Zhang, I will no longer buy at 70 yuan. You can keep the goods, and I will come back next year to inquire again. Xu Gudao added, Mr. Zhang, it's not like there's a shortage of smaller sizes this year. When Mr. Zhao expressed his intention to purchase this batch of goods, I immediately thought of you. Furthermore, in Guanghai, there are thousands of clothing factories, and people can buy from wherever they want. Hearing this, Zhang Dai felt a sense of panic. He was worried that the stock would continue to accumulate and was also concerned that Zhao Feng might go to another factory to purchase the goods. He turned to Zhao Feng and asked, Then, what price do you propose? The base price was 20 coins, plus labor and machinery costs, totaling 40 coins. Although this price could be considered a loss, it was within my acceptable range. The goods are still there. If they aren't converted into money, they're just a reality. The room fell silent for a moment. Zhang Dai looked at the pile of goods stacked in the room and sighed. All right, with the price you mentioned, 40 coins each, a total of 5,000 units. At this point, Ketchum Gudao was sweating profusely. He never expected Zhao Feng to be so persistent in bargaining. Zhao Feng smiled and said, Then we've agreed on that. By the time they left Jiangsu, the sun had begun to set, and a gentle breeze blew by, uplifting the spirits. After finalizing all the contracts, Ketchum Gudao felt much more at ease. To buy 5,000 women's outfits for just 20,000 coins, 10,000 of which was all the money he had saved up. Thinking of this, he tugged at Zhao Feng's sleeve, wanting to say something. But before he could open his mouth, Zhao Feng spoke first. Now that it has come to this, don't overthink it. The words of consolation now seemed pointless, like shooting an arrow without a tip. The most important thing now was how to persuade Chief Wang about the association event. Seeing Zhao Feng's serious expression, Hexum Gudao suddenly felt energized. All right, I understand. The next day, all the toy factories had arrived at the meeting point. After some time of discussion, Director Wang finally agreed. Thus, the venue for the fair was set. By noon at the shopping center, Shali Wen stood downstairs, her eyes gazing up at the banner for Ken Jin Lai hanging above. It stated that bell-bottom pants were being sold at a discount of 100 coins. Wen snorted. So the arrogance is over. Didn't he obediently adjust the price after all? She wondered what he had been thinking earlier, because today the store was displaying the bell-bottom pants that had been bought previously. Just then, a young girl walked over. How much are your bell-bottom pants? If they're only 100 coins each, I'll buy them." Upon hearing this, Wen became excited. She quickly looked around and whispered, "If it's 100 coins, I'll sell them to you, but you mustn't tell anyone." The girl smiled brightly. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." After receiving the money, John Ming counted the 10 bills in his hand, his eyes shining with excitement. He eagerly said to his wife, "So we make 50 coins, almost like a month's salary for me." Su Wen lightly pushed his hand. "Hey, watch your words. It's just the beginning. Be careful, someone might hear you." Zhang Ming quickly nodded. In the afternoon, at Xiao Du's house, her mother was cooking, while Xiao Du stood in a daze, preparing. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and Xiao Du stopped what she was doing, furrowing her brows. Her parents happily turned around and said, "It must be Liu Shui. Xiao Du, go open the door quickly." Although she still felt frustrated inside, she nodded and went out. She paused for a moment, then resolved that tonight, when her parents were in a good mood, she would have an honest conversation about Liu Shui. As soon as she opened the door, Liu Shui was standing in front of her. But to her surprise, Shen Ziran was also there. She smiled and said, "I ran into Liu Shui when I was passing by the gate of the apartment complex." Xiao Du frowned and didn't say anything, her mind recalling the conflict they had had earlier. Shen Ziran continued, "Xiao Du, what's wrong? Aren't you going to welcome me?" Xiao Du shook her head. "It's not like that." She then opened the door for both of them to come inside. Since that day, Xiao Du and Shen Ziran had not been in contact with each other. Even though their workplaces were very close, neither of them sought the other out. At this moment, both were feeling frustrated inside. Her mother poked her head out and said, "Ziran is here too." When she saw Xiao Du standing motionless, her expression immediately turned sour. Feeling that her daughter was being quite unreasonable, she quickly said to Shen Ziran, "There's fruit on the table. Please help yourself." Then, turning to Xiao Du, she emphasized, "Go talk to Li Shui now." Her father, upon seeing Shen Ziran, asked, "Ziran, how has Mr. Shen been lately?" "Recently, a group of students came to the office, and I've been busy guiding them, so I haven't been able to visit him." After that, the 5 of them sat around a dining table. Shen Ziran suddenly spoke up, "I came here today to discuss something. Our 2 families have been longtime friends, practically like one family. You both know that I always considered Xiao Du as a sister. However, do you know that Xiao Du wants to remarry Zhao Feng?" "Wait, what?" The father was immediately shocked, slammed his hand on the table, and stood up. Xiao Du and her mother were also extremely surprised. Just moments ago, she had thought that Shen Ziran was coming here to apologize for what happened yesterday. But instead, she just added fuel to the fire. She's lost it, everyone. She continued, "Yesterday at my birthday party, Xiao Du said so." Shen Ziran recounted everything that had happened that day, making it impossible for Xiao Du to interrupt. At that moment, Liu Shui, who had been standing next to them, also added his opinion as if it had been prepared beforehand. "Actually, uncle, there's something I haven't told you. Last time when Xiao Du asked me to pick her up from Ziran's place, I saw Zhao Feng selling goods near the residential area of Ziran's house. Xiao Du ran over to him, smiling and chatting cheerfully right in front of me. The father felt like his head was about to explode. Who was it that cried and called me to pick her up? And now you're involved with this trash?" Xiao Du suddenly stood up. "Dad, it's not what you think. Zhao Feng has truly changed. He now sells bell-bottom pants and makes a lot of money." She glanced at Liu Shui and said, "Just looking at him makes me disgusted." Unable to hold back, the father immediately slapped her. "What did you just say?" Xiao Du was so shocked that she fell to the ground. Shen Ziran, seeing this, was also surprised and hurriedly ran over to Xiao Du. But by then, Xiao Du's face had darkened. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, causing everyone to turn around and realize that her mother had fainted. When she was taken to the hospital, Zhang Ming and her husband immediately arrived. "Xiao Du, are you still determined to follow that good-for-nothing? Are you happy seeing your mother faint from anger? Even before running off to get married, your mother was seriously ill because of you. Why are you silent now? Do you think nothing of your parents?" The father, standing beside her, gritted his teeth. "Xiao Du, I beg you, don't cause more trouble, okay? Stay away from that, Zhao Feng. Do you really not want me to kneel down and beg you? Shou Du stood up and walked toward her father. Dad, please don't force me like this. Her answer only made him more furious. Your parents are forcing you. So who's lying in the emergency room now? Who's forcing whom? Looking toward the emergency room, tears streamed down Shou Du's face. Yes, I promise I won't see him again. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng was in Guanghai, happily linking arms with Xu Gudao as they walked out of a restaurant. Xu Gudao remarked, Zhou Feng, I didn't know you could sing so well, but the factory needs time to finish the order. It might take another day or two. How about we wait another day and then head back? I'll take you out to have some fun. I can't do that, Mr. Xu. I really want to go back right now. There's someone special I need to meet, but it's already late. Hearing this, Zhao Feng's heart grew even more anxious. He said, how about we go right now? So Xu Gudao rode his bike and took Zhao Feng back. He thought his uncle was joking, but he didn't expect him to be so serious. The next morning, as soon as they returned to Jihai, Zhao Feng hurried to the night market. Zhao Feng asked, is Boss Qin setting up his stall? Boss Qin Yiku turned around, saw Zhao Feng, and immediately flushed with anger. He stood up, grabbed Zhao Feng by the collar, and shouted. Qin Yiku said, Zhao Feng, you deceive me. How dare you show up here? Zhao Feng thought to himself, why wouldn't I dare? But on the outside, he just smiled. Zhao Feng said, what's wrong, Boss Qin? Is something going on? Qin Yiku said, what's wrong? You lied, didn't you? Don't try to dodge the issue. You lied to me. Zhao Feng gently pushed Qin Yiku away and moved to another spot to set up his stall. Qin Yiku sat down, pointed directly at Zhao Feng and said, Qin Yiku said, Zhao Feng, from now on you are not allowed to sell here at the night market. Zhao Feng calmly replied. He said, oh, but I've paid all the management fees, and my name is clearly listed in the records. Why can't I sell here? Mr. Qin, are you sure you're not saying something unreasonable? However, Qin Yiku ignored Zhao Feng's words and immediately insisted. Qin Yiku said, I will let you sell today, don't even think about it tonight. Zhao Feng smiled, having been waiting for these words. He stood tall and spoke loudly. Zhao Feng said, did everyone hear that? I, Zhao Feng, have paid the management fee for 6 months, but Qin Yiku won't let me set up my stall. Immediately, Qin Yiku became even more aggressive, ignoring the presence of the crowd. Even though money had been paid, it was useless because this guy was too cunning. All the small traders at this point had understood the situation and would later serve as witnesses for Zhao Feng. He waved his hand and turned to leave, wishing Mr. Qin prosperity in his business. I won't bother you anymore. It's truly a waste that I helped you so much, even worked for you. Qin Yiku angrily shouted, work for me? Don't talk nonsense. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng proceeded straight to the next stage of his plan. He handed over a letter of introduction to the person in front of him. The piece of paper clearly stated that it was introduced by the Guanghai International Trading Company. After that, an officer led Zhao Feng into the bureau chief's office. Let me introduce myself. I am Zhou Feng, Xu Gudao's cousin. I had contacted about providing a venue for hosting a fair. Upon hearing this, Bureau Chief Liu became excited. Though they had never met, he had heard a lot about Zhao Feng, and this promised to bring benefits to Jihai. Please have a seat. I'll call Director Zhang, who is in charge of this matter. He'll be here soon, and we can discuss things together. Zhao Feng nodded in agreement. Regarding the timing of the fair, we will consider the situation of the factories in Guanghai to make appropriate arrangements. Director Zhang will join me in visiting the night market to get an understanding of the situation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng couldn't help but feel thrilled, thinking everything was going smoothly. Thank you, Bureau Chief Liu said. Suddenly, Director Liu noticed that Zhao Feng appeared serious and asked, what's going on? Zhao Feng awkwardly smiled and began to explain. Director Liu, as you can see, I've provided free space for the merchants at Guanghai, so I shouldn't have to pay the market fee, right? The director was surprised. Market fee? Zhao Feng immediately replied, yes, sir. Mr. Qin Yiku, who manages the night market, announced this and said that anyone who sets up a stall here must pay. I explained that this is a fair and that the venue fee for half a year has already been paid. But in the end, he still refused to agree. Moreover, he even said that these fees would be given to your side. Director Liu grew more and more confused. What? To me? Yes. Zhao Feng became increasingly animated. At that moment, I didn't believe him, but Qin Yi even threatened to beat us. We're just small traders at the night market, and he even boasted that he was your cousin. How could we dare to resist? Director Liu slammed his hand on the table angrily, raising his voice. His cousin? What nonsense is that? Just then, there was a knock on the door, and Director Zhang entered. Director Liu, you called for me. I heard there's a man named Qin Yi at the night market. Who is he? Find out about him quickly. Then, he turned to Zhao Feng and said, please go with Mr. Zhou here for a walk around. Also, check if other merchants at the night market are being charged by him. Compile everything for me, and don't let him escape. Zhao Feng carried a cardboard box and walked up to Qin Yi, greeting him. Hello, Boss Qin. Upon seeing Zhao Feng, Qin Yi's face darkened. He angrily shouted, Zhao Feng, how dare you come here? I told you already, don't even think about selling your goods here. Feeling helpless, Zhao Feng lowered his head and acted innocent. Did everyone see that? I'm not lying. Director Zhang, who had witnessed the whole event, immediately stepped forward, and 2 officers moved to arrest Qin Yi. Despite his attempts to resist, the moment he saw the 2 men in military uniforms, he fell silent and obediently allowed himself to be escorted away. At this point, the merchants on the street finally dared to whisper among themselves. That parasite has finally been caught. I heard someone reported him. Zhao Feng took the opportunity to taunt him again. Boss Qin, I'll help you clean up this mess. With your bell-bottom pants. No need to thank me. Qin Yi glared at Zhao Feng with fiery eyes, gritting his teeth to suppress his anger. Then Zhao Feng took the fruit bag and the small bell-bottom pants bag and headed toward Xiao Du's house, where she was probably home. Upon arrival, he saw Xiao Du holding a lunchbox. Seeing her, Zhao Feng didn't hesitate to approach, hug her, and say, Xiao Du, I'm back. Xiao Du looked at him in surprise, but her words caught Zhao Feng off guard. She pushed him away and coldly said, What are you doing? Can't you see I'm holding something? Then, Xiao Du turned away without looking back, leaving Zhao Feng stunned and confused about what had just happened. Zhao Feng chased after her and asked, Xiao Du, where are you going? Give me the lunchbox. I'll hold it for you, she replied. No need, don't worry about me. But isn't the hospital ahead? Why are you taking the lunchbox there? Is something wrong at home? You should tell me, he said. Before he could finish his words, Xiao Du continued walking without a glance back. Zhao Feng ran up, grabbed her hand, and asked, What's going on? Why won't you tell me? I have the right to know. Xiao Du turned and shot him a quick glance. Wait here, don't follow me. I'll explain later. Soon after, Xiao Du had crossed into a hidden corner of the staircase, tears rolling down her cheeks. What a fool. I just didn't want to say anything that would hurt you. Why do you have to ask what happened? In room number 3, Xiao Du's mother lay in bed. Xiao Du brought a bowl of hot porridge. I've made some porridge. Mom, wake up and have a little. Her mother picked up the bowl and ate happily, continuously praising. The porridge is so soft and delicious today. The taste is wonderful. I don't know if it's because I'm in a good mood or if it's truly this good. Xiao Du advised her, Mom, you should rest early. Otherwise, by 11 o'clock, the hospital won't allow family members to stay. But her mother called Xiao Du over to sit beside her for a while. She squinted her eyes and said, Just 2 things. You need to remember. I promised myself that I won't have anything to do with that poor bastard anymore. Xiao Du nodded, which made her mother feel a little relieved. With your words, I no longer worry. Just thinking about that jerk gives me chills. Every time he hit you, it felt like a knife cutting through me. Only you could be generous enough to forgive him. You really are foolish. After leaving the hospital room, Xiao Du trembled, unable to hold back her tears as she sobbed. When she exited the hospital, she saw Zhao Feng still waiting outside. Seeing her, he immediately asked, Xiao Du, is your mom being hospitalized? Xiao Du replied, Let's talk while we walk. She had only taken a few steps when she began to speak. Zhao Feng, we shouldn't stay in touch anymore. Hearing this, Zhao Feng looked surprised, quickly reaching out to grab Xiao Du's hand. Can you tell me why? Xiao Du explained that her family didn't support their relationship, Every time I mention you, my mom gets so upset that she ends up in the hospital. You see, I can't keep being with you. Zhao Feng tightly held Xiao Du's hand, but now he was a completely different person than before. He had worked hard and earned quite a bit of money. Why don't you talk to your parents? I am not the same person as I was before. Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Du firmly pushed him away. That's enough. Stop talking. No matter what you say, it's just a personal matter. It's best if we don't see each other again. After turning around and walking away, Xiao Du's tears began to fall. Zhao Feng, I'm sorry. The next morning, Zhao Feng decided to buy himself a house. His siblings were also preparing to move to the city to study. This would be their new home in Jihai. Unfortunately, his finances were not enough at the moment, but initially, he had planned to buy a house across from Xiao Du's, just to occasionally provoke his future in-laws. The following day, Zhao Feng stood leaning against a large pillar at the station entrance when a group of people hurriedly approached. Zhao Feng, I've brought everyone here. Xiao Gudao spoke up. After meeting, Zhao Feng exchanged a few words with them and asked about the delivery time. When he learned that the goods would arrive at 10 p.m. that evening, Zhao Feng assigned tasks to everyone. He then led them to Director Zhang to prepare for the upcoming fair. After receiving permission from Director Zhang, Zhao Feng took everyone to inspect the venue and assign spaces for each booth. The workshop owners were very pleased with the spacious and sufficient venue. Next, Zhao Feng and Texu Gudao began preparing the advertising banners. Of course, this action would create an enthusiastic atmosphere for the event, because in this day and age, such activities are still quite new. Zhao Feng called on everyone to walk around while holding up a sales banner. The Guanghai City factory is clearing stock. All products are being sold at super low prices. Come here, come here. This scene was completely unprecedented here. Not only were the products on display, but effective advertising was also incorporated. Many people, mostly women and children, gathered to see the goods. Soon, the area started to get crowded. Customers were continuously discussing. These toys are really modern. I'd never seen them in the shopping mall. Anyway, they're things kids like, so coming to take a look won't hurt. Xu Hudao smiled nonstop as he saw the bustling market. At this moment, Zhao Feng realized the advertising campaign was quite successful, so he returned to the night market stall. He stood on the platform and declared loudly, "The fair will be free to enter. No tickets needed. This time, we're offering deep discounts for everyone." Following the script that had been prepared, Texu Gudao shouted, "The largest clothing factory in Guanghai and Jiangshui is closing down. The original price was 40 to 50 coins, but now it's only 20 coins. Hurry up." Upon hearing this, the crowd began to stir. "Here's the winter clothing, synthetic fabric. It's getting cold fast. Come take a look." The factory owners standing nearby were also surprised. How can Xiao Xiao do this? Immediately, a girl approached and asked, "Zhao Feng, is it cheaper?" Zhao Feng shook his head. "No, it's not possible. These are all liquidation goods, and the best ones are already gone." Suddenly, a crowd gathered around the booth, and they began trying on clothes. People rushed over because of the attractive prices. Some factory owners noticed Zhao Feng's sales technique and realized it was really impressive. They hurried back to their own booths to learn from him and sell their own children's toys. More and more people visited Zhao Feng's booth. People from the neighboring booth, envious, commented, "I feel like Mr. Zhou is not running a fair. He's just selling his own clothes." Someone next to them immediately interrupted, "Come on, Mr. Wang. They've helped provide the location and accommodation for us for free. They need to make a living too. Stop talking so much and focus on working hard. Don't ask so many questions." Half an hour passed, and Texu Gudao still showed no signs of fatigue. He shouted loudly like a true merchant, "Sister, if our clothes are good, please bring your friends and family to support us." Before long, Texu Gudao had sold nearly all the stock from the crates behind him. Though it was modest compared to the 5,000 sets of inventory, after calculating carefully, he still made a profit of 1,000 coins. After splitting with Zhao Feng, each of them earned 500 coins. This amount was equivalent to several months of his salary. Suddenly, someone approached Texu Gudao and asked, "Didn't you guys say you were selling children's clothing before? Why are there only women's clothes now?" At that moment, Zhao Feng ran over holding a set of clothes. "Mr. Shi, perhaps you don't fully understand, right? We call this the interlinked economy. Mr. Shi was puzzled. Interlinked economy. What does that mean? Zhao Feng explained slowly. Think about it. Children come here to buy toys. But some mothers might be reluctant to walk around. Now, we're also selling women's clothing. That's something they want to buy. So doesn't that make them want to come here even more? It's always fun to buy new clothes. You're making money from children, and we're making it from their mothers. Cooperation is mutually beneficial. Isn't that great? Upon hearing this, Mr. Shai looked at Zhao Feng with admiration. He praised, Mr. Zhu, you are truly considerate. I really admire you. As night fell, Zhao Feng led everyone to find a place to rest. They went over to congratulate Exu Gudao. Today, you really sold the most. You owe us a meal now. Xu Gudao smiled contentedly, of course. But unlike Hexu Gudao's happiness, Zhao Feng remained silent. Mr. Shai noticed and asked, What's wrong, Zhao Feng? Zhao Feng pointed to his throat and laughed. As you can see, I really can't speak anymore. I've shouted too much today. Everyone turned their attention to Mr. Shai. Mr. Shi, I heard your voice the loudest at the fair. My ears are still ringing. On the way back, everyone was laughing and talking happily, as the hardest of the first day was quite promising. Then, Xiao Gudao asked how much he had earned. At that moment, Zhao Feng was holding up 5 fingers, counting his money. He had already counted 50-20 coins, while Xiao Gudao had sold 69-80 coins. But right after that, Xiao Gudao lowered his head to check his bag. Wait a minute. Let me count again to be sure. After double-checking with a relieved expression, Hexu Gudao announced, That's right, we've sold a total of 600 sets of clothes, and the profit has reached 12,000. Hopefully, tomorrow will be even better. Haha, it definitely will be. The next day, Zhao Feng and Hexu Gudao went to deposit their money into his savings account. Looking at the amount in the account book, Zhao Feng was determined to work twice or even 3 times harder than yesterday. At the fair, Zhao Feng implemented a massive discount promotion, selling at a loss. Today, they were selling synthetic fibers for only 20 coins. 2 people standing nearby heard this, and, surprised, asked, What special plan does Mr. Chu have today? So they rushed back to their stalls and followed Zhao Feng's method. Meanwhile, in the commercial area, Zhang Mingming was rearranging the bell-bottom pants, feeling worried. Why is our store's business getting worse and worse? I don't feel like working anymore. Previously, although there were few customers, it was still possible to sell 1 or 2 pieces for 100 coins each. But now, not even a single person could be seen. Shi Wen bit a sunflower seed, pouted and said, Wasn't there a fair held a couple of days ago? Didn't you know? The synthetic fiber factory is about to close down. They're selling for only 20 coins each. Just wait a few more days until they leave. Then we'll be back to stable business. Zhang Mingming felt a little excited when he heard this. If the price is that low, why don't we go buy some? After all, we know the trade well. However, his wife disagreed, thinking it was pointless because the fabric was uncomfortable to wear. I heard recently that many stores no longer need fabric vouchers to sell fabric. That's right, there's something I want to tell you. Su Wen lowered her voice. I've found a supplier for bell-bottom pants at just 44 coins each. Zhang Mingming was surprised when he heard this. What? Really? At that moment, his mind began to envision a bright future. Meanwhile, in the library, Du Quan called Xiao Du. I heard the night market near our place will hold a fair, and you don't need an entry ticket anymore. Xiao Du, focused on her books, hadn't heard about this. The past 2 days after work, she had been going to the hospital to take care of her mother and hadn't paid attention to anything around her. Now Xiao Quan invited, well then, how about we go check it out after work today? I've heard the factory is about to close, and winter samples are only 20 coins, while the original price was over 50 coins. Xiao Du glanced at her wallet. Du Quan was a full-time employee, while she was just an intern yet to sign a contract. Xiao Du only had 20 coins left, but she still agreed to go with Du Quan. The 2 of them stood in a distant corner and heard the sounds of delivery. They followed the noise and joined a long, winding queue. The lively transactions stirred excitement in everyone. Xiao Du and Du Quan chatted and laughed happily, as if they were about to find a great bargain. Du Quan said to Xiao Du, I heard this batch of goods will be sold out once it's gone. We're lucky we got here in time. When it was their turn, Du Quan eagerly spoke up first. "Boss, do you still have any left? Can I get a small size? And maybe a little brighter if you have it." Xiao Hudao pointed to a pink shirt behind him. The color stood out vividly in an era when many people bought black and white clothes, making it look youthful and trendy. "What do you think of this one?" Remembering the days of learning from Zhou Feng, the old man now seemed like a shrewd businessman. He turned to Xiao Du and asked, "And what about this lady?" "Ah, I'm like her. I'll have a small pink one too." Xiao Gudao held up 2 fingers to indicate 20 yuan and said to Zhou Feng, who was preparing the goods for the customers, "Hey, little brother, get 2 small pink shirts for these 2 ladies." When Zhou Feng turned around to hand the shirts to the customers, he was taken aback by the person standing in front of him. Xiao Du was equally shocked. But immediately, Zhou Feng tried to calm down and handed them the clothes. "Miss, this is your pink dress." That statement startled Xiao Du. After buying the cheap clothes, Du Quan was extremely excited. "Haha, we really got a great deal." Xiao Du turned around and thought to herself, why was he looking at me like a stranger? In the evening, when they were packing up to rest, the salespeople came over to share the joy with Hexu Gu Dao. "With the business of Boss Say Fa Da like this, you'll have to treat us tomorrow." Shu Gu Dao happily said, "If you add another pack of instant noodles, it won't be a big deal." "No problem at all. Let's each add an egg too, haha." Gu Dao continued commenting. "But Mr. Shy, this type of clothing made from cheap materials doesn't bring in much profit. Each piece only makes 2 coins. What kind of price is that? 2 coins? Stop it already. I've been in business for many years, and if I can't make at least 5 coins on 1 piece, do you think you'll have the energy to run from Guanghai to Jihai to trade?" Xun Gudao and Zhao Feng were both shocked upon hearing this. Fortunately, Zhao Feng hadn't yet said that the profit on each item was 16 coins, or else everyone would have surely fainted on the spot. After that, Xiao Hudao patted Sheji Gang on the shoulder and said, "Haha, Mr. Shy. Now that you know, don't say any more. Tomorrow, I'll treat you to 2 more eggs. Can you handle that?" When they returned to their place, Zhao Feng and Texu Gudao began calculating the money they had earned that day. Xu Budao sold 10,000, while Zhou Feng reached 14,000. Plus, the 600 items from last night. The total is 1,200 items. Xu Gudao felt happy when he heard the figure because they had sold 1/5 of their stock already, and tomorrow was the weekend, which meant they would definitely have better sales than the past 2 days. Haha, of course. The next day, Xu Gudao woke up early to cook breakfast. Is this waking up early for success? I was afraid he stayed up all night counting money. Haha. He even prepared bowls of noodles with 2 eggs for everyone. Then he continued with his quest to get rich. Here are synthetic fiber clothes. Not 88 yuan, not 55 yuan, all are just 20 yuan. Everyone, come and have a look. Sun Wukong went on a trip to the US and even brought back small toy cars that actually run. Kids, come and see. Finally, a busy day came to an end. Xu Gudao earned 13,000, while Zhou Feng earned 10,000, making the total of 31,000. Xu Gudao happily declared, "Just as you said, our business is getting better and better. Now we have less than 2,000 items left in stock, and maybe in 2 more days, we'll sell them all." At this point, several toy store owners had finished their business and were preparing to head back to Guanghai. Mr. Shy had also rested early, with only a few items left, so there was no need to rush. Mr. Shy called out loudly to Xu Budao, "Come here, let's talk for a moment." However, Xu Budao's gaze was fixed firmly on the 3 customers approaching, signaling to Zhao Feng, "Go ahead and talk. Wait a moment, I have new customers." The newcomers were 2 of Xiao Du's close friends, Shen Ziran and Jiao Boy, along with Zhu Jun, who always stayed close to Ziran. The 2 women were inspecting the goods and chatting. Boy spoke up. "This kind of fabric that blocks the wind is no longer suitable these days." Boy continued, "It's fine as long as it keeps you warm. It's perfect for the older folks at home to wear during the new year or as winter clothing." The group approached Xu Gudao's booth and asked, "Boss, do you have this outfit in a medium size?" Since it was already quite dark, they were focused on the booth and didn't notice Zhao Feng standing nearby. Xu Gudao quickly responded, "We might still have that size. Let me find it for you. By the way, I won't be putting out any more items today." At that moment, Joe Jun looked around, adjusted his glasses to make sure he wasn't mistaken. Once he confirmed it was the right person, he asked, "Zhao Feng, what are you doing here?" Zhao Feng cheerfully replied, "Haha, just selling clothes." Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun made a face of disdain. "Selling clothes? Still running your own business? Don't tell me you're organizing this fair." Zhao Feng thought to himself, if this had been 2 days ago, when the fair was about to begin, I might have compromised and just said I was working for someone else. But now, things are different. He smiled and walked towards the group of 3. "Haha, if I'm not the organizer, then it must be you, right?" Geo Boy crossed his arms, showing a look of disdain, and Shen Ziran wasn't happy either. Her gaze toward Zhao Feng remained full of contempt. "Are you the organizer? Only a fool would believe that. Someone who runs their own business, with no connections or money, how could they possibly organize a fair?" Her words made the atmosphere tense. Over the past few days, many workshop owners had made money thanks to Zhao Feng, and they couldn't accept such remarks. Zhao Feng spread his arms and asked, "Then let's hear from everyone who the organizer of this fair is." Mr. Shai, the leader of the group, shouted loudly, "Mr. Zhao, thanks to you, we made quite a bit last night. Don't forget to bring me along next time." The others around him laughed heartily. "Today has been a lot of fun. Mr. Zhou, is there anything else we need to prepare?" Seeing the respect that the stall owners were showing Zhao Feng, Zhou Jun couldn't help but be astonished. Although they were all self-employed, they were all workshop owners with solid finances. Shen Ziran, feeling jealous and embarrassed, threw her coat aside. "Who would wear this now? I don't even know how much money was spent on it. Let's go." Jia Boy, despite feeling regret over the goods, had no choice but to follow them. As for Zhou Jun, he quietly glanced at Zhao Feng before turning away. Shen Ziran mumbled, Boy, next time don't bring Zhou Feng to places like this. It's uncomfortable to look at everyone." When they got home, Zhou Feng happily cooked a large bowl of noodles. "Mr. Xu, have some noodles." Xu Gudao pointed to the money in his hand. "Wait, let me calculate today's earnings first, then we can eat." Zhao Feng placed the bowl of noodles on the table. "All right, is there anything I can help you with?" Xu Gudao focused on counting the money. "No need. I just need to finish this batch." A few minutes later, he divided the money into 2 parts. "Today we sold over 30,000. I never imagined that after all this time working, I've managed to save more than 10,000. Zhao Feng kindly replied, "Good, remember to deposit it tomorrow morning. It's not convenient to carry it around when traveling by train." Xu Gudao suddenly stood up and slammed his hand on the table. "Don't worry, but Zhao Feng, good times don't last forever. If you find another business opportunity you want to pursue, remember to take me along. I can't believe I've made so much money. This is my entire lifetime's salary." Zhao Feng waved his hand. "All right, stop saying that, Mr. Xu. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to hold this first fair. Then we don't need to say thanks anymore. There's just one thing to say. Congratulations, Mr. Xu. Congratulations on making a big profit. I hope we can continue to collaborate in the future." Xu Gudao also smiled happily. "So, Zhao Feng, will we be getting more synthetic fiber products next time?" Zhao Feng shook his head. "No, Chabu Gao, are you really going to let such a good opportunity slip away?" Zhao Feng quickly explained. "Are you sure Ji Hai can handle that much synthetic fiber? Besides, many types of fabric no longer require fabric coupons, and the synthetic fiber market is currently in a price reduction phase. If we're not careful, we could lose everything. Then why not look for better opportunities that don't come with risks?" Xu Hudao thought for a moment, then stroked his chin and said, "You're right, I never thought about it that way. But there are still many other factors to consider. If we continue down this path, we might end up failing for real. But Zhao Feng, if you find a viable way to make money in the future, don't forget to let me know." Zhao Feng smiled and nodded. "Of course, I won't forget you." In the past, Zhao Feng had gone through too many ups and downs, and cooperation always came with risks. Even if it was with a close brother, that didn't make it any less true. Independence and taking responsibility were still the safest way. People often say that the business world is like a battlefield, but in today's age, competition might be less intense. Business shouldn't be too emotionally driven, because its nature is cooperation for profit, aiming to create balance and achieve the most comfortable collaboration. The next day, at the Jihai train station, Zhou Feng led the group on their way back. Before leaving, everyone didn't forget to remind him with a cheerful smile. "Mr. Zhao, next time, don't forget to call us if you need anything." "All right, everyone, travel safely." It is often said that the more friends you have, the more opportunities you get. For Zhou Feng at this moment, making friends brings many benefits. After sending So Gu Dao off, Zhou Feng began thinking about the new plan he had outlined the night before. At this moment, he called Kang Jinzhong. "Mr. Kang, I plan to go to Shanghai in the next few days. I need your help with some of my younger siblings." After taking care of his siblings' matters, Zhou Feng headed to Shanghai and enjoyed some beef pho. This is a city full of business opportunities. He still remembered the time when the first fashion show team was established here, an event that sparked a passion for beauty and marked the beginning of a thriving fashion industry. Everything happened within the year that followed. It was reported that the price of the clothes worn by models skyrocketed to hundreds of coins, and from that moment, Shanghai became the capital of the fashion industry. However, with just a short year, between 83 and 84, human thinking and consumption levels did not change much. If Zhou Feng had organized the fashion show a year earlier, the situation might have been different. However, the capital he currently has is still far from enough to make that happen. But could it be done? That depends on himself. Zhou Feng smiled. An idea suddenly struck him. He would create a plan that would excite everyone, just like the last fair. But this time, the scale would be tremendously grand. At that moment, in a department store, Zhang Mingming and his wife were speaking with a man. The man said, "Don't worry, aside from your store, all the other shops are importing flared pants at the original price. This is the last batch, and in the future, the price will increase by 50 coins per piece, so you need to think carefully." Zhang Mingming frowned. "We have to place an order for at least 10,000, right? Where would we get such a large sum?" The man waved his hand dismissively. "Come on, aren't you two big bosses? How could you not have the money? If it's not enough, you can place an order for 5,000 pieces, but the price will be 2 coins higher, at 46 coins each." Zhang Mingming felt helpless and turned to his wife, asking, When should we order 5,000 pieces?" "No," she Wen coldly interrupted. Then she spoke to the man. "We'll order 10,000 pieces." These words shocked Zhang Mingming. "How are we going to come up with so much money? Are you out of your mind? We don't even have 10,000 coins." She pulled her husband to a corner and said, "Don't be so agitated. Think about how big the difference is between 44 and 46 coins. 2 coins extra per pair. That's a total of 400 coins. 400 coins is equivalent to your salary for several months. We've worked so hard. How much longer do we have to endure this situation? But how are we going to get the money now?" She started persuading her husband again. "Why don't you go ask Dad for a bit?" It turns out that from the very beginning, she had planned to ask for money from her father-in-law. Zhang Mingming shook his head in refusal. "Impossible. I already told Dad last time that it would be the last time. Besides, Xiao Hua and Xiao Duo also need money for emergencies. I can't just think about myself." Si Wen immediately became irritated. "So who are you thinking about then? Isn't it to ensure a better life for this family? But you just spent 5,000 coins on bell-bottom pants, and now you've only sold a few and are already at a loss. Don't you see that? Now you're going to borrow another 10,000 from Dad. Do you think you'll be able to explain that to him?" Suddenly, Fei Wen burst into loud laughter. Zhang Mingming didn't understand. "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing because the opportunity to get rich is getting closer. Are you not planning to seize this opportunity? The fair just ended. Didn't you see that the chance to make money is right in front of you? If you miss it, will you regret it? Besides, Mom's health isn't good. You could borrow the money from Dad in secret to complete the work, and pay him back later. You know making money from bell-bottom pants is quick. By then, as long as we make up for the family, no one will argue over small matters like this." Zhang Mingming rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and found her suggestion reasonable. That night, the couple went home to have dinner with his parents. His father said to Xiao Du's daughter, "That Liu Shu guy, we're not associating with him anymore. I've already figured out what kind of person he is, so don't worry." Xiao Du whispered, "I'm about to become a full-time employee at the library. Upon hearing this, her mother was so overjoyed that she nearly cried. After dinner, Xiao Du, as usual, began to clean the dishes. Her sister-in-law, Fei Wen, approached with an unusual attitude. Xiao Du, let me do it. Your relationship with your parents has just gotten better, and it's still early, so you should take them for a walk. With that, she pushed Xiao Du outside. Don't worry, I'll wash the dishes. I heard the night market is really busy now. You should take your parents shopping. Then, Fei Wen shut the door behind her. She glanced around and whispered to her husband, while Xiao Du and the parents are out, you hurry and go into Dad's room. I'll keep watch. Her husband looked concerned. Don't speak too loudly. What if they haven't gone far yet? But his wife teased him. Are you scared? He had no choice but to take the risk and go into the room to search for something. Sure enough, in the grandparents' room, he found a savings book with 9,000 coins. Zhang Mingming held the book, sweat beading on his forehead, and whispered to himself, Father, I've earned some money now. I'll pay it back right away. At the same time, Zhou Feng was at a popular guest house in Shanghai, where the room rates were rather high. Hearing the sound of a child crying loudly, the owner, who was cooking, ran out and asked, Are you here to rent a room? Zhou Feng raised 2 fingers and said, Sister, I just came from Jiao Lu. They only charge 2 coins per day over there. If you give me a reasonable price, I'll rent long-term. The woman replied, Then I will give you a price that no one else can offer. Zhao Feng happily agreed. Then how many days do you plan to stay? When he heard Zhao Feng say a week, the landlady said, No, a week isn't long enough. I'll charge you 1.9 coins. Zhao Feng thought to himself, This lady is really clever. Her pricing is so attractive. While speaking, she maintained a cold demeanor that made it impossible for him to argue, so he ultimately accepted. He nodded in agreement. All right, 1.9 coins it is. Having been running around all day, as soon as he lay down on the bed, he started snoring loudly. The next morning, Zhou Feng was already on the bus. Buses in Shanghai have long been famous for their overcrowding. As soon as the bus stopped, everyone rushed in to make it to work on time. After getting on, not only were seats scarce, but even standing space was limited. Just being able to breathe was a stroke of luck. It was an hour of suffering on the bus. Getting off the bus, Zhou Feng felt as though his body had been flattened like a banana peel. He breathed in the fresh air outside. It had been a long time since he felt this way. At that moment, a fashion workshop in Shanghai caught Zhou Feng's eye. He thought to himself, This is the first destination of the trip. According to prior information, this place was known for producing the most fashionable clothing in Shanghai, and Zhou Feng's next plan would kick off right here. As he entered the main gate, an uncle called out to him, Who are you looking for? Zhou Feng replied, I came from another province to start my own business, and want to import some clothes. I'm not sure where to find them. The uncle pointed inside and said, Just follow this path, and you'll get there. Keep going, and you'll arrive. There are many people lining up inside, so it won't be hard to find. Zhou Feng thanked him and went in. Watching Zhou Feng leave, the uncle thought to himself, This young man, is it true that the business owners nowadays are all so young? After walking for a short distance, Zhou Feng saw a sign directing him to the delivery area. He walked a bit further and came across a long line of people waiting to register. Zhou Feng asked the person at the end of the line, Excuse me, is this the warehouse for imports? I'm new here, not really familiar, the man replied. The person ahead of him explained the ordering process for small businesses, mentioning that even some large factories had different processes, which were hard to understand. Zhou Feng then joined the line like everyone else. After waiting for 20 minutes, it was finally his turn. The clerk was a young man named Feng Baobao, who seemed rather pleased with himself and didn't bother to look up at the customer. What do you want to order? He asked. Zhou Feng smiled and replied, What items do you have here? I'm new, so I'm not really sure. We have black and white floral dresses, white butterfly skirts, and sleeveless dresses, Feng Baobao listed. Zhou Feng turned to look at the neatly packaged clothes stacked high in plastic bags, each like a small mountain. He stood there, listening to Feng Baobao's introduction, but didn't answer, which made the young man feel irritated. Perhaps due to Zhou Feng's rural accent, he squinted his eyes and tapped his pen on the table to attract attention. Hey, have you made up your mind yet? There are many people waiting behind you. This workshop isn't open just for you. With his business experience, Zhao Feng pulled out 2 cigarettes and handed them to the man. Mr. Feng, sorry to bother you, but could you show me a sample of the goods? Contrary to expectations, Feng Baobao looked annoyed. This is a clothing factory. If the clothes on the floor catch fire, can you compensate for it? No breeze passed by, and Zhao Feng stood frozen, surprised to realize that the man's words did make sense. Zhao Feng continued to plead. Mr. Feng, the quantity of goods I'm purchasing won't be small, but I need to see the goods firsthand to feel at ease. Running a business isn't easy either. I hope you can understand and let me have a look. Feng Baobao smiled brightly and patted Zhao Feng's shoulder. All right, but you'll have to wait for the people behind you to finish first, or else I won't have time to show you around. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng's face lit up with joy. That's good, now I feel at ease. With that, he stood in a corner of the workshop, observing the long line of people waiting, estimating that it would take over an hour before it was his turn. In front of Zhao Feng, a man was struggling with a large pile of goods that he couldn't carry all at once. Seeing this, Zhao Feng approached him and said, "Hey, let me help you carry the goods." The man responded in a friendly manner. "Thank you." They walked and chatted. Through their conversation, Zhao Feng learned that his name was Lu Zhen, and he was about the same age as Hu Gudao. Lu Zhen was curious about Zhao Feng, coming from another province, and seemingly visiting the workshop for the first time. Zhao Feng smiled and replied, "Yes. Do you know anything about these imported goods?" Hearing Zhao Feng's polite question, Lu Zhen felt at ease and answered, "You're asking the right person. Luckily, you haven't offended Feng Baobao." Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng immediately adopted a humble expression and asked further. Lu Zhen explained that Feng Baobao had a petty nature, and that his father was the head of the supply channel, so it was possible that Feng Baobao would make things difficult for Zhao Feng. The two continued on to Lu Zhen's homemade tricycle. "Is that so? Then Zhao Feng is really lucky." "Thank you very much," Zhao Feng said. Mr. Qin struggled to sit on the bike and waved, saying, "No problem, I'm leaving now." After bidding farewell to Lu Zhen, Zhao Feng returned to the workshop, thinking to himself that the coup must be almost over. However, looking at the time, he knew that with Feng Baobao's personality, he would probably say that work was over and suggest coming back in the afternoon. Despite this, Zhao Feng still decided to wait at the end of the line. Sure enough, when Feng Baobao saw Zhao Feng, he said exactly what Zhao Feng had expected. "Not yet, it's time to get off work. If you want to look at clothes, come back in the afternoon." Zhao Feng was not in the slightest bit annoyed, simply responding calmly, "It's fine." Afterward, Feng Baobao stood up to close the workshop door. However, the roller shutter was too high, and he could not reach it, only jumping up and down, but without success. Zhao Feng thought to himself, this can't be his first time working. He immediately ran over and said, "Let me help you." Finally, the door was closed. At this moment, Feng Baobao's gaze toward Zhao Feng changed. He thought to himself, usually people running their own businesses would make things difficult when they meet me, but for some reason, this guy isn't angry at all. Instead, he even helped me. Zhao Feng turned back and politely said, "Mr. Feng, I apologize for troubling you. I just arrived yesterday morning, so I'm still not familiar with the rules here." Perhaps because Zhao Feng's manner was appropriate, Feng Baobao smiled and said, "I know it's not easy for you to come here. I used to take people around to see clothes, but after a while, I only saw locals, so I stopped doing that." However, he also spoke frankly. Everyone wants to finish their work before it gets dark. If I leave you here, what will those behind you do? They won't be able to blame me, right? Zhao Feng smiled and replied, "You're right. I wasn't thoughtful, but Mr. Feng, you've been very considerate. But now it's lunchtime. How about we go to the state-owned restaurant, eat, and talk?" Zhao Feng intentionally emphasized the word restaurant. Feng Baobao, upon hearing this, found it interesting. Perhaps the reason he made things difficult for Zhao Feng in the beginning was simply to have this kind of conversation. He said, "All right, let's go then." The two of them quickly made their way to the entrance of a very lavishly decorated restaurant. During the meal, Zhao Feng exchanged a few pleasantries before moving on to the main topic. "Mr. Feng, I plan to import a large quantity of goods, and I hope you can help me find out if there are any styles that might be suitable." Feng Baobao, eating while asking, said, "So how much are you planning to spend on the goods?" Zhao Feng raised 4 fingers and replied, At the moment, about 40,000 coins. Feng Bao Bao was surprised. Oh, it turns out you were a wealthy man, one I didn't recognize. Zhao Feng humbly responded. Haha, Mr. Feng is flattering me. But I'm not focused on clothing, so I like to take a look first. If I order in bulk, I wonder if the price can be lowered a bit. Feng Bao Bao raised his eyebrows and replied. As for the price, it can definitely be reduced. But keep in mind, even a small reduction counts. A coin or two off is still a reduction. Zhao Feng laughed and said, Mr. Feng, I understand. As long as the quality of the clothing is good, we can discuss the details later. Upon hearing this, Feng Bao Bao immediately changed his demeanor, slapped his chest, and said, Don't worry, sir. This afternoon, I'll personally take you to the factory. Whatever kind of clothing you want to see, I'll guide you there. After the meal, his attitude completely changed. Feng Bao Bao opened the door and led Zhao Feng in. He said, The styles and designs here are quite varied. As we walk, I'll introduce you to the prices. Zhao Feng looked at the clothing samples hanging in front of him, feeling a surge of excitement inside. He reached out and touched them to check the quality. Zhao Feng thought to himself, this is indeed Shanghai. The styles and quality are timeless. Even in 2023, there's no difference between the eras. Feng Bao Bao, seeing Zhao Feng glance left and right, asked, How is it? Is there any issue with the quality or design? I'm sure you won't find a better supplier than here in Shanghai. Zhao Feng smiled and replied, Yes, the design and material are both fine, but I still have some concerns about the quantity and the exact pricing when placing an order. Let's discuss it further tonight. What? Feng Bao Bao, seeing that Zhao Feng hadn't made a decision, seemed displeased. He thought Zhao Feng wasn't interested in placing the order, meaning he had wasted his time that day. Zhao Feng immediately realized what Feng Bao Bao was thinking and quickly said, Mr. Feng, don't worry, I will definitely place the order. However, the quantity may be quite large. In fact, I need to discuss it with my colleagues in the company before making a decision. I'll let you know the specific model and quantity tonight. Feng Bao Bao thought for a moment, then said, I see. I understand now. Then he added, How about this? Go discuss it, and at 6:30 p.m. when I finish work, come by to see me. Hearing this, Zhao Feng nodded in agreement and left. He had made a note of all the samples and pricing from the workshop, intending to choose the best products with an estimated price of around 15 coins. If we calculate further that Feng Bao Bao will give Zhao Feng 1 coin, then with the 50,000 coins he currently has, after deducting 10,000 for the venue and model fees, there would still be 40,000 remaining for stocking the goods. With such good quality and design, if sold at 50 coins each, as long as it is properly promoted, it will definitely sell well. Adding in shipping and labor costs, the maximum profit is estimated to be around 120,000. However, this is just the ideal result. At present, Feng Bao Bao is still a variable, so the risk remains high. However, everything will depend on whether the event is successful or not, and this is entirely determined by human factors. Once the event is confirmed, everything thereafter will be under Zhao Feng's control. If it fails, he will have to accept reducing some of the profits to increase the chances of success. In the afternoon, Zhao Feng returned and saw Feng Bao Bao. He waved and greeted, Mr. Feng, are we all set? Feng Bao Bao smiled and nodded when he saw Zhao Feng arriving on time. Who wouldn't be happy to make money? Afterwards, Zhao Feng took Feng Bao Bao to a restaurant for lunch where they enjoyed a meal and drank a bottle of Mao Dai together to make their conversation more lively. Feng Bao Bao was happy, full of energy, and quickly finished his glass of wine. When discussing the modeling team, Zhao Feng said, It will be very simple. As long as we have the money, everything can be arranged. However, in Zhao Feng's heart, there was still an unsettling feeling because there was one important issue he hadn't found a solution for yet. Feng Bao Bao continued to ask, Have you thought about the clothing order you're planning to place? Zhao Feng replied, I've made up my mind. I will order 100 floral dresses, 100 striped shirts, and 100 V-neck women's blouses. Hearing this, Feng Bao Bao was astonished. Are all of them women's clothing? And each one is only 15 yuan. These are high-end products from his factory. All right, in that case, I can offer you a slight discount, bringing the price down to 14 yuan, which is the lowest price I can offer. But then he added, however, I need to deduct 2 mao for personal fees. Do you understand? With 40,000 coins worth of clothes, I've already given you a discount of over 3,000, and I'm only adding an extra 500 coins. It's not unreasonable. Zhao Feng waved his hand, ignoring these words, and instead asked, Mr. Feng, how many people like me, who run their own business, do you meet in a year? Feng Baobao didn't understand his point and stood up, slamming the table. What exactly are you trying to say? Zhao Feng smiled. Mr. Feng, don't get so worked up, just listen to me. Don't focus on those small benefits. I've worked hard in Beijing all this time. Do you think I'm just relying on luck? I really understand the market. I know the needs and preferences of customers. Furthermore, today I want to talk to you about more than just trivial matters. At this point, Feng Baobao was even more confused, unable to grasp these bigger issues. He was only focused on the immediate small profit. Zhao Feng continued, think about it. If you only meet a few people like me in a year and earn just 2 or 3,000 yuan, it wouldn't mean much. But I won't use your connections to organize a fashion show. I will cover all the expenses and bring you a lucrative contract. The earnings will be 100 times more than the 2 pennies you're getting, right? Roughly, you'll make nearly 20,000. When Feng Baobao heard 20,000, he immediately became excited. Zhao Feng continued, furthermore, as long as you participate in the negotiations, there will also be a settlement fee. The 500 coins I mentioned earlier won't even count. At this point, Feng Baobao pretended to say, actually I was just mentioning it casually earlier. It's not as easy as it sounds. This still requires the workshop owner's agreement and signature, and you can't just operate on such a large scale by yourself. Zhao Feng continued, if there's not enough quantity, I can place an additional order. Besides, I can offer a new agreement as we discussed before. I will add a clause with the clothing factory to sell each piece at the wholesale price of 14 coins. That way, everyone will make money from 2 outfits when selling one. As long as the factory's interests are ensured, the owner will agree. Moreover, I will put this in writing, not just talk about it. Speaking of the risk of 40,000 coins, do you know what that means? Feng Baobao looked at Zhao Feng in astonishment and asked, what kind of fashion show is this that can earn so much money? Zhao Feng raised his hand and said, this is definitely a great opportunity. Of course, there are risks, but those risks also mean you'll receive 40,000 coins, plus a commission fee of 500 coins for each set of clothes. I'll also pay you extra for your efforts. What do you think? Feng Baobao was surprised, unable to believe such a good deal, and asked again, Mr. Feng, you can rest assured. Once the job is done, Zhao Feng promises to pay you as agreed. The two of them talked until late at night. It was only when the staff in the restaurant had all left that they decided to go. Feng Baobao was worried that if they continued discussing business, Zhao Feng would be left with the impression that he was too eager, which could lead to unnecessary trouble. At that moment, Feng Huilai, Feng Baobao's father, was at his son's house. He had come home late due to work matters today. When Feng Baobao opened the door and saw his father playing with his grandchild in the living room, he asked why his father was there. His father often teased and criticized him because he was the head of the workshop and always felt dissatisfied when he saw his son hadn't achieved much. Upon smelling the scent of alcohol from Feng Baobao, he scolded him. You were out with those useless friends again, weren't you? Next time, stay away from them. Feng Baobao quickly explained, no, Dad, I met someone from another province today to discuss stock imports. His father immediately got angry. Isn't that enough for you? Do you think you're smart enough to discuss such things? Tell me, what did you talk about? Feng Baobao then recounted the details of today's meeting to his father. After hearing everything, Feng Huilai also found it difficult to understand. Is there really such a good opportunity? He had been in the industry for long enough to know that business was never that simple. He continued to express his viewpoint. Don't be so naive. I know you're incapable and very easily deceived. No one is foolish enough to contribute money and effort to increase consumption for someone else's factory. Feng Baobao spoke again. At first, I had doubts too, but after careful consideration, I believe he can't be tricking us. However, before he could finish, Feng Huilai turned away and said, all right. No one does things like that. Just focus on your own work. When his father left, Feng Baobao sank down onto the sofa, took a deep breath, and pondered. He realized I've already had 2 meals at his place, and if everything goes well, I could earn 1,000 coins. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now I also want to follow Zhao Feng and earn an extra 5 coins for every outfit sold. This thought really excited him. The next morning, under the scorching sun, Zhao Feng slowly made his way to the Feng family's workshop. Everything was arranged by Zhao Feng, while Feng Bao didn't pay much attention to the work that morning. When he saw Zhao Feng, he immediately waved his hand. "Hey Zhao Feng, let's go grab a bite." His attitude was completely different from yesterday. Zhao Feng secretly thought to himself, it seemed like the deal was already half done. In the afternoon, they enjoyed a few light snacks. Feng Bao had ordered the food and told Zhao Feng, "Don't be polite, let me treat you today." Looking at the table filled only with vegetables and tofu, Zhao Feng thought to himself, being invited today isn't too shabby after all. After finishing the meal, they got down to business. Feng Bao spoke up, "Zhao Feng, I've talked to my father about this plan. This afternoon, I'll take you to my father's office, but you need to keep the details of our collaboration confidential." Zhao Feng felt satisfied with the goal he'd achieved, smiled, and said, "All right, Mr. Feng, no problem." After lunch, Zhao Feng followed Feng Bao to Feng Huailai's office, where there weren't many people. When Zhao Feng presented his idea, Feng Huailai asked, "I'm still not quite clear. You mentioned the 40,000 coins being placed at the factory. Is that for the import of goods?" Immediately, Zhao Feng briefly explained his method and gave an example. "In my performance, we only sell one outfit. The 40,000 coins will be given to your factory. If we sell more, I will cover the difference. If we sell less, the remaining amount will be returned to you. Additionally, I will cover the shipping costs, and any excess goods will be returned to the factory." The man said, "Anyway, choosing the location is something they need to handle themselves. If they can't find a suitable place, everything we said earlier is meaningless." Then he asked, "You're Zhao Feng, right? Come here tomorrow morning." By noon the next day, Feng Bao was sitting at the registration desk, his mind wandering, not in the mood to work. He was still waiting for Zhao Feng, but the boy hadn't shown up. A merchant who had come to place an order called out to him several times, but Feng Bao didn't pay attention, forcing the man to repeat himself. "Did you write down everything I said?" Feng Bao shouted in anger. "Is there really a need to rush? I'm writing it down. Hand over the money for the goods." At that moment, footsteps approached from the corner of the street. Feng Bao looked up and saw Zhao Feng, almost losing his balance. He said, "Zhao Feng, you're here. I have some good news to share with you. After you left yesterday, I met my father again. He said that you're a good friend of mine and that he agreed to help you. After work, Mr. Liu has agreed to meet with you." Zhao Feng smiled and patted Feng Bao on the shoulder, saying, "Mr. Feng, you're truly reliable. I will definitely keep my promise to you about the previous matter." Hearing this, Feng Bao immediately brightened up, his mouth stretching into a wide grin. He reminded him, "When you meet Mr. Liu, make sure to discuss everything thoroughly." When they entered Feng Huailai's office, he was already waiting to greet them. Today, his attitude was completely different from yesterday. He smiled and said, "Zhao Feng, let's go. The workshop manager just finished the meeting. And now, you follow Zhao Feng. There will definitely be a surprise for you." Zhao Feng was led to Mr. Liu's office, whose full name was Liu Diguang. From his appearance, he seemed to be around 40 years old, and he looked intently at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng stepped forward to start the conversation. "Hello, Mr. Liu. I'm Zhu Feng, the one who proposed organizing the performance. I run a business at the East Night Market in Beijing." Mr. Liu moved closer, patted Zhao Feng lightly on the shoulder and smiled, saying, "I heard from Mr. Feng about your cooperation plan yesterday. It's very innovative. You're quite impressive to have used your own money to buy goods from us." To express his sincerity and speed up the negotiation process, Zhao Feng patted the bag hanging in front of his chest and said, "Mr. Liu, I've brought the money with me." Mr. Liu raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why did you propose a partnership with our workshop?" Zhao Feng smiled and replied, "Please don't mind these details. Of course, it's to make money. Moreover, I only propose working with your workshop because I highly appreciate the business model you're developing." Liu Diguang, hearing this, put his teacup down on the table and, intrigued, asked, "Oh, What does that mean? Zhao Feng's acting and speaking skills were very flexible. Let me explain, Mr. Liu. The 40,000 coins I'm giving you is the franchise fee. This amount is for me to use your workshop's brand. This way, I will have the right to sell products under your brand and also work directly under your supervision. They could not believe the things they had just heard. Today, they had received an overwhelming amount of new information. In reality, this approach was unique and could be applied to attract spontaneous business people nationwide. Moreover, the method was clearly divided. Beijing had 10 agents. Shanghai currently had 8, Guanghai 5, and Zhihai 2. Every time a partner sold a set of clothes, they had to pay a certain fee. In the long run, this would help the Shanghai clothing factory's name become famous nationwide. However, this method also had its pros and cons. Zhao Feng presented both sides for Mr. Liu to consider. After listening, Liu Deguang felt dizzy. The cup of tea in his hand kept trembling. After receiving so much information, he still couldn't fully grasp everything that was happening. He then turned around and sank into deep thought. However, in his heart, he couldn't help but smile secretly. For wasn't this model exactly what he needed right now? He then asked, "Why did you think of all this?" Zhao Feng just remained mysterious and ignored his question. Immediately asking in return, "Mr. Liu, can we discuss the possibility of cooperation further?" Mr. Li looked at Feng Huilai, and both of them agreed that Zhao Feng's words made perfect sense. He asked, "So, Zhao Feng, where do you think the fashion show should be held to be most suitable?" Upon hearing this question, Zhao Feng's eyes lit up, shining like headlights. Zhao Feng immediately raised his hand and said, "I think we should hold it at the empty lot on the first floor of Baghu Building. By then, we'll rent the space and arrange seats for the audience. Shoppers on the upper floors will also be able to see it. It really is a great place for promotion." This is the model that the industry giants in Zhao Feng's time often used. But for people like De Guang in this era, this is the first time they've heard of it. After leaving, Zhao Feng gave Feng Bao Bao 1,000 coins and said, "Mr. Feng, here are the 1,000 coins I promised you." Feng Bao Bao awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Zhao Feng, it's all thanks to your eloquence. I also feel embarrassed, as I haven't been much help." Seeing this, Zhao Feng immediately pushed his meal forward and said, "Whatever it is, there must be reciprocity for people to remember each other." Feng Bao Bao had earned a big deal, so he didn't mind at all. He agreed right away and said, "Zhao Feng, no need for politeness today. We should eat and drink to our heart's content. We won't leave until we're drunk." The two chatted as they walked. Zhao Feng suggested, "Mr. Feng, perhaps we should talk to your father about what we discussed earlier." Feng Bao Bao suddenly stood up and said, "You don't know my father. He keeps a tight grip on me. If he finds out about this money, I'll be left with nothing." While eating, Zhao Feng reflected on the time when the Shanghai clothing factory started to gain popularity after the fashion show. The first batch of products sold out quickly in just 2 days, and then the second shipment followed right after. However, these details cannot be recorded in the contract or else they would raise suspicion. On the other hand, if not documented, one would remain busy all day but could still turn to Feng Huilai for discussions about the goods, as he holds a certain influence. It seems that what Zhao Feng had mentioned to Feng Bao Bao before has now become a connection to this issue. Zhao Feng stood up and whispered a few words into Feng Bao Bao's ear. "Silasilo Enamoto." He immediately agreed without hesitation. When they arrived home, Feng Bao Bao opened the door and called out loudly, "I'm back." Seeing his son's flushed face, the father immediately grew angry. But when he noticed Zhao Feng standing beside him, his expression instantly changed to a smile. "Oh, so it's Mr. Zhou who has come. Come, sit down." Feng Bao Bao said to his father, "Today, I brought him here, because there's something important we need to discuss." Feng Huilai seemed somewhat surprised. Since meeting Zhao Feng, his son had become more serious about his work. As he examined the terms in the contract while stroking his chin in thought, Feng Bao Bao grew anxious and asked, "How is it, Dad?" After some reflection, the father said, "Bao Bao, you should resign tomorrow." Hearing this, Feng Bao Bao was shocked. "What? Why, Dad?" Zhao Feng just kept the smile on his face, clearly showing that his experience had not diminished over the years. The father began to explain. "There is a rule of the workshop that private transactions with customers are prohibited. If discovered, the person will be immediately fired. Mr. Lai explained. This is also because I want what's best for you. However, Feng Bao Bao still couldn't understand what was going on. He then continued, why are you so surprised? Young people need to endure challenges. In the future, you should learn business from Mr. Zhou. Regarding the second batch of goods that Zhao Feng had mentioned, he confirmed that it was related to him. He said, I will ensure that business and personal matters are separate and relationships must be clear. Don't worry. His words were flawless, assuring Zhao Feng, while also relying on him, forming an implicit deal between them. Indeed, he was a person who had been in the business world for many years. At this moment, in a shop in the Baghu building, Kanjin Lei had begun his business. This time, he lowered the price to 43 coins. Zhang Mingming and his wife had just secretly stolen 9,000 coins from his father to stock up, and now they saw the selling price that was hard to resist. They had just purchased goods at 44 coins, and before they could even display them, other shop owners started to show their displeasure. They couldn't compete with Kanjin Lai, so they had no choice but to worry. Sai Sin spoke and occasionally cursed. The cursing echoed throughout the stalls, with Zhang Mingming being the loudest. He asked Kanjin Lai, what was the meaning of selling at this price? Kanjin Lai casually took a sip of tea and responded, what's the issue? I have the right to sell at 43 coins. I don't want to watch you cheat your customers. You're selling pants and daring to ask for 100 coins. Hearing that, Zhang Mingming was so furious that his body trembled. He rushed upstairs to Kanjin Lai's booth, disregarding his wife's attempts to stop him. Kanjin Lai continued to provoke him. Angry now. I just don't want people like you scammers to make money. Zhang Mingming gritted his teeth. You bastard, how dare you? But Kanjin Lai's smug expression didn't falter. Suddenly, a loud crash rang out. Unable to contain himself, Zhang Mingming lashed out, causing Kanjin Lai to fall to the ground, writhing in pain. Yet the corner of his mouth curled into a sinister smile. He then sat on the ground, playing the victim. That swindler hit me. He's trying to kill me. The other customers turned around upon hearing this. What? Is there someone like that here? Zhang Mingming was seething with anger. But before he could respond, he was surrounded by the crowd. They shouted, are you looking for trouble? Zhang Mingming wanted to explain, but no one was willing to listen. Everyone had clearly witnessed his earlier actions. At this moment, Kanjin Lai stood up and said, that's right, everyone, call the police. This guy is causing trouble with me. He needs to be taught a lesson. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mingming suddenly felt a pang of unease. His eyes reddened as he realized the severity of the situation. The crowd escorted him to the police station. Shi Wen followed behind, pleading, while Kanjin Lai secretly laughed. You dared to touch me? You're still too green. When they arrived, Zhu Wenwen had no choice but to turn to her father for help. It was reported that the father was shocked by the news, which was overwhelming. What? Has been labeled a thug and arrested? And there are so many witnesses. It's highly likely he'll lose his job. Zheng Yinguang could hardly believe his ears, feeling weak all over. He regained his composure, realizing that no words would help now, and they needed to head to the police station. Kanjin Lai was not someone to deal with easily. The three of them arrived at the police station, and Mr. Zhang immediately asked about his son, trying to explain to the police that this might be a misunderstanding. When he learned that his son was Zhang Mingming, the police officer angrily shouted, is it him? What misunderstanding are you talking about? I personally investigated and brought him in. This young man was truly rude, hitting someone in public while the victim is still in the hospital. There are plenty of witnesses who specifically pointed him out, yet you're claiming it's just a misunderstanding. Seeing the situation was looking good for his son, Mr. Zhang immediately grabbed the officer's hand to negotiate. Please, officer, my son is really a good kid. It's just that sometimes he can be a bit impulsive. The officer immediately shook his hand off and responded, this young man is almost 30 years old. How can you still call him a child? Furthermore, I don't understand. How could he dare to hit someone in public? If he's not a thug, what is he? You really have no shame. Seeing that he could not convince this police officer, Mr. Zhang and his daughter-in-law had no choice but to go to the hospital to check on the condition of Kanjin Lai. In the hospital room, Kanjin Lai was still acting calm. He had wrapped bandages around his head to disguise himself. Although the nurse had told him that his head was not seriously injured, and there was no need to overdo it. He ignored her advice. After the nurse left, Mr. Zhang and his daughter-in-law entered the room. When Can Jin Lai saw that the person entering was Zhang Mingming's father, he immediately started acting, clutching his head and crying out as though he was in severe pain. Even though Mr. Zhang knew he was pretending, he didn't know how to handle the situation. After a while of conversation, Mr. Zhang suggested that he would pay the hospital fees and compensate him with 200 coins to make up for the harm done to his health. However, Can Jin Lai refused. He immediately became furious and demanded 2,000 coins as compensation, threatening that if his demand was not met, he would have Zhang Mingming face a charge of hooliganism. This amount was truly unreasonable, but worried about his son, Mr. Zhang reluctantly agreed. After leaving the hospital, Mr. Zhang decided to go home to withdraw money from his savings. At this point, Tsai Wen had to confess to her father-in-law that their family no longer had any money to pay. The savings account had been emptied by her and her husband. Hearing this, Mr. Zhang nearly fainted in anger but had to keep calm and go back to the hospital with his daughter-in-law to negotiate once more. However, when they found out that the Zhang family had no money, they insisted on writing an IOU. At first, Jin Lai also refused. But when he saw Mr. Zhang exhausted and using his position as the director of the cultural department to negotiate, he finally relented a little. He said, "If you want to write an IOU, you must specify the amount of 2,500 coins, otherwise, don't expect any chance for negotiation." Mr. Zhang couldn't refuse this request. After signing and placing his fingerprint, he was finally able to bail Zhang Mingming out of the station. Meanwhile, after the negotiations, Feng Huilai handed over his son, Feng Baobao, to Zhao Feng to help him learn business and make money. Zhao Feng did not refuse and took the opportunity to ask Mr. Feng to introduce him to the upcoming fashion model team. Moreover, he specifically mentioned the names Yu Dan Dan and Yuan Nana. Feng Huilai was a little surprised when he heard Zhao Feng mention these two, but he was still willing to take him to meet the model team's manager. When Zhao Feng entered the practice room, the beauty of the models instantly created a surprising atmosphere. The manager introduced him to the two girls, Yu Dan Dan, with her reddish-brown hair, and Yuan Nana, with her green hair. As he looked at their faces and figures, Zhao Feng couldn't help but feel excited inside. Indeed, these two had the potential to become major stars in the future. If he could secure them, the upcoming show would definitely go smoothly without any worries. Furthermore, if after tomorrow's performance they became top idols, Zhao Feng knew he had to leave a good impression on both of them during this first meeting. Today, Zhao Feng attracted attention with his large sunglasses and a stylish outfit consisting of a shirt and bell-bottom pants, striking a pose. After greeting everyone, the models couldn't help but feel a bit surprised and curious. Wait, is this person just back from Mars? And then the whole group burst into laughter. To prevent Zhao Feng from feeling awkward, the manager spoke up. "Mr. Zhou, all the girls are very happy to meet you." Immediately, the group of young models erupted in laughter, making Zhao Feng feel embarrassed. Suddenly, a sweet voice rang out. "Hello, Mr. Zhou, I'm Yu Dan Dan, the team leader of the models. On behalf of the team, I welcome you to visit us." After Dan Dan's greeting, the whole team clapped enthusiastically. Zhao Feng immediately wanted to discuss work, but before he could finish his sentence, the female manager interrupted him. "In 3 days, our clothing workshop will hold a big sales event in Beijing, and we need to select 12 people. Dan Dan and Nana, you two are responsible for choosing the other 10. After hearing this, Zhao Feng understood why the manager interrupted him. She was very considerate in knowing that he specifically needed help from both of them, and she allowed them to make their own choices, ensuring no one would be offended. Though he understood, Nana still felt confused, wondering why she had to choose people and even travel to Beijing. While she was still thinking, she suddenly realized Zhao Feng was staring at her intently. Feeling awkward, she spoke up. "Mr. Zhou, what are you looking at?" The question left Zhao Feng feeling confused. He had been assessing the two individuals' temperaments, but he forgot that it was impolite to stare at others in such a manner. To regain his composure, he said, "So, Captain Yu, please select a performance team for me. I'll take my leave now." With that, Zhao Feng immediately left. As soon as he left, Yu Dan Dan thought that the guy was somewhat strange. Yuan Nana also agreed, feeling that he seemed like the type who wasn't exactly a good person. Hearing this, Nana blushed with embarrassment, Huh? What are you talking about? And the whole group immediately chimed in. That's right, I noticed that too. Time passed swiftly, like a gust of wind, and before long, Zhou Feng was already on the first truck heading to Beijing. The person responsible for the transportation was none other than Lai Qiusheng. Upon arrival, he immediately reminded everyone to quickly load the goods so they could bring the money back to their mother. However, after the loading was finished, Zhou Feng proposed to him that after unloading this batch of goods, he would need to make another trip back to the factory to pick up another batch. Tonight, I'll directly meet Mr. Feng to sign the order. My memory hasn't been great lately. I almost forgot the task Mr. Feng assigned to me, he said. Hearing this, Lai Qiusheng seemed puzzled. Mr. Zhao, why do you still need so many goods? Is there any issue with the quantity? Haha, there's nothing to worry about. Mr. Feng has already signed, so you can rest assured, Zhou Feng replied. Lai Qiusheng hurriedly instructed his men to work faster. At this moment, a new figure appeared at the warehouse. Mr. Zhou Jinghong. He couldn't stop praising. Mr. Zhou, you are so young yet so talented and decisive. Organizing this fashion show to sell clothes is truly impressive. Zhao Feng humbly responded. Director Zhao, you flatter me. If it weren't for Mr. Leia's support, I wouldn't have dared to do this. Please wait a moment. I'll go speak to Mr. Lai. He went over to Lai Qiusheng and said, Lai brother, be careful on your way. I only have one pack of cigarettes left, give each of the guys one. And take one yourself when you head out to stay sharp. Zhao Feng handed Lai Qiusheng the pack of cigarettes. At first, he didn't understand, but upon closer inspection, he saw a large sum of money at the bottom of the pack, and smiled as he accepted it. Thank you sincerely for your kindness, Mr. Zhou. The shipment that Mr. Feng has signed for, we'll make sure to deliver it to you within 4 days. Zhao Feng replied, Okay, thanks in advance. Zhao Feng then draped his arm around Zhe Jinghong's shoulders. Director Zhao, let's walk and talk. The next morning, Zhe Jinghong quickly finished preparing the stage. He came to hand over the work to Zhou Feng and informed him that the modeling team could only arrive at night for rehearsal. Knowing the situation, Zhao Feng arranged for the models to rest first. According to his memory, Dan Dan and Nana had become famous after 1984, and now he was a year ahead of them. He didn't know what the outcome would be. Worried about the costs for the venue and transportation, Zhao Feng felt that his money was almost exhausted. Fortunately, there were no additional fees at the moment. No matter what, this time he had to succeed. Thinking about this, Zhou Feng went to the stage to check on the situation. After arranging things for a while, the manager led 2 presenters to him. Upon seeing them, Zhao Feng handed them a script and reminded the manager to ask the model team to go outside. Ladies, the costumes for the show are ready. I will arrange them for you. Upon hearing this, the models seemed surprised. You're going to arrange them. Isn't that Wu Yu's responsibility? The manager explained further that this time they just needed to follow Mr. Zhao's arrangements. The other person responded, Fine after all. Mr. Zhao is the one paying out of his pocket to organize the show. He can do whatever he wants. Yu Dan Dan expressed her dissatisfaction. At that moment, Zhou Feng took out several outfits and said, Dan Dan, try this one on and see if it fits. Upon seeing the outfit, Yu Dan Dan looked pleased and slowly responded, Mr. Zhao does have a good eye for fashion. When the 2 actresses began collaborating, Zhou Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It was not easy to select the right outfits for these girls. But right after that, he heard their loud laughter, as if they were making fun of the outfits he had chosen. Zhao Feng became furious and shouted, I'm paying you to be here, not to laugh and joke around. Lu De Guang has organized this show with my money. The costumes and the venue are also funded by me. What kind of attitude is this toward me? I'm promoting your factory and the name of your modeling team. Remember, if anyone has a negative attitude, I'll call Lu De Guang immediately and demand that you all leave. What are you standing there for? There's only one evening left. Tomorrow is the performance. If you're not practicing, what are you doing? After enduring Zhou Feng's harsh reprimand, Yu Dan Dan immediately became serious and directed the modeling team to rehearse diligently. Once everything was arranged properly, Zhou Feng felt at ease and turned to practice the script with the 2 MCs. The 2 MCs followed instructions attentively and seriously. The next morning, everything was ready. The duo of MCs began the performance one after the other. Good evening. Dear distinguished guests and friends, we wish you a wonderful evening. Today, in the scorching heat of summer, we hope to bring you a cool breeze and relief from the heat. This is a modern fashion show, a dazzling sensory feast, an unforgettable moment, a blazing fire of passion. And now, please welcome our angels on the runway, the beautiful models who will showcase their vibrant youth and chic style. Let's welcome our models to the stage. As soon as the host finished speaking, Nana, Dan, and the team of models began their performance. The audience below immediately went wild, cheering and showing their excitement. Zhao Feng was very pleased and signaled the MC to prepare for the next segment. As the atmosphere was buzzing with excitement, the male MC suddenly cut in. Ladies and gentlemen, please maintain some order. There are still wonderful performances ahead. But before we continue, we would like to announce a special benefit from Beijing Apparel for all of you. Huh? A benefit? What kind of benefit? The female MC asked, following the script with an intrigued look. The audience below also seemed eager. The male MC replied, "Oh my, don't you know? The outfits the models are wearing today, everyone here can buy them." The female MC asked, "What? The latest summer designs. Anyone here has a chance to buy them." The male MC answered, Exactly. These outfits are designed by famous designers from abroad, and our models are wearing them. As long as you are here today, you'll have the chance to own them." The female MC asked, "So what about the price? How much is one? It must be expensive, right?" The male MC replied, "You won't believe this price. All the outfits and styles are only 100 coins. A uniform price of 100 coins. The female MC said, "What? 100 coins? Really just 100 coins? That means our factory won't make any profit at all." Although the audience was excited, they still felt that the price of 100 coins was somewhat expensive. It was at this moment that the antagonist made his official appearance. Zhao Feng stepped out from the crowd, walked straight to the stage, and loudly said, "The price is wrong. The MC has quoted it incorrectly. A piece should cost at least 100 coins. If we sell it for 100 coins, we'll be at a loss." The male MC continued asking, "Didn't we agree to sell at factory price? Don't we need any profit?" Zhao Feng pretended to be angry. "Who told you that? 100 coins is the price we can sell at." Zhao Feng persisted. "What should we do now? I told the customers the price is 100 coins. No, we absolutely have to sell it for 100 coins." After this controversial statement, Feng Bao, from behind the scenes, also spoke up. "All right, Director Zhao, the host has already announced the price. Changing it now would only cause trouble for the customers. We need to maintain the image of the fashion studio." Then he added, "Fine, sell it at that price. If there's a problem, I'll take responsibility." Upon hearing Feng Bao's words, Zhao Feng pretended to sigh in resignation and stepped off the stage. Finally, the MC announced that the selling price was 100 coins. Now the audience no longer complained. Zhao Feng's carefully planned strategy had struck the right chord with the customers, making them believe that the studio was selling at a loss. As a result, the women eagerly gathered at the sales booth, thinking they were getting a great deal. Watching the scene from behind the wings, Zhao Feng couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. During the sales period, the model team had a break. Seeing the increasing number of customers, Dan began to have a different view of Zhao Feng. For 2 hours, customers flooded in like a festival. Feng Bao hadn't even finished his cigarette when the sales manager rushed over, announcing that the stock had run out, causing an uproar outside. In a panic, he ran onto the stage to announce that they were out of stock and called on everyone not to line up anymore. The customers were furious. "We've waited this long, and now you say you're out of stock. At the beginning, you told us not to worry, but now you're saying it's all gone. This isn't acceptable. There has to be some way to handle this." Feng Bao quickly responded, "Please don't be impatient. The goods are on their way here. If you still want to buy our products, please come back in 2 days. We'll still have more available. I promise the next batch will have the same designs and quality." Hearing these words from Feng Bao, the crowd calmed down and accepted the wait. That evening, as everyone was packing up, Zhao Feng stepped in and said loudly, "Everyone has worked hard. When the goods had become scarce, everyone was happy, and their morale was high. Zhao Feng looked at Feng Bao and asked, Mr. Feng, have we collected all the payment? We should do the inventory and cross-check the books later. Feng Bao replied happily. The money has all been collected. At this moment, the modeling team was also buzzing with conversation. They hadn't expected to be interviewed after the performance, with the team leader and Nana even appearing on a television program. Now they had to admit that Mr. Zhou was indeed a person of talent. At this point, Zhou Feng asked everyone to move the bags into the office and called Director Xi up. Seeing Nana lost in thought while staring outside, Dan patted her on the shoulder and teasingly asked, Nana, what are you looking at so absent-mindedly? Nana jumped, startled, and replied, Dan, you almost scared me to death. Dan, still teasing, continued, Mr. Zhu seems pretty impressive. Huh. Right, Nana? Nana tried to act indifferent and responded, what does that have to do with me? Dan then said, all right, we need to head back early tomorrow, so let's hurry and pack up. They began to prepare to leave. In the office, once everyone had gathered, Zhou Feng suggested checking the money. The total amount counted was 500,000. Feng Bao raised 5 fingers in surprise. 500,000 in just one day. At this moment, Shi Long spoke up, Mr. Zhou, there's no problem with the goods, but according to the agreement, you owe our costume workshop 30,000. Zhao Feng smiled and replied, no problem. It's clearly stated in the contract, but I'm sure the amount won't stop here. Mr. Xi asked in surprise, Mr. Zhao, what does not stopping here mean? Zhao Feng replied, there's another shipment on the way here. Once the current stock of clothes is sold out, we will continue with the agreement and send the bonus to you. Mr. Xi was taken aback. What? Has the shipment already arrived? Zhao Feng nodded, yes. When the event just started, I discussed with Director Feng. The new shipment is on its way and is expected to arrive by tomorrow evening. We will continue sales the day after tomorrow, and by then, we will need everyone's help for a few more days. Mr. Xi fell silent, deep in thought. After returning to his room, he called Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu couldn't believe it. What? 5,000 pieces sold in one night? Xi Long confirmed, yes, that's right. It wasn't exactly selling, more like a rush to grab them. Furthermore, this event has really made our clothing factory famous. There was even an interview with a reporter last night, he continued. Mr. Zhao is not someone to be underestimated. After looking around to make sure no one was nearby, he lowered his voice, Mr. Liu, there's something else I need to report to you. After this batch is sold out, Zhou Feng has ordered another 5,000 pieces, signed off by Director Feng. Do you know about this? Mr. Liu was angry. Director Feng signed off on it. When did that happen? Xi Long replied. It must have been last night. If the clothes sold that easily, I think we should forget about Mr. Zhou. We can sell the goods ourselves. After all, he's no longer in Beijing. This order doesn't have his name on it, so this batch could very well have been generated by us, with nothing to do with him. After hearing silence on the other end, Xi Long asked, Mr. Liu, can you still hear me? Mr. Liu pondered for a long time before replying. Zhou Feng is a cautious person. He drew up the initial contract. Do you think he might have left any loopholes? He must have already signed the second contract. In a fit of anger, he slammed the table and snarled, that Feng Huai lie. The next day, Zhou Feng received a call from Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu, are you looking for me? At this moment, Shi Long was standing outside, listening carefully. Mr. Liu laughed and said, Mr. Zhou, congratulations. I didn't expect so many goods to sell out in just one night. Zhou Feng replied, thank you, Mr. Liu. This is all thanks to the reputation of our garment factory and the performance of the model team. I owe it to you. I hope to invite the workers to a meal when we return. Mr. Liu chuckled. That meal might cost quite a bit, huh? But then, he immediately lowered his voice. By the way, your batch of goods sold out in one night. Do you need more? I can supply you with another batch. Zhao Feng immediately realized that Feng Huailei's signing of a separate contract had been discovered by Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu also continued. Of course, if it's a contract, the profit distribution will still follow the terms of the previous agreement. Zhao Feng thought to himself that he was trying to gauge his attitude in order to decide how to handle Feng Huailai. After Zhao Feng finished his explanation, Mr. Liu said, thank you for your kind suggestion. But actually, after hearing the details from Zhao Feng, Mr. Liu appeared surprised. Oh, so that's how it is. I didn't expect that you all had placed the order in advance. Zhao Feng responded. Yes, before, he had discussed this matter with Director Feng. We were drinking at the time, and he nodded in agreement. Mr. Liu continued. All right, if anything comes up in the future, just let me know. There will be some adjustments to the positions in the workshop, and Director Feng may be assigned to a different position. Zhao Feng confirmed, yes, I understand. Although he was angry inside, Mr. Liu hung up, but then called someone to give instructions. Zhao Feng thought to himself that this was all within his expectations. After all, Mr. Liu was a smart person. No matter how their relationship changed, profit would always be the top priority. The next day, after quickly selling out the 5,000 items in the second batch, the group gathered to count the money. The total amount reached exactly 500,000, without a single cent of discrepancy. Zhao Feng politely said, Mr. Xi, you've all worked hard. Hexi Qilong replied, Mr. Zhao, that is our responsibility and something that needs to be done. He further inquired, Mr. Zhao, when you think we can return to the workshop? We still need to deliver the money. Seeing that Xi Qilong was genuinely concerned about the workshop, Zhao Feng asked Feng Baobao to check with Director Jia to see if he had finished the paperwork so they could secure the money and head out. Feng Baobao immediately went to report. Meanwhile, on the TV, a show featuring the modeling team they had watched the other day was airing. One of the girls in the group cheerfully said, Dan, Nana, you two are on TV now. How impressive. Your pay will definitely increase from now on. The short-haired girl beside her asked, did that dim-witted guy really sell 10,000 units? Dan responded, I think so. The girl was astonished and asked further, I heard each one was 100 coins. Doesn't that mean he made a lot of money? Before she could finish, Dan nodded in confirmation. 1 million. The others standing there were stunned. Oh, 1 million? That's amazing. Is he really that capable? Dan thought for a moment but didn't answer, while the other girl continued, Captain, don't get distracted like this. Dan replied, well, he really is quite talented. The girl then said, well then, Nana, it looks like you'll be reaping the rewards. He seemed to have taken a liking to you before. Nan's face turned red, and he said, all right, you all are too noisy. In the evening at the Lu Yuan Beijing Hotel, Feng Baobao and Zhao Feng stood on the balcony chatting. Feng Baobao said, Zhao Feng, it feels like time passes too quickly, like we've known each other since the time when Napoleon was running around naked in the rain. Zhao Feng laughed and replied, haha, I feel the same way. Baobao continued, so do you have any plans for the future? Zhao Feng thought for a moment and then answered, in the future, I plan to open a factory similar to the Beijing clothing factory in Jihai. Feng Baobao seemed curious. Why choose Jihai? Is the Beijing market bigger? Zhao Feng laughed and explained, if I open it in a remote area, the costs will be lower. Employee wages and factory rent will also be cheaper. I can just open an agency store in Beijing to handle the market there. So opening the factory in Jihai won't affect the market's development. Hearing this, Feng Baobao nodded in agreement. I see now. I feel like whatever you do is right. A moment later, he seemed to hesitate. Zhao Feng understood and placed his hand on his shoulder, smiling. Mr. Feng, if you want to join, you're always welcome. I'll give you more details then. Feng Baobao nodded. All right. Suddenly, he remembered something and said, by the way, I just remembered that you once tricked me into thinking you were from Beijing. Actually, you're from Jihai, right? Zhao Feng smiled. How could you have guessed? The clever response was always Zhao Feng's specialty, which made Feng Baobao laugh heartily. This kid is really something else. The next morning, Zhao Feng arrived at Mr. Liu's office. When he stepped in, he noticed Mr. Liu was sipping his tea and said with a smile, Mr. Liu, I've just finished comparing the documents with Mr. Xi and heard that you've been looking for me. Upon Zhao Feng's arrival, Mr. Liu smiled and replied, ah, Mr. Zhou, you're here. Congratulations. You've made a significant profit this time. Zhao Feng humbly cupped his hands in gratitude, saying, if it weren't for Mr. Liu's support, I wouldn't have had such luck. You are truly my benefactor, and I'm very grateful. Mr. Liu chuckled and said, don't stand anymore. Please sit down. He continued, the reason I called you here is to hear your thoughts on the issue of franchising the store. The two discussed for quite a while others waited outside. Yu Dan asked, "They've been at it for a long time. Do you think it's almost done?" Si Qilong replied, "Mr. Liu and Mr. Zhao are discussing a major business deal, so it definitely can't be quick." Just as he finished speaking, they heard the footsteps of Mr. Liu and Zhao Feng coming out. In a cheerful mood, Mr. Liu walked out laughing and said, "Ha ha, I still can't believe you made a small franchise brand like this." Zhao Feng replied, "Being able to do business with Mr. Liu, I only hope to make a bit more money." When Zhao Feng arrived, everyone greeted him. Mr. Liu put his arm around his shoulder and introduced, "Everyone, this is the business partner of the workshop, Mr. Zhao Feng. I'm sure you all have met him. Today, Mr. Zhao wants to thank everyone for their efforts at the Beijing exhibition, so he would like to invite everyone to a meal at a restaurant." The eyes of everyone suddenly brightened, unable to hide their joy. "Wow, that restaurant is foreign-owned. It must cost a lot to get in." Mr. Liu continued, "It's not far. We'll walk there." The women cheered, "Sure. Let's go. We're eating at a foreign restaurant." "Thank you, Mr. Zhou." Yu Dan overheard a conversation behind her. She turned around, feeling a bit curious. "Hey, do you think Mr. Zhou might ask Mana for her phone number?" The meal was laid out lavishly. After thanking Zhao Feng, everyone began to prepare to say their goodbyes. Mr. Liu shook his hand and said, "Mr. Zhou, we'll get in touch again later." Zhao Feng replied, "All right, Mr. Liu." As they were leaving and waiting for the car, Zhao Feng sighed in relief, stretched his arms, and said, "Finally, I can return to Jihai." Suddenly, someone placed a hand on his shoulder. Startled, Zhao Feng turned around and saw Yu Dan happily waving and saying, "Mr. Zhou." He was a little surprised. "Yes, is something wrong, Captain Yu?" Yu Dan absent-mindedly glanced at Haitan Li, her hands placed behind her, clutching tightly, as though she wanted to say something but hesitated. "Actually, I." Her face suddenly turned red, and her gaze dropped to the ground. When she saw the car had arrived, Zhao Feng quickly said goodbye to Captain Yu. "He'll see you next time." Then, he hurriedly ran after the yellow car as it drove off. Next, Zhao Feng went to meet Feng Huilai. Upon seeing the bill for the goods, he was astonished, thinking to himself, "A lifetime of hard work barely earns anything. Now, in just a few days, he has earned 50,000 coins. This young man is extraordinary." He turned to Zhao Feng and asked, "I heard Bao say you're planning to build a clothing factory in Jihai soon." Zhao Feng took a sip of tea, set the cup down on the table, and calmly replied, "I have a specific plan for today. I came to discuss this matter with Uncle Feng. I'm still unclear about some aspects of building a factory, such as the allocation of workshops, the number of workers, the machinery needed, the location of the entrances, and the sources of raw materials for import. Additionally, attracting talent is also a big challenge. In the initial phase, to ensure smooth operations at the factory, I'll need help from people with experience. Uncle Feng, do you know anyone well-connected in this field?" Feng Huilai pondered for a moment, then asked, "Is Jihai opening up its market? Do they allow private ownership?" Zhao Feng immediately replied, "It's fine. The main industry of Jihai City is steel, and the economy here is quite monotonous, which makes it difficult for businesses. The leaders have tried many measures, but only solved part of the problem. If you open a fashion design workshop, this will solve the employment issue for the intellectual youth. The leaders will definitely support you. From another perspective, you are also implementing the policy of encouraging Wu Jing's government. This is a positive move, so I am very confident." Feng Huilai appeared pleased and immediately said, "Let's go, Zhao Feng. The issues you mentioned, let's go into the room and discuss them in more detail." They continued to discuss for a while after the meeting ended. Zhao Feng bid farewell. "All right then, I will take my leave." Feng Huilai responded, "All right, I will see you off." He waved and reminded, "Remember not to forget about our matter. I will wait for your news." On the train from Beijing to Jihai, Zhao Feng felt happy because he was finally going home, a warm and peaceful feeling. At that moment, his two younger siblings had arrived at the city bus station. They couldn't help but be amazed by its size and modernity. Someone called out Wu Na's name. The two girls turned around and recognized the man holding a bicycle. It was Tian Liang, their older brother's classmate. They greeted each other. One of the girls said, "I missed you." Tin Liang replied, Then let's go. I will take you to the place where you're staying first. The two girls happily agreed, and Wuna asked, "Where is my brother?" Tai and Liang replied, "Zhou Feng went to Beijing for work. He should be back tomorrow." Wuna politely responded, "Thank you, Liang brother. Sorry to trouble you." Tai and Liang immediately said, "It's no trouble. Wuna, don't worry. Your brother and I are very close." He suddenly remembered something, turned back, and announced, Wu Jing, your recommendation letters are ready. I just need to put them in the envelope. Then I'll take you both to school to register." Wu Yu and Wu Jing joyfully shouted, "Yes, thank you." As they were moving, they unexpectedly ran into Xiao Du. Tai and Liang was surprised and asked, "Xiao Du, are you off work already?" Xiao Du smiled and replied, "Yes." Then she turned to Wu Na and asked, "Wu Yu, Wu Jing, you've arrived at Jihai, right?" Wu Na nodded, "Yes, we just got here." Xiao Du opened her handbag and took out a bill, handing it to Wu Na. "Wu Na, take this money and buy some food for Wu Yu and Wu Jing." Wu Na immediately declined, "Sister-in-law, no need, we have enough." After saying goodbye to Xiao Du, she and her friend walked ahead. Xiao Du noticed the distance between them and felt a little sad. As for Zhao Feng, he returned holding fruit for his siblings. When Wu Na saw her brother from a distance, she exclaimed, "It's him." She waved her hand and called, "Brother, brother." Wu Yu and Wu Jing heard and ran over as well. Wu Na quickly ran to Zhao Feng's side. "Brother, you're back." Zhao Feng smiled and asked, "When did you guys arrive?" Wu Na replied, "We got here yesterday afternoon. Are you tired, brother?" Zhao Feng smiled and said, "Not tired. Let's go inside first." He then looked at Wu Yu and continued, "Wu Yu, Wu Jing, have you two completed the registration at your new school?" Wu Yu answered, "We went this morning. Tomorrow we'll get ready to start school." Zhao Feng happily said, "That's great. Oh, I brought some clothes for you two. Tomorrow you'll wear new clothes for school." Wu Yu and Wu Jing happily thanked him. Wu Jing cheerfully exclaimed, "We have new clothes to wear." They all walked inside. Wu Jing eagerly opened the bag to check the clothes. He then asked, "Brother, is it just clothes? Is there food?" Zhao Feng lightly flicked his nose playfully and smiled, "Food, food, little rascal. All you think about is eating." Wu Jing crossed his arms confidently and said, "Wu Jing wants to eat a lot so I can have the strength to protect my brother and sister." Zhao Feng smiled and patted his head. "Oh, really? Wu Jing is already thinking like this." Wu Jing grinned from ear to ear. Zhao Feng turned to Wu Na and said, "By the way, Wu Na, I didn't clarify this before. You can rest assured, this house is yours now. I bought it." Wu Na looked at him with surprise and asked, "You bought it? So how much did it cost?" Zhao Feng replied, "You're still young. Just know that your older brother is earning money. How much or how little, you don't need to worry about." Wu Na understood and nodded. He continued, "When you step into a new environment, don't let yourself feel pressured. Our family isn't lacking money right now, but studying still has to be a priority, especially for both of you." After a long day of hard work, feeling exhausted, Zhao Feng tiredly walked back to his room, not forgetting to remind his three younger siblings, "All right, you guys look at the stuff I brought back first. I'm going to sleep for a bit. If you eat, don't bother calling me, and remember to wash the dishes." After eating, Zhao Feng comfortably lay down on the bed, feeling relieved. "Phew, finally, I can lie down in my own bed at home." A gentle breeze from outside blew in, bringing a pleasant sensation. And so, he slowly drifted into a deep sleep. The next morning, as Zhao Feng was brushing his teeth, Wu Na stood behind him, her voice slightly hesitant. "Brother, I met sister-in-law yesterday." Zhao Feng was surprised and asked, "Where did you meet her?" Wu Na replied, "I'm not sure. I just know there's a library there." Zhao Feng explained, "Oh, so she works there. It's normal that you met her." Wu Na, wiping her face, said, "Also, yesterday, sister-in-law even wanted to give me some money." Zhao Feng quickly asked, "You don't accept it, do you?" Wu Na shook her head, and he laughed, saying, "That's good. Our family already owes enough to others." He thought for a moment, realizing that she didn't have a good life with him either. Wuna hesitated and said, I just hope you can bring my sister-in-law home. Zhao Feng, confused, asked, why you care about this? Wuna continued, it's because you said my sister-in-law hasn't had a good life with you. Now that you've made money, you should bring her home to live well. Zhao Feng thought for a moment and said, Mom, things aren't that simple. You'll understand when you go to college. Like Long Kong and Xiao Du. Wuna didn't understand and asked, why are you bringing him up? What does he have to do with you and sister-in-law? Zhao Feng seriously asked, you like him? Wuna was surprised and replied, what are you talking about? He's rude every day, like a thug. How could I like him? Zhao Feng explained, well, the relationship between me and Xiao Du is a similar issue. She might not like your brother anymore. After all, I wasn't good to her before, and marriage can't be that simple. A group of friends, including Hu Minwu and Tui Wen Wen, were anxiously waiting for Tian Liang when they saw him rushing over. Minwu immediately scolded Tian Liang. Why is it always the girls waiting for you? This is ridiculous. Tian Liang was embarrassed and kept apologizing. Wen Wen defended, saying, I just got here too. I didn't see you make it sound that serious. All right, stop talking about it. Let's go quickly. Minwu suggested. Today we're distributing the salaries, how about we all go out for a meal together? The girls don't have to worry about paying. Everyone agreed to this, and suddenly a voice from behind called out for them to stop for a moment. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Tian Liang immediately recognized it as Zhao Feng and asked curiously, when did you come back? Zhao Feng answered, I just got back last night. After speaking, he handed Liang a bag of fruit and said, here, this is for you. Tian Liang excitedly asked, huh? What's this? Zhao Feng explained, these are some clothes I brought back from Beijing. If they don't fit, you could take them to a tailor. Tian Liang thanked her dear friend. Zhao Feng smiled and asked, are you and your colleagues planning to go eat? I was looking for you to eat together. Wen Wen quickly said, that's great. The more people, the merrier. Let's go together. Minwu asked curiously, where did this guy come from? Another colleague shook their head. No one knows. They all went to a nearby restaurant. Zhao Feng took the menu and ordered 1 fish, 5 pork knuckles, and some pork. Oh, and add a bowl of bone soup with pumpkin too. Boss. Minwu angrily tapped his index finger lightly on the table and said, hey, buddy, ordering that many dishes will cost you around 70 to 80 coins. Even if you're eating out, you should think about others a bit. We're not just money falling from the sky. Tian Liang awkwardly said, it's fine. Let me treat today. Zhao Feng smiled and turned to the owner. Sorry, please change the bone soup. I ordered to the 3-flavor soup instead. Tian Liang's face turned pale upon hearing this, and Minwu irritably asked, what do you mean by that? Zhao Feng gestured for him to stop. Then, put his arm around Liang's shoulders and explained, Liang helped me with an important matter before, so I should treat him to this meal. The other two understood and felt embarrassed, replying, oh, is that so? After they finished eating, and were leaving the restaurant, Tian Liang told his colleagues, I'll walk Zhao Feng part of the way. You all go ahead and say goodbye. When it was just the two of them, Liang curiously asked, Zhao Feng, what are you going to Beijing for? Zhao Feng didn't hide anything and answered, just going to sell some clothes. Nothing special. Zhao Feng then changed the subject. That girl seemed to be interested in you, did she? Tian Liang was a little surprised but quickly changed the topic. Don't worry about me. What about you and Xiao Du? The other day when I was dropping Wuna off, I saw her again. Zhao Feng calmly replied, we've divorced. Each of us is going our own way now. Tian Liang couldn't believe it. Was he serious? Didn't Xiao Du say she wanted to remarry last time? Didn't you just make money and then want to find someone else? Zhao Feng was surprised. What? Seeing the serious expression on his friend's face, Tian Liang asked, is something wrong? I was just joking. Zhao Feng asked again, not that, what did you say before? Liang replied, I said Xiao Du wanted to remarry you, didn't you know? Zhao Feng asked in surprise, remarry? When did she say anything about that? Liang explained, it was at Ziran's birthday party. She said she was going to marry you. The only thing was that everyone in the class was mocking you, so when I tried to speak up, Xiao Du got angry. Zhao Feng seemed anxious and asked, "What exactly happened?" Tian Liang began recounting the whole story. That day, Shen Zai ran, and she had a very heated argument. Afterward, Liang went into the details of what had happened the day before. When she finished, she said the situation was nearly like that. Noticing that her friend seemed absent-minded, Liang asked, "Zhao Feng, are you okay?" Zhao Feng smiled and replied, "I'm fine." Then he asked, "By the way, is there something big happening at Xiao Du's house?" Liang said, "About half a month ago, I saw her go to the hospital. I guess her mother was hospitalized, but it wasn't anything serious. She was discharged after just a few days. However, there was something quite strange. After Zhang Xiaodu came, she got into a big argument with Shen Ziran. It seemed like they had decided to divorce." Zhao Feng sighed and said, I understand." Then, Liang went back to the factory, and the two of them said goodbye and left. On the way home, Zhao Feng accidentally passed by a couple. The girl, with a sad expression, said to her boyfriend, "My parents don't agree. What should we do now?" The boy beside her comforted her. "Don't worry, I'm here. I'll do my best." Zhao Feng blamed himself. "You're so stupid. Zhao Feng, do you really think that just because you say a few sweet words, put on a good show for family and friends, and think you're being nice, Zhang Xiaodu will agree with you? What makes you think you've improved? Just because you feel the future will be better? You know what you're capable of, but does Zhang Xiaodu know? You clench your fist, wondering how much pressure she must have endured because of you. And you never even noticed. You haven't even helped her share anything, have you?" The next morning, in the headmaster's office, Headmaster Zhang heard a knock on the door and invited them in. Zhao Feng entered and greeted, "Director Zhang, long time no see." The director responded cheerfully, "Oh, Xiao Feng, is that you? You're not here to invite me to the exhibition again, are you?" Zhao Feng smiled and replied, "No, I already went to Beijing last time." Hearing this, Director Zhang immediately praised him. "Very good, you went to Beijing without telling me." Zhao Feng humbly responded, "It was just for a meal, nothing like you, who became the director of the Bureau of Commerce and Industry when you were still young." Director Zhang laughed loudly. "Ha ha, you were the one at the sales exhibition last time, weren't you? I heard the factory was having difficulties, is that true?" Zhao Feng replied, "Sales were indeed unprofitable, but we did shut down. We are preparing to make changes and open a new sewing workshop." The director complimented him. "Impressive. You guys really thought it through." He went to get some hot water to make tea, and suddenly remembered to ask, "By the way, Xiao Feng, I'm sure you didn't knock on my door without a reason, right? What brings you here?" Zhao Feng, holding a gift bag, said, "I went to Beijing and wanted to thank you for your help last time." Director Zhang seemed to decline. "Oh, no need for that. It was just part of my job." Zhao Feng explained, "It's just some candy for the kids." Director Zhang, "You're still being too polite with me." Director Zhang remained firm in his refusal. Zhao Feng continued to persuade. "Well then, at least let me treat you to a meal." Director Zhang smiled and said, "Haha, if it's just about having a meal, there's no problem. Xiao Zhao, if you have something to say, feel free to speak up." Zhao Feng realized he couldn't hide it any longer, so he decided to be straightforward. "I plan to open a clothing factory in Jihai." Director Zhang was somewhat surprised. Then he said, "A clothing factory isn't something that can just be opened and start running right away. It needs the guidance of the department head, and coming to me won't be of much use." Zhao Feng responded, "That's right, so we need to get in touch with our department head. However, my clothing factory can truly solve a large number of employment issues for some educated young people." Director Zhang became intrigued when he heard about the employment for educated youth. However, Zhao Feng then said, "Director Zhang, could you tell me when Department Head Li will be free? I would like to discuss opening the factory with him." Director Zhang replied, "I will find some time to talk to him, but it can only be in the afternoon, as he has classes in the morning." Zhao Feng replied, "Then I really apologize for troubling you, Director Zhang." Later, when Zhao Feng was leaving and saw that there was still some time left, he decided to take a walk around. Suddenly, he remembered that Xiao Du worked near the Department of Industry and Commerce. At that moment, Xiao Du was holding a book. thinking about where to place it. Zhao Feng stood behind and muttered to himself, "This girl is really talented. It's no wonder she has such a good job evaluating countdown skills." He cleared his throat and asked, "Hey, where did you put your economics books? I'd like to take a look." Hearing the voice, Xiao Du recognized Zhao Feng. She turned around, suddenly blushing, and said, "Oh, it's you." Embarrassed, she pointed to the side and said, "Those books aren't under my care. You should ask over there." Zhao Feng stepped closer and asked, "So what books are you in charge of?" Xiao Du seemed a bit flustered, took a step back and asked, "What exactly do you want to do?" Zhao Feng smiled and replied, "I just want to borrow a book to study." Xiao Du was surprised. "Study?" she said, trying to look away to hide her reddening face. She added, "But we don't have the type of books you're looking for here." Zhao Feng asked again, "So what do you have here?" Xiao Du answered, "There are only a few short novels here." Zhao Feng raised his index finger and said, "Then recommend a novel to me." Xiao Du asked, "So do you need to borrow it or just rate it here?" Zhao Feng vaguely answered, "Either is fine." Xiao Du frowned and informed him of the rules. "If you want to borrow a book, you have to leave a deposit, but reading here is free." In the end, Zhao Feng decided to stay and read. Xiao Du turned around and reminded him, "I already said, no noise allowed while reading. You can only sit at that table to read, and be careful not to tear anything." Zhao Feng smiled and replied, I know." Xiao Du searched for the book, but couldn't find it, and it wasn't on the other side either. She said to Zhao Feng, "Wait a moment, how could that book suddenly be missing?" Zhao Feng laughed and said, "No rush, it'll wait for you." Xiao Du continued searching but still couldn't find it. She wondered how strange it was, as she clearly remembered leaving the book right here. Zhao Feng glanced at the book, reached up to the shelf to grab it, and asked, "Is this the one?" Xiao Du searched again and asked, "Oh, where did you find it?" Zhao Feng smiled and replied, "Right next to you." This time, Xiao Du's face turned even redder. As Xiao Du was taking notes, Zhao Feng invited her to have a meal, but she immediately refused without hesitation. She explained that she had to go home, handed the book to Zhao Feng, and reminded him that both the book and the form had to be kept carefully, and when returning them, they had to be checked. Zhao Feng nodded, "Okay, I know. We'll meet another time." Wu Nao and the others were also at Ji-Hai, so they might come back to visit sometime. As Zhao Feng turned around, Xiao Du quietly apologized to him. That afternoon on their way back with Wu Na, Zhao Feng encouraged her, "Remember to study hard when you go to college, all right?" Wu Na nodded in reply, "I know." Then she turned to Zhao Feng and said, "Lin Nan passed the university entrance exam too, and shall be coming to Ji-Hai tomorrow." Zhao Feng immediately commented, "Oh, so does that mean she will stay at our house for 2 days?" "No problem." Wu Na hesitated. "By the way, Lin Wang also wants to come." Zhao Feng asked in surprise, "You're not telling me that kid also passed the university entrance exam, are you?" Wu Na quickly responded, "No way. In our class, only I and Lin Nan passed. He's coming here just to work. Can you let him stay at your place for a few days?" Zhao Feng replied, "It's fine if he stays for a few days, but you're sure you won't fall for that kid, right?" Wu Na suddenly blushed and snapped, "Oh my god, what are you talking about?" Zhao Feng laughed, "Well, that's good. Just focus on your studies in college. There's no rush for relationships. You'll have plenty of time later, understand?" Wu Na muttered, "I already said it's not like that." The next day at the Bureau of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Liu Jintang said, "Sorry, I had a few matters to take care of yesterday and couldn't finish everything." Zhao Feng clasped his hands and responded, "Mr. Liu, you're too polite." Mr. Liu invited him to sit down and said, "I heard from Director John that you're planning to set up a factory." Zhao Feng nodded, "That's right, I want to build a garment factory in Ji-Hai City." Mr. Liu continued, "So what scale are you planning for the construction?" Zhao Feng asked in return, "Scale? Are you asking about the area or the number of workers?" Mr. Liu explained, "I want to know how many educated young people you could create jobs for." Zhao Feng replied, "At least 60 people. I plan to buy 60 sewing machines." Before he could finish his sentence, Mr. Liu burst out laughing, then took a sip of tea and said, "Xiao Zhou, I still have a good impression of you. But that number you mentioned, I can't report it to the higher-ups, understand?" Zhao Feng asked again, "Mr. Liu, So what do you mean? He replied, this afternoon, Secretary Shen will come here to inspect the work. When he arrives, he'll ask him on your behalf what his opinion is. Zhao Feng had no choice but to leave. As Zhao Feng walked away, he reflected on what had just happened. Creating jobs for 60 people was already quite a lot. Taking on too many would complicate his future plans, especially since his starting capital was only 610,000. He hadn't expected to run into two familiar faces. Class leader Zhou Jun saw him and said, "Oh, Zhao Feng, what are you doing here?" Looking at the two of them, the fire inside Zhao Feng flared up. "You two," he waved his hand toward his friend and shouted, "What's it to you where I am? Why you meet me every day ask this nonsense? If you have nothing to do, go home and mind your own business." Shen Ziran stood up to intervene. "Zhao Feng, what's your problem? Why are you so angry?" Zhao Feng was annoyed and said, "What do you mean by that? I'm just minding my own business. Why are you pointing fingers at me?" The people around them noticed the commotion and gathered to watch. Shen Ziran, unable to keep his composure, angrily shouted, "Zhao Feng, can you just shut up for a moment?" However, Zhao Feng refused to stop and yelled even louder, "Oh my God, what is this? People in positions of power are bullying ordinary folks. Look, the tax officials are bullying us." The crowd began to murmur, with one person commenting, "When I went to do paperwork, those people were just as unbearable." Another person criticized, "It's all a scam." The class monitor quickly pulled Shen Ziran away, saying, "Ziran, let's go. Don't bother with him anymore." Even as he was being dragged away, Shen Ziran couldn't help but turn around and curse, "Bastard!" Zhao Feng, satisfied that he had avenged Xiao Du, shouted loudly, "You all want a crowd to scold Xiao Du, don't you?" After walking for a while, the class monitor couldn't contain his anger anymore, and exclaimed, "Zhao Feng is nothing but scum. Ziran, did you see that? People like him are just bullies. From now on you have to stay away from him." Shen Ziran was still fuming and said, "He's really despicable. Don't say anything more, let's go quickly." The class monitor emphasized again, "I can't stand this anger anymore." At the Department of Commerce, Secretary Shen Yuping was focused on reviewing the list of businesses and praised, "Excellent. These companies have truly contributed a lot to the city of Jihai." Mr. Liu Jintang laughed and said, "We will wait for the people from the tax department to arrive. At that point, we can review the tax payments from the past 6 months. Everything will be clear then." Secretary Shen replied, "That's right. Besides that, private enterprises also have a significant impact on the employment sector." Secretary Shen continued, "We need to focus on this issue by supporting private enterprises." Mr. Liu agreed, "Of course, developing private businesses is essential." In the afternoon, Secretary Shen continued, "There is a young man coming here. He had previously told me about his idea of opening a clothing workshop." Mr. Liu asked, "Is that so?" Secretary Shen replied, "Yes, that's good news." At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Mr. Liu said, "It's probably someone from the tax department." He then invited them in. Secretary Shen added, "You from the tax department have arrived. It must have been tough for you to bring all these things." Shen Ziran responded, "It's not hard at all. That's our job." She introduced, "Uncle, this is my colleague, Zhou Jun." Zhou Jun was surprised when his friend called the secretary uncle. He paused for a moment before quickly bowing in greeting. "Hello, Secretary Shen." He laughed and said, "Hello there. Let's start working now. And once we're done, we'll go eat together." Zhao Jun couldn't help but smile inwardly, realizing that his eldest uncle was actually Secretary Shen. Zhao Feng closed the novel, stood up, stretched and said, "Phew," finally finished reading. He glanced over at Xiao Du, who was still arranging books on the shelf. He walked over and said, "Xiao Du, let's go grab a meal in the afternoon. There are a few things I want to talk to you about." Xiao Du remained silent. Zhao Feng called her again, and she replied, "No need, I'm really tired right now. I just want to go home and sleep." Noticing something seemed off with her, Zhao Feng asked with concern, "Xiao Du, is there something going on at home? Can you tell me about it?" Xiao Du tried to remain cold, responding, "There's nothing going on. It's just that I probably haven't rested enough. If you want to say something, you could just say it here." Zhao Feng had no choice but to make an excuse. "Wu Na and Wu Jing miss you a lot. Do you want to spare some time to visit them?" Xiao Du deliberately avoided the topic, cutting him off. Zhao Feng, you should go now. I have to go on shift. With Xiao Du's firm refusal, Zhao Feng could only awkwardly smile and say, all right then, Xiao Du, I'll come see you another time. Just as Zhao Feng was about to leave, another man hurriedly stormed in, his face filled with anger. He shouted, Xiao Du. A man angrily shouted, you've borrowed money for half a month already. Why haven't you said a word? Let's go meet Director Zhang. Xiao Du felt embarrassed and said, let's talk outside, you're bothering others like this. But the man kept trying to make a scene. Debts must be paid, that's only natural. Are you trying to cheat me out of my money? Xiao Du kept trying to explain. No, that's not it. Once they were outside, the man continued shouting. What do you mean, that's not it? At that moment, Zhao Feng, who was eating roasted sweet potatoes by the roadside, noticed the commotion and recognized that Xiao Du was in trouble. He quickly threw the half-eaten sweet potato aside and hurried over. The man kept raising his voice. Then I'll go to Director Zhang's office and see how people like you, who have power, treat us farmers. Zhao Feng quickly stepped forward, standing in front of Xiao Du and shouted, what are you trying to do? Are you a farmer? A farmer doesn't dress like you. The man asked, who are you? Zhao Feng confidently slapped his chest. I'm the farmer. The man asked again, what are you doing here? Do you even know what's going on to stick your nose in this? Zhao Feng pointed directly at his face. What do you mean by that? You're bullying a girl in front of so many people, and you don't even know what the situation is. But you're trying to play the tough guy? The person no longer argued, only stammering. Why you're talking nonsense? Xiao Du quickly grabbed Zhao Feng's hand to prevent a fight from breaking out and softly said, let's go. Even as they walked away, Zhao Feng still turned around and warned, be careful. The man, furious, ignored him and said, who is this guy anyway? When they reached a quiet place, Zhao Feng immediately asked, who was that just now? What exactly happened? Xiao Du hesitated, not wanting to tell him. Seeing her silence, Zhao Feng pressed on, and only then did Xiao Du explain. Actually, it's nothing serious. My brother borrowed money from that man, so he came to collect the debt. Zhao Feng was surprised and asked, why didn't he go to your brother? Your sister-in-law works in the commercial district. He could have gone to her. Why come to you? Xiao Du replied, he doesn't know where my brother is. Zhao Feng continued, how much does your brother owe him? Xiao Du turned away and asked, why do you need to know this? It's none of your business. Zhao Feng said, Xiao Du, I'm not the same as before. I'm working in the exhibition industry now, and I'm making quite a bit of money from selling clothes in Beijing. If your family is going through a tough time, I have the means to help. Xiao Du remained cold. No need, really, it's fine. She whispered to herself, why does he care about me so much now? But she spoke too softly, and Zhao Feng couldn't hear clearly, so he asked, huh? What did you just say? Xiao Du replied, it's nothing. My brother owes him some money, but intentionally refuses to pay it, so he'll remember it longer. I have to go now, and you shouldn't come to the library anymore. I'll visit Wu Na and the others less often. I'm busy right now. After saying that, she quietly left. Zhao Feng watched Xiao Du's figure gradually fade into the distance, feeling sad and helpless. He tried to calm himself, but his mind kept spinning with these thoughts. However, the matter at hand still needed to be addressed. Zhao Feng went to Mr. Liu's office. When he knocked on the door, the director guessed that Xiao Zhou must have arrived and opened the door. Zhao Feng greeted him. Mr. Liu said, Xiao Zhou, come in. Shen Ziran was surprised. Why is Zhao Feng here? Zhao Feng was also curious about their presence. Indeed, it was a narrow world for enemies. Mr. Liu continued, Xiao Zhou, let me introduce you. This is Secretary Shen from Jihai City. Zhao Feng noticed Secretary Shen and realized that he resembled Shen Ziran, which made him worry that his work might be hindered. Zhao Feng politely said, Secretary Shen, it's a great honor to meet you today. He smiled and said, you're quite a character, young man. He then told Zhao Jun, Xiao Zhao, please get a chair for the young man. Zhao Jun quickly took action. After a while of tea and discussion, Zhao Feng continued, Secretary Shen, the factory construction plan I mentioned earlier has been clarified, and the initial investment is 30,000. Secretary Shen nodded. Mem. Meanwhile, Shen Ziran pointed at Zhou Feng and said, Uncle, he's a fraud. He's nothing but a scammer. Secretary Shen was surprised by his niece's words and asked, What? Zhao Jun smiled. Man Yuan said, Get ready for a good show. Shen Ziran continued, Uncle, don't trust him. He's a swindler. His ex-wife was the daughter of Director Zhang, and he even abused her. His character is completely untrustworthy. Secretary Shen, still not fully understanding what had happened, was about to say something when Zhou Jun added, I can testify, we were classmates before. Ziran and Zhang Chou-du were friends, and she couldn't stand seeing Zhao Feng bully her friend. However, Secretary Shen interrupted, shouting, Enough. Ziran immediately fell silent, surprised. Secretary Shen said, Colleagues from the tax bureau should focus on their work. What's the point of discussing this? Ziran was about to explain, but sensing her uncle's temperament, decided not to say more. Secretary Shen turned to Zhou Feng and asked, Right, you just said you wanted to build a factory in Jiayang village and plan to repair the road for them. What standards will this road meet? Zhao Feng immediately replied, As long as I am granted that piece of land, I promise to ensure that the road foundation is at least 5.5 meters wide. The road surface will be no less than 4.5 meters wide, and the total length will be 2 kilometers. Mr. Liu was also very surprised to hear him say that. Secretary Shen recalled the heavy rainy seasons in the past, during which the Jiayang village was nearly inaccessible. If the road could be improved, it would help over 500 villagers solve their transportation problems. He smiled and said, You speak very well. Previously, a private company had proposed to repair the road, but they couldn't create many jobs, so they were also not granted the land by the government. Zhao Feng answered firmly, Secretary Shen, I am also from Henan province, and I will definitely do my best. However, at the moment, I can only create jobs for a maximum of 70 people. Secretary Shen smiled again. You are a good young man. Ziran observed Zhao Feng, and noticed that his confidence seemed completely genuine. Zhao Feng continued, So what is your opinion on this matter? Secretary Shen replied, 30,000 is really not a small amount. I need to verify its origin clearly. The most important thing is whether the source of your funds is clear, as it will be crucial. He looked directly into Zhao Feng's eyes and continued, Xiao Zhou, I want to remind you that although the land allocation procedure has been completed, if the source of your money is unclear, there will be a lot of problems. Zhao Jun silently stood outside and thought to himself, how could Zhao Feng possibly have 30,000? Ziran crossed his arms and said, Moof. Let's see how he pretends this time. Upon hearing Secretary Shen's words, Zhao Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud and replied, Secretary Shen, you could say this is truly my area of expertise. Noticing that the man seemed genuinely interested, Zhao Feng continued, Recently, there was a modeling show held in Beijing. I wonder if you've heard of it. When Secretary Shen heard about the show, he was slightly impressed. Zhao Feng explained, I can't reveal all the details, but it was organized by me, in collaboration with the director of the Beijing garment factory. The event generated a revenue of over 1 million, and I earned 30,000. Is that reasonable? Secretary Shen was very surprised, and Ziran could hardly believe his ears. No way? How could it be him? Secretary Shen continued to ask, Was that really your plan? Zhao Feng proudly responded, Of course, I can provide concrete evidence. I don't need to lie. Secretary Shen, I really hope you can understand and support the challenges faced by private enterprises like ours. From building factories to production and distribution of clothing, every aspect requires investment and comes with risks. Meanwhile, aside from our initial resources, Jihai doesn't have the same backing as Wanghai. I want to build a factory in Dehai because of my love for my hometown. But if everything keeps encountering obstacles, I will have no choice but to seek opportunities in Guanghai. Secretary Shen laughed after hearing this, patted Zhao Feng on the shoulder, and said, Young man, you talk as if we are bullying you. Don't worry, let's just continue discussing. Zhao Feng nodded and responded, All right, you could go on. Say that we will consider the difficulties that your private enterprise is facing. Although there is no support policy at the moment, it doesn't mean there won't be one in the future, right? Zhao Feng smiled and said, Then I'll thank Secretary Shen in advance. He continued, You and Ziran are classmates, so you must also be from Lin Shuai, right? Zhao Feng answered, yes, I'm from Lin Shuai. How many people are there in your family? Secretary Shen asked next. Zhao Feng said, at home, I have 2 younger sisters and 1 younger brother. My parents had an accident because of a problem with the equipment at the factory. When mentioning his parents, he appeared slightly saddened. Secretary Shen sympathized and said, oh, is that so? A man grows like his father, so here's the thing. Xiao Zhou, come to the government building tomorrow to meet me, and we'll discuss the details. Zhao Feng nodded in agreement. Secretary Shen added, Ziran, see off your classmate. It's not worth letting a little misunderstanding ruin the friendship between classmates. Ziran stubbornly shook her head. I'm not going. However, after seeing Secretary Shen's gaze, she obediently nodded. All right, I understand. Zhao Feng said his goodbyes and left. Zhao Jun, feeling a bit out of place, smiled and said, I'll go see off my old classmate too. Secretary Shen is right. There is no conflict between classmates that can't be resolved. After speaking, he quickly ran outside to catch up with them. At this moment, Mr. Liu said, we need to investigate the modeling agency performance. If this kid really did it, it might not be so simple. Secretary Shen nodded. That's right. I think the same. Mr. Liu continued. What did you mean when you asked Ziran to see him off? Secretary Shen sighed. She needs some confrontation. Her temper can't always have its way. Mr. Liu showed agreement. Exactly, it's good for her to face a challenge. As the 3 reached the door, Zhou Feng warned Shen Ziran. Listen carefully, don't think you're always right, and go find Xiao Du. If you put more pressure on her and I find out, I won't let it go. Ziran was stunned. At that moment, Zhou Jun stepped forward to defend. Zhou Feng, what are you talking about? But Zhou Feng pointed straight at him and shouted, shut up. Then he walked closer, his finger pointing at Zhou Jun's chest and warning. If you cause any more trouble, don't think I won't do anything about it. Don't treat my words like the wind. After saying that, Zhou Feng left, waving goodbye. Ziran and Zhou Jun looked at each other, unsure of what to say next. At the market, a woman muttered, Hemph. Business is a failure. Let's see how long you can survive. When Zhou Feng arrived, he asked, is anyone here? The man beside him, with an angry expression, replied, what are you doing here? You're so clueless. When he heard the bell-bottom pants were being sold for 43 coins each upstairs, Zhou Feng asked, how much are your bell-bottom pants?